the heart of the Netherlands, where tradition meets innovation. The battleground is set. Welcome one and all to the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, the Wimbledon of chess. The stage is graced by the finest strategists, the sharpest minds, and the most formidable opponents from around the globe.
H5, we are in for a fight.
A mix of seasoned veterans and rising stars will make sure this edition of Tata Steel will be spectacular.
And checkmate. Nordebek played a brilliant game. He is a monster.
World champion Dingley Ren makes a return to the board, after being absent in chess for over half a year. How will he fare against the defending champion Anish Giri, and those who have already secured their spot in the FIDE Candidates Tournament?
To beat Ding with the form that Ding has been displaying is absolutely impressive.
Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans visiting the venue daily, 14 chess maestros will vie for supremacy and glory. Who will best withstand the pressure and take home the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title? Let the games begin.
And we are back. It's round number 10, and we are back in Vacanze for the Tata Steel Chess Festival. Yesterday, the Masters were on tour out in The Hague, but now they're back in their comfort zones, and who will that favour? It's now the closing stretch, the final stretch, 4 remaining games to decide the winner of this tournament as we peek inside the playing hall, the historic playing hall with the Morian yet again. And it's filling up nicely, the amateur sections about to start their games too. I am Grandmaster David Howell, and I'm joined by Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Dania, it's great to be back. And what are you looking forward to most today?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are on the map. I hope you've tuned in to watch more Tata Steel action. If today's round is anything like yesterday's round, David, if we can see that energy and that passion carry through, I think we're in for another incredibly exciting day, no matter where the players are contesting this storied tournament, whether it's in The Hague or in Tata Steel. It's going to be a steal of a round. And that was my worst pun of the day. I just had to get it out of the way immediately.
Oh, I approve, Dania. And we mentioned yesterday's results. Let's jump in and recap what we saw yesterday in what was a bloodthirsty day out in The Hague. And there were 5 wins overall in the Masters section from 7 games. 5 wins for the white pieces for Alexander Donchenko, for Paha Magzulu, Nodibek Abdusatorov, Wei Yi, and Pragnananda. Some one-sided games, some sudden turnarounds, and some real street fights there. Only 2 draws. And that leaves us with the following standings, with still 4 players now out in the lead. Nodibek Abdusatorov, thanks to a win yesterday, jumps up to the leading pack, but it's still so bunched up, still so tight at the top. Only 1 point separating the first 8 places. It's still anyone's game with 4 rounds to go, Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, this is Tata Steel in a nutshell. You cannot make any grand conclusions about who's in good form, who's going to ride off into the sunset and win the rest of their games. I slipped up like that after the round before the last. I said, Nepo, he's got all the momentum. He's got a good shot. Boom. He gets destroyed. The only 2 players who haven't lost a game yet, I believe, Pragnananda, he hasn't lost a game since the glorious revolution in the 17th century. And Vidit, who actually needs to start winning some games, as Anish Giri pointed out in a certain interview we'll play for you later. But man, it is a bloodbath out there, David.
Yeah, it's hard to predict. But of course, first we have a game to look forward to, and let's check out what we have in store for today's round 10. And marquee match to start the day, Firouzja against Giri. What do you make of that, Dania? What do you predict?
2 pretty weak players. Not going to be very interesting, David. We're not going to watch that game.
Of course, I hope you're joking, but yeah, of course, everyone here able to beat everyone else. And Max Varmadam, will he bounce back against one of the tournament leaders, Abdusatorov?
God. What a difficult game. Difficult game for Max and a difficult game for Jude, David. And Santosh, Vidit versus Pragg. Another Indian derby. Hopefully, it's a little bit more lively than the last one between Vidit and Gukesh, which ended in a pretty straightforward draw. But now, as the tournament moves to its conclusion, Vidit is feeling the heat. I think we're going to see him take a few more risks.
Okay, let's break it down. Vidit, are you predicting a decisive game against Pragg? You mentioned it, the only two undefeated players face off against each other today.
Vidit has the white pieces. Now everybody wants to be the one who breaks Pragg's lossless streak, which has now extended to 42 games. Vidit might be the guy to do it. Fantastic opening preparation. He's got the right style. He's got the form. I think we'll see a decisive result one way or the other in Vidit versus Pragg.
Yeah, and let's look at some of the leaders. We saw Abdusatorov win a great game yesterday, a sparkling game against Jordan van Forest. Do you think against Max Farmadam, who had heartbreak yesterday after 5.5 hours of pretty much a winning position, letting it slip at the death, Abdusatorov, can he profit, take advantage?
Yeah, I mean, this is the brutality of chess, which we discussed in such great detail as Max was accepting defeat in his game against Parham, David, but now your reward, you're facing Noterbeck, but the good news, he's got the white pieces, he's got the luxury of maybe modulating his risk a little bit, maybe playing it a little bit more solid. Either way, Max had a sleepless night yesterday, very difficult return journey from The Hague. You feel for him, it's a tough time, but he still's having an amazing event, and he can still finish strong with a couple of good results, draws and wins. Let's see if Max has it in him.
Yeah, some great games to look forward to. We should also mention Jan Nepomniachtchi against Ding Liren, a repeat of the 2023 World Championship match, that fateful match where Ding Liren did win the world title in dramatic fashion in a playoff. And in the meantime, nice to see some of the young fans get autographs. There, a fan getting the signature of Alexander Donchenko. Will Gukesh here, his opponent, feel left out? It looks like he wants to sign something for one of the youngsters out there. And okay, it looks like maybe some ceremonial first moves will be made by
come on, I've got the higher rating, dude. Girl, you know who you're dealing with here? Yeah, thank you. There we go.
There we go. Don't you know I'm a candidate? Nice to see the young fans mingle with the superstars.
Oh, and they've got their autograph, and there's Anna Maya there in the background, and Fiona doing such a... Okay, I've already made one pun with her last name. I'm not going to make any others. Doing a superb job with the post-game interviews, and the organization is superb, impeccable. It's been honed over the decades-long course of this prestigious tournament's history. And there's Alireza. He has some recovery to do, David.
Yeah, Alireza, it's been a literal roller coaster. 3 defeats this tournament so far, but he's still up there. He's still in and around the remaining, the kind of leading pack. He's only half a point off the lead despite all of this. And he's actually lost to 2 of the 3 lower seeds, Alireza, but he's beaten some of the higher ranked players. So with White today against Giri, he'll be aiming to bounce back and continue that kind of up and down turn. Where today, after a loss yesterday, he's due a win almost. But up against a steely customer in Anish Giri. As attention, we see with the fans in the background, turns towards the gong. When will that be hit? Still 2 minutes before the start of round as Wei Yi, I made too many puns with his name yesterday, he gets ready to give his autograph as well. And
Ben Forrest versus Wei Yi, 2 very punnable players. But of course, just to spotlight Anish, double black, tough pairing. Second black in a row after drawing Ding Liren. And the second thing I wanted to point out, Pragg has now defeated in this tournament both the world champion and the women's world champion in one event. I'm sure the chess historians among us can pull out the record books and see if that's ever happened before. But what an achievement by Pragg.
Yeah, it's as if Pragg only knows how to beat world champions, Danya. He's only won 2 games the whole event, but it's been against Ding Liren and Zhu Wenjun. And Pragg, getting ready for his game now with black. You mentioned it yesterday, the Indian derby between Vidit and Gukesh was very peaceful, but somehow I get the impression, as you mentioned, with the fight, kind of this closing sprint now, both players will be itching to show each other what they've got. 2 of the 3 Indian candidates alongside Gukesh, who's also playing. And it'll be fascinating. Really kind of lots of plot lines, subplots throughout today's round. Let's get going. Let's hit that gong that you see in the middle of your screens there in the background.
Indeed, it's a full house once again. I think the players are happy to be back home, or at least at their temporary home for the duration of this tournament. Of course, it's cold, it's windy, it's nasty outside. Perfect chess playing weather, and the fans will brave rain. They will brave the wind. They will watch these games because for a lot of these Dutch chess fans, this is sort of a once in a lifetime opportunity to inspire themselves, to just take a glimpse at these top players. So inspirational, particularly for younger players who one day want to be on that stage, whether as a challenger or as a master. And I've said it before, I think it's great that everybody's playing in one tournament hall. The Masters, the Challengers, they can all mingle. We've had some incredible games in the Challengers section as well. And of course, in the Open section as well. A lot of people don't realize there's a big tournament going on that's about 15 times bigger than both the Challengers and the Masters section combined.
Yeah, it's nice to see so many players, so many fans on a weekday, a work day, as Magzulu arrives. But yeah, it's a real festival, and yeah, we're here to celebrate the genius of these players, but also to celebrate the tradition that is Vaikanze. And yeah, Magzulu got his first win yesterday. He's a very streaky player. Will he continue that run against Zhu Wenjun? And all eyes, in the meantime, on Tournament Director Yorona. Will he hit the gong and start the games? We're impatient. Handshake, and we're off.
Lots of handshakes, about 5,000 of them all at once. And there we are. Okay, Alireza versus Anish. Promises to be a very interesting game. An ambitious Alireza. He wants to use the white pieces to bounce back from that incredibly painful loss to Alexander Danchenko. But you can't do it in 15 moves against Anish Giri. You need to be methodical. David, we know how good Anish is at punishing unsound play in the opening. And let's see, a Rogozin. Once again, we've had this position many times this tournament. No, Queen's Gambit declined.
Mm-hmm. Queen's Gambit declined. Anish deployed a very similar setup, also with the bishop on e7 against Ding Liren yesterday.
Speaking of, speaking
yeah,
of the devil.
Speaking of Ding Liren, h3, Danya. This is not a mouse slip. He didn't mean to play g3. This occurred in a infamous World Championship game.
I mean, maybe he meant to play h4.
You never know nowadays, right? Like, we say it in jest, but everything is fine. Everything is playable. Everything works. And a bit surprising to see Fallujah do this. I must say, I very rarely see him on the white side of the Queen's Gambit declined, let alone freestyling with frankly bizarre moves like this one. What's the purpose? I still don't understand, even 1 year later almost.
So this is the exact position where, just to bring everybody up to speed, Ding Liren played h3 against Jan Nepomniachtchi in their World Championship match. I was commentating that game. That's basically all I remember. And like you, David, I'm just as confused now as I was then. That game provided very little insight into the appeal of the move h3. I vaguely remember back then being very confident that White's idea is to prepare g4. Now, you know, with the hindsight of, I was going to say many years, but more like 1 year, that just seems absurd to me. h3 is more of a waiting move to kind of force Black to put their cards on the table. But I mean, I'm also kind of at a loss. Like, what exactly happens if Black castles kingside? What cataclysm befalls the Black pieces? What terrible fate?
I mean, I think Black should castle kingside. I don't think anything terrible can happen to Black. You've done nothing wrong after all. But yeah, I guess the idea is to hint at playing g4. I did just briefly check. Ding played h3 even one move earlier. So with Black's bishop on f8, which is probably even worse. So Farouche is fine-tuning this. He's really studied all the details. He's realized the Black bishop on e7 is misplaced. But surely he's not going to push the g-pawn forward if Black castles. I mean, you can't punish your opponent if they've committed no crime. So, yeah, waiting move, I don't really understand. I guess a bishop on f4 will have a retreat square on h2 if it needs later, but that's so rarely kind of number one priority. And I wouldn't be surprised if Anish goes into the tank for 10-15 minutes, but he shouldn't panic. There's nothing to panic about. Sure.
Yes, h3, 1-0. That's it. No, the further resistance is futile. So Anish just about to throw in the towel here. I think after h3. Of course, castle's kingside is not the only move. Black can probably play d takes c4, but this I think would be playing into white's hands. This would be precisely what Alireza is looking for, a very committal move. Of course, you could probably play bishop b7 to b4 and get us. I mean, maybe even not such an inferior version of the Rogozin, because in some positions, if the white bishop, dark squared bishop lands on g3, the move 94 will actually come with greater effect because knight takes g3 will then be more of a positional threat. So maybe these thoughts are circulating around Anish's mind. You're kind of obliged to take some time here, David. Even if Anish deep inside knows he's going to castle, you still just kind of have to pause and, just do a quick sanity check. Just make sure that you're not walking into some, nefarious evil preparation.
Yeah, that's what the top players do. Any surprise, no matter how big or small, like this h3 move, you need to find your bearings. You need to try and figure out what your opponent actually wants. And once you figure out what they're hoping for, hopefully it becomes easier to navigate your way, at least kind of get a position on your own terms. It's going to be a fresh position for Anish. It's going to be relatively fresh for Firouzja. I doubt he's studied all of Black's possible moves here. We were talking about it the other day in the Queen's Gambit Decline. Black often deploys bishop e7 in this game, but often there's like 6, 7, 8 viable moves, and you can play with a6, c6, h6. You can castle early, knight bd7. You can do anything pretty much. So Anish, he's got all these options at his fingertips. And I don't think we'll jump into too many variations because it's so mysterious, this h3 move. But yeah, I'm sure he'll find a decent, solid solution. He's just got to make sure he doesn't go too passive and allow Firouzja to be the one dictating.
Yes, I just briefly want to mention I checked this position. Of course, it's been played. I mean, everything's been played. That's saying nothing. I see some games by Bluebaum, Vincent Keimer, mostly rapid and blitz time controls. And mostly I'm seeing that in response to castles, white plays c takes d5, e takes d5, and then bishop c1 to f4. Not that really gives us any intel as to why this is so like why exactly couldn't you do this on the previous move? I'm very kind of hazy on all of this, but I agree, David. I think we should wait for a couple of moves because this game can go in many directions. I mean, maybe Anish smells a rat and plays a move like b6. Grisha Oparin, a very strong GM, currently residing in University of Missouri. He played b6 in this position for whatever reason, but that looks really awkward to me. I'm about 75% sure we're going to see castles kingside. It's just a matter of, as you said, Anish getting his bearings.
Yeah, and a slight shake of the head. Anish, he's a bit of a perfectionist. He kind of prides himself on his opening knowledge, which is vast, but maybe annoyed that he didn't study h3 before. But we can forgive him this one, this rare opportunity to forgive Anish for not knowing his openings. I guess the only idea in that line you mentioned, Danya, is that after castles c takes d5, e d5, bishop f4, knight h5 is not threatening at all. You can just slide back, which I think is one of the main moves if white had inserted bishop f4 sooner after cd. But I mean, it's not sophisticated at all. It's just
yes. So
I mean,
therefore, black is lost. There's no other moves other than knight h5.
It's the only reason a simpleton like me can come up with for white's last move, h3. Wow. Surprise. As early as move 5 in the Queen's Gambit Declined. Who would have guessed? Okay, let's move on before we start scratching our heads a bit too much in this early position. Okay, and let's go to the bird's eye view, where developments all over the place. Okay, my eyes are drawn to a couple of games in particular. Firstly, Max Varmadam against Abdusattorov. It's a Queen's Gambit accepted, but it looks like Abdusattorov is playing what's supposed to be a riskier version, slightly frowned upon, or at least it was when I was young, a frowned upon variation for black. In the Van Forest against Wei Yi game, there's a Trompovsky attack. Nice to see as an English player who grew up watching the Trompovsky day in, day out by the top English players. And elsewhere, Zhu Wenjun, interesting position against Max Zulu, still a few pieces off the board already there. I'll leave it up to you, Danya, where to jump to next. Still early days everywhere.
Yes, still every game can go in any direction, essentially. Bottom right, Nepo versus Ding. That's a fairly conventional Rui Lopez with an early D3. So, okay, we'll let that game age a little bit. Yeah, the Ju and June game, a lot of pieces are already off the board. We have a pretty clearly defined position. Let's start with the indecision. What do I say? Okay, let's go to the Ju and June game just to see if this is this position already fizzling out. How did we get here? And then maybe we can look at that Trumpowski, because I'm also very interested. Jordan Van Forest continues to play with fire, game in and game out. Didn't really turn out well last game, but that's just his style. Okay, so this position came out of a very fashionable Vienna variation. I'm going to rewind a little bit. D4, knight f6, d4, e6, knight f3, d5, knight c3, d takes c4, e4. Now, for a long time in this position, bishop b4 was kind of considered to be de rigueur. It was considered to be essentially the only serious move. But this new line with b5 became very, very fashionable in the last couple of years. It's a very risky line, but it's also very, very interesting. White's main response here is to push e5. And this is very hard to understand, David, I think, for someone who's not acquainted with this line, because black gives up the b pawn. It looks visually extremely ugly. I mean, just look at this pawn structure. But you have complete control over the d5 square. The light squared bishop is going to come out to b7. And you're essentially going to get a very double-edged struggle, which is what Parham Maksudlu was looking for. But Ju Jun says, no, not on my watch. And she plays a much more peaceful line. Simply knight takes b5, knight takes c4, and queen a4, which is kind of a bailout variation, as far as I understand. Could not be more different from the main lines with e5, c6, knight comes back, trade, bishop takes c4, here's another trade, and here you just get a very placid, kind of equal-ish, Caro-Kann-like structure. This is the current position.
Yeah. You mentioned the Caro-Kann-like structure. Those pawns on c6, e6 do tend to resemble that opening. I guess the absence of b-pawns, that leads to an extra imbalance. White has access to an open file very quickly. I mean, ultimately, it's a level position. The fact that there's so many pieces off the board means that black doesn't really have to worry about being cramped. No space issues at all. White has no weaknesses either way. Daniel, I think this is just influenced by yesterday's game for Ju Wenjun. She had a really tough defeat against Pragg in a chaotic, wild position, something we called irrational. Today, she wants something just really simple, something she can easily get a grip on. And like you say, it's regarded as a bailout variation, like safety first chess, but maybe she's just hoping to provoke Magsudlu, who's going to build up a head of steam after yesterday's win in The Hague. I'm pretty sure he would have been dancing back to Vaikanze on a high. But yeah, it feels like a very understandable, very kind of logical strategy from Ju Wenjun here. She doesn't need to do anything special. She can provoke the opponent. Yeah, with White, main thing is to recover from yesterday's loss. If she avoids defeat, decent result, bit of a rating gain. And yeah, it's up to Magsudlu to try and achieve stuff. At some point, black will strike out with c5, probably castling first, knight on d7. And yeah, it's hard to get too excited about either side's chances, but yeah, solid start to this game. And by far the most developed game we've seen so far. Already at move 13, Ju Wenjun hasn't spent any time at all. Interesting that she predicted this one, actually. Like you said, normally a really competitive opening. She's found a way to just postpone the tension till the middle game.
Yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with, professional approach after a difficult game. And I think there's a pretty high probability that we bail out very quickly, because obviously Parham could play this position without trying to push c5, and it's not like anything terrible happens. You could go knight d7, you could maybe play for e5, but either way, there's a very high probability that there's some action in the center. It leads to a bunch of trades, and if we get more minor pieces off the board, I mean, I think the position will simplify to the point where there's very little to play for either side. So pretty high chance that this one kind of fizzles out into a quick draw, but you never know with Parham. I mean, you literally never know when he will find some way to complicate the game. He loves taking risks, and this is why we like watching him. But okay, I think we have a good sense of where this game is going, at least for the time being. Perhaps we can travel back and take a look at a juicier position, shall we say, such as the one in Van Forest versus Wei or Warmerdam versus Abdusatorov. I'll give you the final choice, David.
Still early days, as you say. Let's go to the game we see on our cameras right now, Van Forest against Wei Yi. Just to discuss as well the mind games, the effect of yesterday's action out in The Hague. Wei Yi, with the black pieces, he's already sacrificed a pawn. Van Forest has been a bit greedy here, but a very principled play by both sides. And the question is whether black will occupy the center now. It's like a reversed Queen's Gambit. He's basically said, take my pawn on c5, who cares? And maybe we just do a quick recap of the opening. Daniel, we mentioned the Trompovsky attack. And then we try and figure out exactly how Wei Yi should be seeking compensation in this position.
Indeed. Bishop g5 is known as the Trompovsky attack after a former Brazilian champion, Octavio Trompovsky, who kind of pioneered this variation. Now, knight e4 a lot of the time is kind of considered automatic, but in fact, it's far from the only legitimate move. e6 is also considered viable, even g6. And Wei Yi's move d5 has been very popular recently. e3, and you mentioned reverse Queen's Gambit. This is how he treats the position. Of course, the bishop on g5 is constantly vulnerable to this knight jump on e4, which is why Jordan eliminates the knight. Okay, this is kind of the raison d'etre of the bishop on g5. You're trying to give it away for the knight and cripple black's pawn structure, but obviously it comes at a pretty significant positional cost. You're sacrificing some development, and you're sacrificing control of the center. Knight c6, a3, and e6 by Wei Yi. So he plays this a little bit more modestly. Sometimes pushing e5, David, has the opposite effect because the d5 pawn actually ends up as a vulnerability. White can push like knight c3 or b4. Okay, Jordan has just played the move b4. And will we see... Yes, of course. a5, this is as old as the hills. This is like the classic approach, breaking apart the pawn chain. And something tells me that we're still in the general realm of Jordan's preparation. Maybe both players' preparation.
Yeah, I think that is the case. And these days I'm getting older, my memory isn't the best, but I do recall Nakamura employing this variation recently in the Champions Chess Tour. And it was this move, knight to d2, giving back the pawn. So the Queen's Gambit accepted, but returned in this case. And I guess there was simply no way to keep the integrity of White's pawn structure. If we rewind one move, Danya, there's no good way to maintain the b4 pawn. C3 wasn't possible due to a pin on the A file. Very kind of typical elementary kind of thematic stuff here. I guess pawn to b5 would have been a lot of players at home their first choice, but the knight simply moves. I'm not sure what square, say e5, and the c5 pawn will drop. You've actually loosened yourself way too much on the queen side. Black has the bishop pair, and this looks very healthy for the black side already, conquering the dark squares. And I guess bishop to b5 was another question, but a takes b4 anyway. So knight d2, giving back the pawn and saying, yes, we can trade, you can win your pawn back, but I get the a file, I activate the white queen.
Yeah, that Nakamura, very good memory. Nakamura Caruana from the CCT finals in Toronto. They went down this line. Fabi took on b4. Now, this does not lose a knight because the check on a4 can be met with knight c6, and that is exactly what happened. Queen a4 check. The knight went back to c6, and what White is saying is that, yes, I've given back the pawn. Visually, this looks quite unappealing, but White gets some development advantage, and White gets a bit of a weird bind. The knight comes to b3. It's hard for Black to find a suitable spot for this bishop. Of course, you can play bishop e7, and it's also kind of hard to find a suitable spot for the king. I suppose that Black should castle kingside, and it's not the end of the world, but maybe Black is a little bit uncomfortable here. Maybe White's position is a little bit easier to play. I've never studied this position, but okay, the knight is coming out. Maybe in the future, White could strike at the center with c2, c4. And if Black gets a little bit too passive, then maybe there's some trouble that awaits down the road. The Nakamura Caruana game ended in a draw, but that doesn't necessarily tell us anything. Another interesting opening choice by Jordan, who I think is trying to drag his opponent not necessarily into an objectively inferior position, but a position that he kind of understands better, which is a very modern approach to opening preparation.
Yeah, exactly. The computers might say 0.0 or 0.1 or something inconsequential, but ultimately it's just about knowing the ideas, the plans better than your opponent. And if you do, you often gain a big advantage on the clock. in these early stages as Jordan builds up almost a 10-minute time advantage already. And it just becomes kind of a matter of confidence where you might not like his position. Knowing him a little bit, having played him several times, I know he really doesn't like having a weak king. He will do anything to ensure that his opponent's king is weaker than his own. And in all of those variations, Danya, Black's king is kind of the one facing the most questions. That game Nakamura against Caruana you mentioned did fizzle out towards a draw, but there were 2 or 3 opportunities for Nakamura along the way in what looked like a dead drawn position to just ask questions to the opponent's king, and he got a bit closer than you would imagine there. So definitely white on the front foot, even if objectively equal. So the more I look at it, the more I think actually a good choice by Jordan. Not too much risk involved once he gives the pawn back. That whole variation you mentioned, rather than maybe a move ago, if we had put a pawn on e5, it would become far more chaotic, far wilder. So Jordan, interesting choice. Not what anyone expected here. Not the most orthodox, but Wei Yi, he's the one having to burn time, having to figure out what to do next. He's clearly out of his preparation already.
Yes, I'm also seeing Jeffrey Zhang actually play this also against Fabi in the early days of 2022. Way before technology phones. iPhone 1 had just come out. So this was the American Cup in St. Louis Classical Tournament. Also, the game ended in a draw. And a lot of correspondence games, which is a really good sign. I think players really salivate when they see an obscure position and they see a bunch of correspondence games like, oh, I found something where I can really press my opponent. But as we go back to the bird's eye view, it's pretty amazing how not opening fashion is the wrong word. Perhaps the goal of top players in the opening has really shifted because now everything is explored. We know everything is equal anyway. So 10 years ago, it was all about finding that tiny advantage. The 0.3, 0.4 assessment, that was like, Stockfish is giving, Stockfish7 is giving 0.4. Now it's all about dragging your opponent into unfamiliar territory. You don't care if it's equal. Sometimes you don't care if it's slightly worse. Objectively, David, that would be anathema to the top GM 10 years ago. Now, if you study a position well and you know that your opponent is uncomfortable, that matters a lot more sometimes than that small objective advantage.
Exactly. Danya, you're making me nostalgic now. I remember the days of Fritz 3, and you used to get so excited. Like the King's Indian defense for black was already +2, +2.5 for white, and I was like,
crazy.
Whoa.
Like D4, E6, like +1.
Exactly. So nowadays, the language has changed. Of course, the players sometimes they even talk in probability with these neural networks, but ultimately, as you say, a 0.0 position full of life where the opponent's path is narrow is far better than a 0.4 position for white where, yes, black is probably down a pawn in a rook 4 versus rook 3 ending, but it's going to fizzle out towards a draw. So the players, they know all these tricks of the trade, of course, and ultimately this is what we're left with. A nice kind of range of creative openings, so we can't complain at all. Nice to see the Trompovsky attack revived. Yesterday it was the fried liver and a bunch of others. And we'll come back. I'm assuming Wei Yi will grab the pawn in this game, restore material balance, and the game goes on. Still a long fight ahead. Let's go back to the bird's eye view, where actually after a quieter start, things are livening already. I'm really, really pleased actually, just the way some games are going. Zhu Wenjun top left, she's showing her ambitious intentions by pushing a pawn to c4. Still in theory. Firouzja against Giri. Giri's made what I'm going to say is actually a subpar decision. Trade off queens and try to force a draw. And other games are tense. Donchenko being slightly, or at least hinting that he'll be slightly aggressive against Gukesh in the middle of your screens there. Shall we briefly, before we go to the new games that we haven't examined yet, shall we briefly recap Firouzja Giri because queens are off? Big developments there.
I think everybody probably wants to know how, is this a slight advantage for white? You called this a subpar decision. I completely agree. I think this was a slight overreaction by Anish. So let's trace the origins of this endgame. And to my surprise, after h3, he did not castle. Anish actually struck at the center with c7, c5. I mean, okay, in and of itself, this is probably as reasonable of a move as any. Of course, you lose a tempo with your bishop because you've just developed it to e7. All right, so e3, castle, c takes d5. I have a feeling that probably this position is common like without the pawn, with the pawn on h2 rather than on h3. And maybe the fact that black's bishop can't come out to g4 matters. I don't know. Bishop to d2. Okay, first impression, David, is that if conventional wisdom is at all to be trusted, and white can establish a blockade on the d4 square, white's got maybe a very small but slightly nagging edge. This is exactly what Alireza wanted, I think, managing his risk, but getting a position where he can push a little bit.
Yeah, and this is a position Giri would give a lot of money to be on the other side of. Giri would love to massage this small advantage, tickle the d5 pawn, blockade the d5 pawn first of all, and then just slowly improve and tire his opponent out, and eventually win that isolated pawn potentially and win the game. But yeah, I don't know if he's kind of foreseen that he can brute force a d4 push. Often with an isolated queen's pawn like this, you want to push it forward just to destabilize the opponent and maybe set up a symmetrical pawn structure. But I don't see how to achieve it. I'm assuming knight to c6. What else could Giri be thinking about right now?
I'm afraid to make predictions in this game. Every time I think I have it pinned down, he makes some unorthodox. But yeah, knight c6 is, I mean, it takes all the willpower in the world to not play this move.
Yeah, and how will white set up? Do you think it will be bishop c3, rook on d1, just total control over the square in front of the isolated pawn, the outpost on d4? Or will it be more kind of a harassment approach, rook c1, bishop b5, try to gain a few tempi in the process? Giri eventually does play knight c6, the only logical move really. And okay, how will Firouzja set up? Looks like he's in preparation. We might find out the answer very quickly. Bishop c3. It's all about control.
Old school. Nothing wrong with just an old school treatment. You're preventing... And actually, the funny thing is I made this comment jokingly, but now I realize I should have been completely serious. Bishop g4 would be... you said Giri would pay a lot of money to be on the white side. He would maybe pay a little less money, but still a lot of money to be able to play bishop g4. It would solve all of his problems because he would be able, well, at the very minimum, to trade on f3 and push d4. And so you can see the kind of classic, right, of single pawn on h3 really impacts the evaluation. It doesn't mean that white is winning. It doesn't mean that white is, clearly better, but it means that black has some problems to solve. And maybe black can try to do it tactically, go bishop e6 and, try to push d4, even if it's a temporary pawn sacrifice. But already, this is precisely what Firouzja wanted. Bishop on f1 can come out to b5. The rook is coming to d1. White's going to build up a nice time advantage as well. I'm liking this from Alireza, and I'm a little bit confused, David, as to why Anish pushed c5 if it wasn't, clear preparation. Why not just castle? Why overreact like this? I think he must have miscalculated something. This could not have been exactly what he anticipated.
Yeah, it's a bit of an oddity, this one. We mentioned the mysterious h3 move. Maybe Anish knew that computers say c5 and all of this and it's equal, but if you haven't gone in depth from a human point of view, this looks really unpleasant long term. It's going to be a lot of suffering. Maybe it's still equal. You just put a bishop on e6 and you say
equal, okay, but white is slightly better.
Exactly. It's a two-result game, as the pros, the grinders say. Ultimately, black is fighting for a draw. White is the one kind of who can prolong the game, keep putting pressure on the d-pawn. And yeah, I totally agree with that assessment. Computer says 0.0 probably, but everyone from a practical point of view knows that white is the only one who can ever be better here. And I just don't understand why, as you say, Giri didn't just choose to castle and play one of those kind of Carlsbad positions. It's just a normal position. Like, you're not worse with black. It's just about who understands it better, rather than this where it's kind of one-sided traffic. And if he plays really, really, really well, then it's going to be a draw. It just feels a bit negative. Maybe his confidence not as high as it was earlier in the tournament. A few games now without a win for Anish. Maybe he's missing his hometown of The Hague. Who knows? But either way, slightly better for white. Slightly more fun for Firouzja.
Yeah, this is one to keep an eye on. The next couple of moves are important. Anish realizes this, and he's going to invest some time to try to make sure that this advantage doesn't spiral out. We've seen a couple of games like that where it doesn't seem like anything special. A couple sloppy moves, boom, suddenly you're clearly worse. I mean, we saw that, for example, in the game Nepo Abdusatorov. That comes to mind. A couple of other games where a very small advantage out of the opening blossomed into a much bigger advantage due to kind of underestimation. So Anish, he is experienced. He always plays well in this tournament. He wants to make sure that this isn't his second loss. So off we go to the bird's eye view. We'll keep an eye on the send game, but we've got a lot of other interesting games to get to. I see Danchenko's pawn on h4. I see Nepomniachtchi's pawn on h3. Max Warmerdom's probably about to play h3, and this is a day of the h-pawn. Oh, Firouzja's pawn is also on h3.
Harry is getting a workout today, the h-pawn on all of the boards. I'm fascinated by that Danchenko against Gukesh game, I must say, in the middle of our screens, because Danchenko, full of confidence yesterday. I think that was his first win in the Tata Steel Masters group in over 20 attempts. He previously did take part, but his tournament was cut short, I believe, a couple of years ago. And his first win yesterday, great win against Firouzja, one of his career bests. And now look at this. More time than he started with. We're at move 12 in a slightly unorthodox, tension-filled Nimzo Indian, which we might recap, and h4. I mean, he's not castling kingside. He's maybe not going to castle at all. Pawn storm against the black king this time.
Yeah, wow. And Danchenko just deciding not to castle this tournament, playing some no castling chess. It worked out yesterday. And perhaps it'll work out today, although he is definitely playing with fire. This came out of an Nimzo Indian. I'll rewind a little bit to give people some context. How did we reach this very unusual position? We reached it through pretty conventional means. It was a Rubinstein variation, e3, castles, bishop d3, very traditional. And after d5, the sort of classical move is just to continue developing with knight f3. But recently, a lot of newer moves have been tried, including c takes d5, Gukesh takes back with a pawn, knight takes d5, also possible there, a3. Okay, this is how the game acquires its kind of distinctive Carlsbad flavor. Of course, the bishop on c1 is locked out by the pawn, so that's a bit of an issue for white. Queen c2, okay, c6. And now the typical plan, knight g2, and white is trying to prepare a very quick pawn push in the center with f3 and e4. But, I mean, obviously that is fraught with a lot of danger, especially if you do this before castling. By the way, David, I think I'm afraid to get caught here, but does castling run into a Greek gift? I never quite know in this situation. I don't think the Greek gift would work here. That would be my instinct. But I don't think Danchenko didn't castle because of the Greek gift. I just think he has a different approach in mind. He wants to quickly push f3 and e4. But Gukesh says, I wasn't born yesterday. I'm counter-striking in the center. I'm beating you to the punch. And in this position, h4 would probably be my 10th or 11th guess in this position. I mean, h4, come on. What do you make of this?
It's all Greek to me, Danya. h4. I think, we'll dive into this position, but I just want to investigate that Greek gift very briefly, just to show viewers at home this recurring theme with a bishop on the long diagonal and a king castling. A number of times in my career, I've gone for a Greek gift and it's backfired. I can count dozens, but yeah, here knight g4 check is the theme. It's essentially like a Trojan horse. You lure out the opponents, you lull them into a false sense of security, and then king g1 looks over, queen h4.
Yes,
calculating black wins, checkmate is likely.
But this is so instructive. I'm more instructive than if the Greek gift worked. I think much more instructive because a lot of people assume that if you can get this situation, I have this in lessons all the time. Oh, queen g5, I win. But no, oftentimes this queen is actually very overrated. And sorry, I cut you off there, David, but I think after f4, black just loses on the spot. The queen has no good squares.
Yeah, don't worry. You finished my sentence perfectly, Danya. It's all about whether the queen can get hit. Queen g4, queen g5, whichever side, whichever color you're on. I think basically the deciding factor is whether the queen can be hit. If she can't be attacked, if she can't maintain the kind of discovered check threat on the g-file, then often it doesn't work. If the queen can sit there happily, then normally this attack does work. So, okay, that one maybe a bit of a red herring. It wasn't the Greek gift that he was scared of, but it was instead just keeping his options open. And h4, clear plan. He's not being subtle at all. Not as subtle as Firouzja with h3, certainly. He just wants to go g4, g5. Maybe the white king will castle long or sit on f2 or somewhere safe and checkmate the black king. Wow.
Yes, his play reeks, shall I say, Greeks of preparation. He still has an hour 42 on his clock, and I don't think Gukesh is terrified. I think Gukesh probably wants to punish this, and that is why he's taking quite a bit of time, and I think that probably gives us a chance to refill our coffee cups. Or I don't know if you drink coffee. Do you drink coffee?
I don't drink coffee, Daniel. I'm also
like Robert.
I'm the worst Englishman in the world, not even tea. But I hope everyone at home gets a chance now to go get some refreshments. We will be back. We will update you on the chaos that is about to be unleashed on that board between Donchenko and Gukesh, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Bye-bye for now.
I think me.
Probably Anish is still the favorite to win it.
I'll say Vidit.
Honestly, I think maybe Nepo. Nepo Vidit.
I guess hopefully me. You're looking at him. If I can pick myself, let's say Alireza Firugia. I hope it's me. If it's allowed, I would say myself. So,
If I can choose, I will choose myself. Because I'm rating favorites.
I do not consider myself the favorite. I believe it is possible. I mean, Jordan won it, so anything is possible.
I didn't think of this.
yeah, this tournament is very strong, and
I would pick Nepo Miyachi.
We should wait for about 3 weeks and we'll know.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on! Look at this! Woo!
The Chess.com community streamer program is growing every day. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
I am deeply offended by your porn eats porn rule. I think that sort of thing is cannibalism and must be stopped. Let's have a Zoom discussion about it.
And he includes the Zoom link. I love it. Can we open that now?
Oh,
is he there?
God.
That'd be great.
I love the tone of that. Like it's cannibalism. Let's have a Zoom discussion about it. Here's a link. Like that is so good.
I was sure that was going to be an en passant ticket. You know.
Yeah, I
right
thought
up
when it
until
started,
cannibalism. Yeah,
I thought we were ready for en passant. He took us down a deep, dark world of cannibalism, and here we are. And by the way, I hope he's not waiting for us on Zoom.
I wasn't even swearing in a mean way. I'm Australian, it's how we talk.
Crikey, wallabies walking about. I'm actually with him on that. Have you ever talked to an Australian? They drop an F-bomb like literally every other word.
And I think, one of the things we've actually are working on now is that friend chats have a different filter. So that if you're playing a friend, you can actually engage in some fun trash talking. So that is something we realistically are looking at. Because people deserve that experience if they want.
Sean McCoy bringing the knowledge. Didn't even know that was a feature. I love it.
Hello everyone, welcome back to round 10 of the Tata Steel Chess Masters, and we're live from Vike and Zay. Beautiful day out there, looks a bit windy, but inside the tournament hall things are heating up, and we're back. Plenty of action ahead in the final stretch of the tournament, and Danya, great to be joined with you. What has caught your eye so far early in this round?
Yeah, super fun round. We got really a diversity of openings. We have some E4s that we haven't checked into yet. We have some creative preparation by Jordan, by Alexander Donchenko, and Alireza Firouzja, whose H3 experiment seems to be a mild success. I wouldn't say a brilliant success that's going to make headlines around the world, but it's resulted in a pleasant endgame against Anish Giri. So a lot for us to look for as we enter the first hour of play.
Let's cast our eye around the playing hall, around the de Morian, where 7 games in the master section are underway. And wow, it's not just the endgame with Firouzja and Giri. We saw an H-pawn thrust by Donchenko, and now a G-pawn thrust in the game between Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren on the bottom right hand of your screens. And Danya, it's the 2023 World Championship match rerun. Let's jump there and figure out what is happening. Is this G for genius, or is this G for going down in flames?
Very good. that was impressive. Well, with Yanni, you never know, and you might just have to wait until the end of the game. He is feeling chipper today. Someone slipped something into his, I was going to say coffee, but I think Jan is definitely a tea drinker. Mm-hmm. He consumes quite a bit of it during the game. Okay, G4. I don't think I've ever seen G4 played this early in what seems to be a completely conventional Ruy Lopez. But the more I look at it, David, the more it kind of starts to make sense. I mean, one thing I would point out is that typically Black's light squared bishop is on E6, and I think G4 would make less sense if the light squared bishops were off the board. As long as the bishop is contacting the F7 pawn, the prospect of white pushing this pawn up to G5 is something that Black has to take pretty seriously. And a lot of people would just dismiss this as brazen, bullet play, but it's actually very hard to punish white for playing this move. I suppose Black could try H5, but that probably does more harm than good. White just pushes this pawn all the way up to G6 and wins the game on the spot. So I actually think I'm pretty optimistic about this move. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, I would never try it in a million years, but
exactly.
I like to watch
someone
the top
else
players.
Tries it. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, it is a recurring theme, as you say, in all of in Italian openings all around the place. The Black H6 pawn is a hook. You use it to wrench open, to Danny wrench it open, the king side, and it feels like it shouldn't be too scary for Black. As you mentioned, Bishop E6. If the bishops are off, how scary can the attack really be? It's possible now for Ding, but you see on the camera he's not entirely comfortable. It's been a tough tournament for Ding, and Nepomniachtchi, after a difficult day for himself yesterday, realizes at some point he's got to take risks and maybe revenge on his mind for last year's world title bout. So I like the idea, G4. Conceptually, I like the idea of putting a white king on H2, rook on G1, go for gold, go for glory with the G1. But yeah, in reality, Black's bishop's on F8 as well. Hard to imagine any checkmate occurring. I think I would just be inclined to play bishop E6. Argue, just like we did in the Guri game, Black's done nothing wrong. How can there be punishment in this position? But either way, it's heating up.
Yes, one more of those puns, and I'm going to have to start hissing at you like a snake. I mean, or maybe I'll just send you back to your house, where
I'm actually
going right now.
I'm actually going Narodit skiing tomorrow, so.
Are you now?
Yeah, on the rest day. But in the meantime, G4. Should we jump in? Have some fun playing some moves out on the board?
But okay, yes. Wow, this is very impressive. Hang on a second. Okay, so bishop e6, I agree. I think our kind of hands are reaching for the bishop just to try to disarm the kind of main, at least the immediate source of danger, which is this diagonal. Okay, I guess white will take on e6. What do you think? Keep the tension?
You could, I mean, either you take on e6. It's slightly tempting to play g5 as well, but okay, maybe we take on e6. We ask black at least to make a decision which way to recapture. Normally, it would be with the rook, but
Yep.
you never know.
Yes, let's say rook takes c6.
Mm-hmm. And now the question would be g5 or not g5. Okay, let's flick in opening the A file just in case. And let's play on both sides of the board. g5. I'm going to try, even though I think it's probably need a bit more finesse to this.
No, I think this is caveman chess can work wonders in certain positions. This actually looks quite nasty. I almost don't want to play h takes g5 and allow you to sink your teeth into this square, push my rook back. So maybe black can try knight h5. Okay, bad move, obviously, probably just because of g takes h6.
Yeah, I'll take that pawn. Ask you what you're doing.
I have been wondering that for many, many years. Still don't have a satisfactory answer. No, this is bad. Because if black gets this type of structure, are there tactics? Like, what exactly is so bad about maybe d4? White always has this very safe haven on h2 with the king. This is, I think, very important to point out. h2 is actually a super safe spot.
Yeah, so d4 looks tempting, but even just king h2, rook g1, it feels like white's always going to be the first one to occupy the, to dominate the king side. This is super risky. If a white knight ever lands on f5, which is a big possibility, then black's in severe trouble. Black's knight on h5 really loose as well, hence your d4 idea maybe. But this looks tough for Ding. And if you do allow me to take on h6, it's bad. So if you take instead, I think maybe it's a visual, it's kind of one of those optical illusions. It looks so scary, queen f3, for example, for white, but still yet to see a breakthrough. King h2, rook g1 lines up, but against what?
It looks scary. I think it is a bit scary. I mean, because black has a lot of decisions to make here. Do you want to play g6, bishop g7? White also has some buttons to press on the other side. Rook a6 at the right moment, d4 at the right moment. I think if I had a position like this, I would choose white any day, but objectively, I think there's no question this is probably in the realm of dynamic equality, as the eval bar shows. It's always just 0.0. You can be sure of that.
As you say, Daniel, without the eval bar, which we have, I think we'd all be bricking it. We'd all be super nervous here for black. Understandable if he wants to dodge this.
This wins, by the way. Look at this position. The knight is trapped. Wow.
2 loose horses.
Ain't that a thing? Wow, 97, queen takes f6. That's amazing. Yeah, that is why we opened the A file, of course. We saw this line.
I mean, yeah, credit to you. That was deep. I'm impressed. Yeah, but that's natural moves as well. That's like 3 or 4 natural moves with black and then resigns. So g4 is a bit scary. And just judging, Ding, his World Championship match, just trying to recall last year, there were a few times in these Roy Lopez, these Spanish openings, where just out of the blue, Jan would suddenly whip up some attack on the light squares, something against the black king, and Ding would panic a little bit. So I think we'd all be panicking, for a human thing to do, but at some point after maybe a 10, 15, well, it's already an 11-minute think, but after a longer pause, I was going to say, he'll gain his bearings and decide what to do next. If not bishop e6, then what? That would be my question. Really hard to find moves for black.
g5. I mean, I'm half joking, and that's okay. Bishop e6 played. Let's give ourselves a little pat on the back. And I think there's a non-zero. Okay, obviously, a position like this, there's a million branching off points. Jan could play AB. He could play king h2. And weirdly, like, the price of a move isn't that high here. Both sides, I think, have maybe 3 or 4 options that maintains the approximate evaluation on every move. It's just a matter of deciding what kind of position you want to go for. But Jan's a very concrete player. I think he likes clarity, and bishop takes c6 and g5 gives the position the most clarity. Of course, there's also f takes c6, which we didn't investigate, which is also quite likely. But I'm liking what I'm seeing from Jan. I think he's really trying to press Ding, trying to make him panic, and he takes on e6. Let's go.
Yeah, and actually, the more I look at it, the more I realize there's not that much risk involved for white with this pawn push. You cover all the dark squares. White's king is never really going to be a target. Like you said, it's going to sit happily on h2. So potentially high reward, but not that much risk involved for now, which is a good equation. And okay, we're predicting correctly so far. Bishop takes bishop, rook recaptures, and now the key moment, does Jan motor forward, go for glory with g5 in the next couple of moves? Yeah, I take on b5 first, as you showed, Danya. Forced that whole line, but g5, it feels like the way to go. It feels like that's the way to pose the questions. You could take on b5 and then go king h2 and pretend you're super sophisticated, but why do that? The inner caveman in all of us needs to be let out once in a while. g5. Let's see it. I want to see it.
Having said A, you have to say B. Or as Yovi said, I haven't heard this expression, having said Peter, you have to say Paul. I mean, you can't just it's like those old memes that were popular when I was in high school. One doesn't simply, and then, some stupid like continuation, play G4 and then not play G5. But in all seriousness, yes, I think it's go time for Jan. Maybe he is deciding whether to keep the tension. I don't think there's any reason to be clever on the queen side. I think you open the A file. That can only benefit white. Again, you have this rook a6 resource, which can come in very handy. And this is going to be an exciting game. Ding has his work cut out for him. I'll put it this way. He needs to be sharp here against an angry Jan who wants to avenge his loss in the previous round. He takes on b5. Okay.
Okay. And talking of all those Boromir memes, g5, he's, one does not simply push g4 without pushing g5. One ding to rule them all, one ding to bind them. G5, it's coming. This is what we want to see. And look at Giri. It's what he wants to see as well. He's inspecting the score sheet of Ding Liren standing at his shoulder now.
Much more exciting than his own game, right? He wants to avoid that endgame at all costs.
Yeah, it's a world away from his own position. And this one, again, we could have a lot of fun analyzing this one for hours, playing through variations, but unfortunately for Ding, not much choice. He does take the pawn. Actually, this one, the last 5 moves, Danya, they've been played almost instantly. Exclamation mark, the only way to keep the balance. And white's going to whip up some type of attack.
Yes, I think knight takes g5 is going to be bulleted out by Jan. I mean, bishop takes g5 makes no sense. There it is. Now Ding has to decide. I was briefly flirting with rook e7, but I actually think it doesn't make much sense. Maybe you're trying to drop your knight back, but it just looks a little bit too far-fetched. I think it's very likely we get this position after queen f3. And I'm proud of us. We threw some moves on the board, and now they're actually on the board.
Yeah. And there we go. Rook e8 instantly. Wow.
Yeah, this is fun. Is this a bullet, bro? Let's maybe just keep watching this game. It'll end in a couple minutes at this rate.
And yeah, that's the one thing I've learned from playing Jan since we were 8 years old. Even when he's out of opening theory, he'll blitz, he'll bluff, he'll try to kind of go for those mind games. And
H2.
Okay, not queen f3 yet. Maybe he's keeping his options open with f4. You never know. But queen f3 likely to be added to this recipe at some point. First, he wants a rook on g1. But yeah, I don't know if he's in preparation because he's spent a bunch of time. He spent around 17 minutes, but either way, it's impressive to play so quickly, so committally. Who would you rather pick here, Danya? I'm going to put you on the spot.
Well, I'm a very tactical player. I find these positions to be exciting until I lose them, of course, and until my opponent blows up the center with d5 and I start falling apart. But yeah, I think white's position is more fun. But more fun does not mean better. And it doesn't necessarily give us any insight into how the game is going to go. But I think finally it's time for Ding to settle in and take his time, because d5 is one option. You can get the knight around to g6. You can't play Jan's game, if you will. And, our producer has something in store for us. Exactly. One simply does not push g5 without holding the position afterwards.
Wow.
Time for a golf clap.
That's some quick thinking. Some
amazing.
Punderful memes there from our producers. Getting in on the action. I wish I'd thought of that holding pun first. But the question about whether he's holding this position is a tough one, and one we'll have to answer a bit later. Really tough for black, who will be facing a big attack.
I think I have some audio problems. I didn't understand what you just said.
Oh, wow. Yeah, the punderlying themes in this position include d5. And okay, let's move on. Back to the bird's eye view as Vidit stands over Ding's shoulder. Yeah, this one we're going to be back and forth to, I think, every few minutes as the moves tick in to update everyone. But excitement elsewhere, of course, including queenside castling by Alireza Firouzja, unexpected over there. But maybe it's time to check out some of the games we've paid less attention to, either Vidit Pragg or Max Varmadam against Abdul Satorov. I'm going to narrow it down to those two before we jump back to the crazier battles.
Yes, and before we jump in, I just want to point out Maxulu has not blundered a piece. We don't have to jump into that game. I'll just point out, like, after D takes C5 there on the top left, Black wants to play Knight takes C5, and Queen takes D6 is met with Rook A D8. This is a very classic back rank tactic that everybody should note, and White gets checkmated if the Queen moves away. So no, this is not an early blunder. Parham was not out partying with Interpol officials yesterday in The Hague. He does have his wits about him, but let's have a look at Vidit Pragg, the second Indian Derby. Big game with implications for the tournament standings. The only two players without a loss. And early impressions are pretty positive. I think Vidit, he wanted maybe a slower positional game, and he's gotten it. I mean, he's really managing his risk this tournament. He's not doing anything crazy, David. He's playing very kind of old school, kind of Soviet schoolboy, nothing special, but Pragg's position is a little bit unpleasant.
Yeah, simply White has more space. White holds the key to the center with this kind of tension, the c4 versus d5 tension that's always kind of recurring in the Queen's Gambit. Queen's Gambit declined. It's just about lock and key. White holds the key to opening up the position. Black pretty much has to sit and wait passively. Pragg now trying to lash out on the queen side to try and challenge some of that space. First move, you mentioned classic chess. You don't want to break the tension. Pawn to a3 for White, I'm expecting from Vidit. And just asking the question, throwing the move back to Pragg. It's just a couple of small things. It's the central tension that White can break at will, and it's also the slightly superior bishop right now. White's bishop on g2, maybe with a bit more potential than its counterpart. Yeah, like you said, he is playing like the Russian greats, the world champions of old. Pawn to a3, Vidit, and this position, which isn't yet to blow up, yet to be super exciting. I think we should delve in, as Anish Giri walks in the background, to an interview by our official interviewer yesterday in The Hague. Let's jump over there.
So Vidit, I saw you made the draw. I didn't really see the game. I guess it was boring.
Yeah, I've been following your footsteps.
Wonderful. You're facing Gukesh. You never played him before. Were you afraid, with the whole country watching, that you'll embarrass yourself?
Not really. I mean, I don't know why this thought would cross your mind. But I guess you're keeping a close eye on the other candidates. So good to know that.
Wonderful. Now, what is the rest of your tournament? And do you have any ambitions to perhaps try and catch the leaders?
You're just half a point ahead. So it's well within the reach. 4 rounds more to go. And I think so. There is a good chance.
So Vidit, so you made many draws this tournament. So what are you going to do to try and address that and start winning some games for a change?
It reminds me of your 2016 candidates. And you got so much trolling, which was, I think, unfair for making so many draws. So I thought, okay, I'll take that, the tag which you have for so many years for one tournament and, let you have like a good time as a good friend, that you don't get trolled for this.
Thank you very much, Vidit.
Otherwise, you can join Wilder and that's toll free.
That's for sure. Now, final question, not related to this, but everybody's speculating. Who will be your seconds for the candidates?
Honest answer is, to be very honest, even I don't know. My team is only partially ready. So, but the things will be revealed in good time, I would say.
Now, finally, most important question, what is your favorite social media platform?
It's an easy one. Using Wilder throughout the tournament. I've not joined your dinner challenge, but I'm doing the chess recaps there. So there are some good and bad parts, but the dinner challenge I think is skippable, but the chess challenge is mandatory, I would say.
we are looking forward to your daily recap on Wilder as well.
What eventful game, of a very eventful game, yeah.
Thank you. Back to you.
And there we have it, Anish Giri. He's officially after all of our jobs. Not only is he the CEO of chess.com, influencer, the village thief, especially pawn grabbing. He's wanting to be Vidit's second potentially as well. What do you think of that, Daniel?
No, he's jack of all trades, master of all trades as well. He can play and interview at the same time. Just an incredible human being. All jokes aside, of course, Vidit has not lost a game yet, and Anish has. Of course, that was a slightly low blow, mentioning the 2016 candidates. That was a little below the belt, but I think everything is permitted when you're trying to get back at Anish Giri. You got to fight fire with fire,
Exactly.
You really got to draw from the bottom of the well, if you will.
Oh, how well you make those puns. And Vidit, talking of fighting fire with fire, this position is not the most fiery of them all. And still a bit of a slow grind here. Black yet to break out. Pragg is solid. But I think we would both rather take Vidit's position right now. Playing in good spirits. Another man in form this year. And throughout the last year. 2023 was the year of Vidit.
Who will be the first to end Pragg's streak? Yeah, it might be Vidit. I mean, in this position, Pragg has to calculate A takes B4, and C5. That would be the concrete way to try to jailbreak out of this position, but it doesn't, I think, fully solve Black's problems. Or, you could make a waiting move such as Queen E7 or even something completely neutral like H6. So Black's position is extremely solid. There's nothing catastrophic that would befall Pragg if he kind of passed the turn, but the position is a little bit nasty.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the type of position, I think you and me both, we've been there multiple times against the very top guys, very top players in chess. You're in for a little bit of suffering. You might make a draw, you might be able to trade off all the pawns in the center, all the pawns on the queen side. Queen E7, a very logical move, putting some pressure on B4. But ultimately, you're not enjoying it that much if you're Praggnanandha. It feels like this one is going to be a lot of slow maneuvering, and we'll come back to it a bit later. And we'll find out whether Vidit did it and whether he is able to create some pressure. So, exciting stuff elsewhere. Wow, the Nepomniachtchi against Ding game, I think we're going to keep going back to. Do you think we jump straight back in? Action is happening so quickly on that board.
Gosh, absolutely. I mean, again, Firouzja versus Giri, you can look bottom left corner. It's still a slight advantage for White. Nothing has changed on a global level. They've traded a pair of pieces, so that's fairly stable. Warmerdam versus Abdusattorov has also kind of stabilized into an approximately equal middle game. We'll have time to look at that one. Let's go to Ding Nepo. That's where stuff is happening. Plus, Anish is watching the game, and I feel like he hasn't been back at his board for an eternity ever since they've started blitzing out their moves. We're already on move 22. And what do we have here? Wow, the position keeps changing. Ding did play D5. Vidit did it. And after D5, Nepo ignored with Rook G1, just building up the pressure. D4, swap. E takes D4. And White is thinking. This is the one spot where I thought Nepo wouldn't think. And suddenly here he's thinking when I thought he had an only move.
What could he even be considering here? Something to do with Queen to B3? Yeah. Great minds think alike, but I don't think that would be a good idea somehow. Okay, he just moves his bishop. Saves us from calculating Daniel. Queen B3, it's just a one-move shot anyway, even if Black were to defend F7. Maybe there's something even better. I don't think that would have reaped any real rewards. So Bishop F4. Maybe he's just thinking about what to do next. But as you say, we're on move 22 now. G4, that explosive move, was on move 14. So 8 moves in the space of what feels like 8 minutes. And these players, especially, I've got to say Ding, impressing. Just recovering from that G4 surprise. Very quickly, very confidently. I expected him to tank. I would have gone into a 30-minute think, and yet again, the moves flying down on this board, bishop to d6. Do you think this is homework? It feels like the players have spent a bit of time, but to play this quickly in such a complicated position, it's a bit, well, it's interesting, let's say. Bishop to d6.
Well, I think Ding has been playing actually rather fast throughout the entire event. Perhaps the fastest on average of maybe everybody other than Nepo. For Jan, I would be surprised, but this is pretty typical. I really would be shocked if this were still preparation. Bishop d6 to me is a very logical move. It's hard not to play. You're trying to trade off one of White's main attackers, simplify the position. And Jan has to be very precise here, because if he tries to maintain the tension with a move like Queen f3, maybe that runs into some nastiness with knight e5. The simple approach here would just be to take on d6 and perhaps drop the king back to h1. I like White's position because not only do you have long-term play on the king side, but you also have some long-term play on the queen side with the rook coming to c1. But, of course, at the same time, you're also playing with fire. Black's knight can come to e5. d3 is a weakness. So it's a very double-edged position, but it's also stylistically very much up Jan's alley.
Yeah, that was my main worry initially when g4 started to happen. And like you say, both sides have quite kind of specific plans here. They have clear kind of goals, what to achieve. White wants a pawn on f4 after traded bishops. White wants, pawn storm, attack on the g file. Black, meanwhile, wants to occupy those squares, knight on b4, knight on f4. It's just a clash of ideals here. And something's caught your eye, Danya.
Oh, no, it was just Jordan's hoodie. It just was like a massive sea of orange. And that's how you knew it was Jordan.
Yeah, we'll come back to Jordan, but I've noticed he wears that hoodie a lot when things aren't going well in tournaments. And then we see him on the camera. I remember him wearing that during the Grand Swiss when things started to go against him. Lucky hoodie. Orange for the Netherlands, I guess. Bishop d6, meanwhile, on this board, what are you expecting now? A trade of bishops, or can White trade on his own terms? Queen f3 or bishop g3? I've narrowed it down to 3 moves that don't lose pieces.
I think the only reason that Jan hasn't moved is probably because he's not at the board yet. My concrete worry, we can put this on the board. My concrete worry with the move Queen f3 is that it might run into knight e5. And you would love to get this is like the ideal setup, but unfortunately this loses the game. I think to knight h5. I was briefly attracted to queen h4, but I actually think Black can just play knight takes f4. And this is a great example for newer players who are often very afraid of this like check on h7. But if the king is able to escape to e7, oftentimes this is a complete dead end, as it is here. So this is a no-go for White. And so for this reason, my prediction would be bishop takes d6. Probably Ding is going to recapture with the queen. Okay, maybe there's a case to be made for rook g3, but on the other hand, why walk into a pin voluntarily? What's wrong with just dropping back to h1? I'm having a bit of a hard time finding a move here for Black because, okay, maybe knight e5 can be tried in this position, but White's got a lot of options here. Queen b3, f4 at some point is a very nasty idea. Probably not immediately because knight takes d3 will threaten a fork, but I'm liking this position. Maybe rook g3 now. Just very simple chess. Okay, I guess not. But yeah, I think this is pretty likely, this type of position.
Yeah, I was slightly reluctant to allow the black queen into f4 just on the last move, but maybe again it's a shot in the dark, maybe another blind alley for the queen. Yeah, especially in light of these weaknesses on the c-file, as you mentioned. It's very much move by move here. If black got one more move to stabilize and black knight on e5, you could get pawn to c5, then black has full control, no attack ever in sight, but it becomes very complicated. So I wouldn't be surprised if Jan does start to think when he finally returns to the board. Where is he? Where is Jan? But yeah, I guess just in light of your rook g3 idea, the other legal move in the game position is bishop to g3, saying, okay, yes, trade, but on my terms. I'm quite attracted to this, actually, threatening f4. And I just wanted to kill that f4 idea.
That's a great move. Yeah, because you're basically forcing my hand, and this version is also you're protecting the d3 pawn. So knight e5 is paper tiger at this point. It actually runs into f4. Yes, I agree completely. And you're setting yourself up potentially for doubling on the g file. I really like bishop g3. That's a classy move.
Mm-hmm.
Classy move by classy commentator.
Oh, stop it, you. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, in these types of positions, I quite enjoy kind of looking for the little nuances. When it becomes wild, when it becomes tactical, I defer to you. I'm getting older. My mind doesn't work so fast with the calculations, but bishop g3, at least, I don't see anything wrong with it. It looks like it, just happens on white's terms. So, okay, it looks like Jan is away from the board. Crowd is gathering. The top players, remember, they're all sharks. They smell the blood that might appear on the board, and they always know where the action's going on. But in the meantime, we should take this opportunity to check out some of the other games as Jan takes a pause. Okay, I think maybe finally it's time to check out Max Varmadam, Abdusattorov just very briefly. Although we could also just show that tactic, Zhu Wenjun against Magzudlu. Okay, it didn't actually occur in the end, but some stuff happening there. So, okay, the choice is yours, but I suggest Varmadam, Abdusattorov.
Okay, so let's go Warmerdam Abdusattorov. I'll also just make a brief note that I think Jordan has gone a little bit astray once again, orange hoodie or not. Wei, for some reason, has a queen on a2 that's attacking some pieces, and it's a little bit unpleasant. So another game to kind of bookmark. But yes, I think we have to make sure that we cover all of the games. So let's take a quick look at this Warmerdam Abdusattorov middle game. Initial thoughts is that, well, at least from a time perspective, the opening prep has worked out really nicely for Noterbeck. Gosh, look at that time disparity, 47 minutes to almost the full complement of Black's initial time in what seems to be just a relatively unremarkable equal middle game.
Yeah, it feels like Max, understandably, has been upset and affected by yesterday's painful defeat, heartbreaking defeat against Magzudlu, where he was so close to winning. And that time it was he who landed the fantastic preparation. Today, I think the last thing he wants is a repeat of that. He just wants to be solid with white, totally understandable. And Abdusattorov's been provocative. Max did not rise to the bait. He just wants to put his pieces on sensible squares. I still would rather take white, but it feels like Black, no weaknesses, should be able to break out with c5 or e5 in the near future. Should be level. And the clock, who knows whether that will play a part in what is relatively simple type of position.
In the YouTube comments to our commentary yesterday, someone mentioned that they were watching in The Hague in the Skittles room with the delayed broadcast and assumed that Max had won when Max came down the stairs and congratulated Max on the victory. And what's funny is, and of course then from Max's expression, everything was clear. I actually had a pretty similar experience years ago. I was about 2,300 and I played the California Scholastic Championship. And in the first round, I faced a 1,500. People who watch my stream will know what game I'm talking about. I played a Najdorf with Black. My opponent was taking bets with his friends on how quickly he's going to lose the game. And I blundered mate in 3 right out of the opening. It was just a dumb tactic. An 800-point upset. And this game took 45 minutes. And as I was walking out of the playing hall with my dad, the mother of one of my friends came up and she was all smiles. She's like, "May I congratulate you on the quick win? How many moves did your opponent last?" And I think from my look, rumor has it she's still recovering from the daggers that I shot her. It's an unpleasant experience, but I think Max has the kind of position that you want. It's relatively quiet. It's positional. There's not all that much going on here.
Yeah, people just forget that side of things, how emotional it is to recover from, especially what was a 5.5-hour game yesterday for Max. And I've got to say, I like his position. Who would you rather pick here, Daniel?
I like Black here, given the time situation. I also think Robert likes to point out the side that controls the pawn breaks, often controls the position. Okay, here, that doesn't tell the whole story, because if you push e5 prematurely and you run into d5, that might actually be pretty unpleasant. But I think Noterbeck is very comfortable. He might do something pretty run-of-the-mill, like knight takes c3 and knight f6. I think what he wants is to find a way to prolong the game. Don't let all the pieces get off the board. Try to find a way to maintain the tension as long as possible and induce some sort of a provocation.
Yeah, that's the thing. Abdusattorov, he's like the nicest guy off the board, but on the board he's a cold-blooded killer, and he'll sense that Max isn't 100% confident after yesterday, and a bit affected, probably had a tough time sleeping after that marathon defeat. And yeah, he's one of the leaders, Abdusattorov, now. In order to win a tournament like this, you need to strike a few times with the black pieces. And on paper, at least, this might be a great opportunity. So yes, black is equal. Yes, black is fine. But to get more than that might involve some risk. So Max might get his chances if Abdusattorov goes a bit too crazy. But in the meantime, it feels like his first long think of the game. 6 minutes now. Still got an hour and a half on his clock. We'll let Abdusattorov enjoy the fruits of his opening preparation. And I think nothing too much to calculate. Let's go to some of the other games. And that queen on a2, it's a piercing piece. It's caught my eye. Now you've mentioned it, Dania, and now I can't look away. Let's go and
take your eyes off it. I can't either.
Let's figure out how that queen infiltrated the enemy lines.
Indeed. And Jordan with some impressive preparation, clearly catching Wei off book. But are things going astray for him once again? Let's rewind just a couple of moves. They did follow the Nakamura Caruana game for a while. I mean, it was essentially only moves by both players. Castles. Okay, I picked it up from about move 15. Here, I was expecting c4 to be played earlier, but Jordan actually tries to play this without c4. Rook b1. Okay, Wei proposes the queen trade. Jordan declines it, and that is how the queen was able to get to a2, which at least at first blush looks very unpleasant for white. You have to play this awkward move, rook c1, just kind of slinking away onto a passive square, and now e5, initiating the expansion in the center. Queen to g5. This is the current position, David. Now, obviously, black is also risking quite a bit here. The position is very flimsy, but I'm not sure this is what Jordan was really looking for, a position like this.
Yeah, it feels like he's hunting around, poking around with the white queen, forgetting the rest of his pieces. But black still doesn't have too many threats to deal with. Just this construction looks so flimsy. The white knight on b3, the rook on c1. Black at some point will play a move like queen to b2 just to kind of really up the ante and really say, okay, now you're kind of struggling, holding things by a thread. I'm not sure exactly what way he intends. Will he push up onto h6 and say the white queen's going to go even further offside? I quite like the look of that one. The white queen on her own, it's not going to really do too much damage. But queen b2 comes to mind, Dania.
Yes.
Your tactical eye, I need it. What to do next, how to create some concrete threats.
No, I was exactly about to say, I think queen b2 will set you up handsomely for the tactical battle that is to come. You want to make contact with this rook. The big question, of course, do you flick in the move h6? Maybe it doesn't make such a big difference. I usually decide these things at random during the game, like which rook to put on a square. It's Tuesday. Tuesday means the F rook. If it's Wednesday or later, it's the A rook. But yes, queen b2 I really like. I think this kind of maintains the tension. And I'm struggling to find a move here for white. I mean, you would love to attack the f5 pawn, but it's hard to do that. Bishop d3 obviously runs into a fork. Knight h4. I mean, this... maybe black doesn't have anything concrete here, but this feels so flimsy.
Smells wrong.
Knight bishop takes d7. Knight d4.
Again,
looking...
feels like it's on the edge, but if there's nothing, then Jordan will go for this, and Wei Yi needs to find a solution. I want to flick in. Yeah, I want to flick in h6. I was about to say, I guess queen h5.
Yes.
And then what? At least you won't get mated now that the queen's on h5. Not immediately. So all of these tactics become slightly more tempting with knight a5. But still not clear cut.
Yeah, this is an annoying... I mean, this is the kind of position that requires... Even someone like Jan would actually spend his time here with black. And hard to find a move for both sides.
Yeah, he'd spend about 20 seconds and then...
d4.
And then d4, yeah, exactly. Well, f4 is quite tempting, yeah.
F4 is actually a very nasty move because it clears a lot of important squares in the center.
That being said, if white just takes, how does black continue? Might as well suffer for something. Pawn up.
Take back.
And I feel bad about greed, but let's try taking on d5. And am I punished immediately? Bishop to e6, I guess. I have to defend my rook.
Yes, I think you have to go all the way back to d1 because queen d2, bishop takes b3 is pinned.
Yep.
I can flick in this move. It feels very good for black, but I actually think maybe after queen f1, white is solid because everything is somehow protected. It's not exactly a glamorous setup, but somehow this knight on b3 is really holding back its counterpart very nicely. And okay, this position, yeah, probably equal, dynamically equal after something like knight d4.
Yeah. Black's bishops will always grant sufficient compensation. I don't think black's ever risking anything, even if sacrificing a pawn. Knight d4 looks fine. But it's just about more. Wei Yi, of course, wants more. And you've got to imagine he's kind of got a plan up his sleeve. He was the one who committed with e5. He's the one who forced the white queen a bit nearer, who loosened up his own position. And maybe just realization now that there's nothing immediate. Nothing concrete that I can see. Loose for white, hanging by a thread, but Jordan, he tends to be okay in these positions when it's just pure calculation. And also, talking of clock disparity in other games, more than half an hour up on the clock. Do you think this is Jordan just impatient to get the tournament over, or do you think he's just playing practical chess, trying to hustle on time?
He's definitely trying to get the I mean, I think both can be true. He's trying to get the tournament over with, but it also can be somehow liberating. You're having a bad tournament. You can allow yourself more risks than if you're someone like Anish trying to manage your risk and win the tournament. At this point, you can say, listen, this is not my tournament. I'm going to play what I've always wanted to play. If I want to play fast, I'm going to play fast. So in a weird way, you have less to lose when you've lost a lot of games. So I don't think this is tilt. I think Jordan is playing with a lot of risk, but he's hoping that Kaisa will finally smile on him to end the tournament. Wei Yi has been in a lot of time pressure this tournament. Sometimes he's handled it beautifully, like against Parham. Other times he struggled. Time will tell.
Time will tell. Who will the chess gods favor? We'll be right back after a short break to figure out whether Wei Yi is able to profit from Jordan van Forest's risky play. So see you in a few minutes.
Scheveningen.
Scheveningen, yeah? It's called Scheveningen, okay, sure.
Yeah, it's Scheveningen, I guess.
Scheveningen.
Scheveningen?
Scheveningen.
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 It's not even close, yeah? Not even close, huh?
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more.
The Variants Community Series continues on January 4th with Crazy House, where you can add your opponent's captured pieces to your own arsenal. 6 weekly arena tournaments held every Thursday will be followed by a championship event with cash prizes, including a $1,000 first place prize. The third and final weekly arenas will be streamer arenas featuring gifted subs as prizes. Win any of these events to qualify for the championship and show the world what you've got. Join the Variants Club today to learn more about upcoming events, how to participate, and much, much more. See you in the arena on chess.com.
I chose to play the Sicilian as my main weapon with black about 35 years ago. E4, C5. C5 is an excellent move that controls the D4 square, and when white plays D4, we're ready to capture it. This is, of course, on the Sicilian, and I think it's a really good opening for beginner and intermediate players. A lot of lower-level club players only know e4, e5. You'll have excellent chances out of the opening, and I chose the variations carefully based on my own experience of playing the Sicilian. Knight b5, we play queen b4. Now our queen can escape to a5, which defends c7. It looks good to fork the pieces, but after king d8, all of white's pieces are attacked. So knight takes, queen takes c3 check, attacking the king. We're going to take the bishop next move. Black has an extra pawn, and this knight is trapped.
Hello everyone and welcome back to round 10 of the Tata Steel Chess Festival out in the beautiful town of Vaikanze. I'm David Howell and I'm joined by the magnificent commentator and the wonderful Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. But before we jump back into the chess, a big exciting announcement for all of you at home, because in just 1 week the Champions Chess Tour returns, and the Chessable Masters will be headlined by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Vladimir Fedoseev and your 2023 Champions Chess Tour champion, Magnus Carlsen. Next Wednesday, we will find out who will join them and fight for the first crown of the 2024 Champions Chess Tour. Use !CCT in chat for all the details. And in the meantime, we're back in Vaikanze. Dania, so much chess to look forward to, and it's only January.
Indeed. I mean, just a couple days into the new year, but everybody wants to kick 2024 off with a successful performance in arguably the most prestigious annual event on the tournament circuit, the Tata Steel, with its storied decades-long tradition, as we have a great look there at the playing hall. Of course, not only the Masters, but also the Challengers. Some weak players there too, like Erwin Lamy and Hans Niemann. Pretty easy section there. They are mingling among the top GMs. But okay, we have a lot to get to, a lot of action on many of the boards. During the break, I was checking out Danchenko versus Gukesh. That game is heating up very nicely. Black has sandwiched a knight on c4. Another game I'll point out, Ju and Jun versus Maxudlu. I think we kind of expected this. Pieces are getting traded. I think that's the best way to describe what's going on. Peace treaties are getting negotiated. Diplomats have been dispatched to a central meeting place for negotiations, which are currently taking place. I think we might see a draw on that one.
Yeah, it looks like Zhu Wenjun against Maxudlu, as you can tell on Maxudlu's body language there. Maybe one of the less exciting games of the round.
Yes, draw, but okay, yes, not very good result, but solid, yes. Okay, that is not what he's thinking. I'm sure he's calculating variations.
Exactly. Or maybe judging by the tilt of the head, maybe singing a song. Trying to figure out how to make the game against Zhu Wenjun more juicy. But in the meantime, let's jump to that game, Danchenko Gukesh, that you mentioned. Maxudlu will leave him to mull over how to create winning chances as Black. And that game in the middle of your screens right now, probably, I'm going to say one of the more fun ones, but there are a lot of fun games ongoing at the moment. So let's update ourselves, Danchenko Gukesh.
Here we go. Okay, so as you predicted, now there is a pawn on g4. Gary has joined Harry on the 4th rank. And Nick the Knight has jumped into c4. And this is the current position. I mean, knight c4 looks like a very flashy move, but obviously white could trade that knight off. Gukesh is saying that the bishop is a key cog in white's attacking machine. Without this light squared bishop, the move g5 doesn't have as much luster. It's still a little bit annoying, but at least black will not run the risk of losing h7. So the big question here for white, do you eliminate this knight? Do you immediately push forward with g5? It's an incredibly complicated early middle game.
Yeah, super complicated. And build the bishop there on d3 is such a beautiful piece. I'm reluctant to trade off. But ultimately, I think Danchenko will calculate the most ambitious move first. That is g5. He'll try and work out some complications. The e3 pawn will be hanging. Yes, he might even be able to win a pawn on h7, but it will come at the cost of a bunch of time. And then he'll look at the other forcing move, bishop takes c4. I guess at least then you do have time to castle queenside as white, finally, belatedly. Should we check out some variations? Danchenko has a lot of time, and we have the luxury of time as well. Let's try and figure out, calculate, or probably blunder along the way, but let's try and work out what white should be doing in this position. Evaluation bar slightly on his side, so to take or not to take?
To take or not to take? Yeah, I think bishop takes c4 and castles is the practical approach, but okay.
He saves us.
Yes, he listened to us. Bishop takes c4. No need to calculate g5. And okay, Gukesh is going to pause here for a second. C takes d4. No, that doesn't work. White can play knight takes d5. Okay, black has to recapture. And then another big decision. Okay, d takes c4 on the board. I'm really attracted, David, to the possibility of queenside castle. And the reason why is if you push d5 prematurely, I really, really don't like this move, actually, and neither does the eval bar, which is the important part. Because you're giving away a lot of squares in the center. You're giving away the e5 square, and you're giving black potentially the prospect of quickly pushing b5. This does not appeal to me. I don't see the reason why. He's played it. He's played d5.
Wow.
I don't like this move.
Yeah, me neither. Normally, I would love it. Strategically, it's desirable. I think that's why you wanted to show it first, right, Dania? Because you normally want your pawns on nice, protected, outposted squares. This pawn in an endgame is going to be a killer, but dynamically, there are more important, more pressing matters. And like you say, bishop e5 is coming, b5 will hit in the next few moves. Now, castling queenside with white is far less attractive. And also, I mean, it's a small thing, it's a generalization, but I think it's quite relevant here. You're playing against the bishop pair. Normally, when you play against the bishop pair, you want to accelerate the play. So castle queenside quickly, attack quickly, throw those pawns forward, maybe even open up the center, put a white bishop on c3. Instead here, you've slowed down the nature of the play. And yeah, it feels like there's not going to be a killer attack against the black king, and white's king still has a dilemma where to sit. Surprising all round.
Yes, and with plenty of time on the clock, I think d5 is exactly the kind of move I would classify as impulsive. It's tempting. On general principles, it should make sense. But it gives black a very exciting play on the queen side. So what are we going to see here from Gukesh? Let's see if we can predict a likely course of action. Bishop e5 is not the only move. Clearly, it's not the best according to the eval bar. I think probably Danchenko wants to respond with e4, and he's completely understandably attracted to this chevron in the center. The pawn on f3 is very hard to attack, and so it does a great job of controlling and defending the entire pawn chain. But even here, David, I think black is probably doing fine after something mundane. I don't know, bishop d7, b5 immediately. It's also not so easy for black here, of course.
No, but maybe we start with this plan. Maybe the bishop on e5, it looks beautiful, but it can sit there anytime it wants. The e5 square also, I'll mention, maybe wants to be used by a black knight later, knight d7, knight e5, knight d3. So, yeah, I wonder whether bishop d7 or like rook b8 or a6, because knight d7, you might want to use that square, save that square for a piece. I mean, it looks slow. I wanted to calculate b5 first, but okay, now I'll go back.
Beautiful. And now you have this lovely path to the d3 square. Shows the power of sometimes leaving squares open for other pieces. Okay, let's say white castles. And this goes into the toilet very, very quickly.
Castling into it, walking straight into the firing line.
And white's attack is just not impressive. I mean, there's no attack. White is just not fast enough. Black is already coming in. And another important point to mention is that a4, which is the automatic response, maybe it's required here. Maybe you're so worried about b5 that you push a4. But now it's going to be a lot less attractive to castle because black will play b5 anyway. Not totally sure how black should handle this situation. Rook b8. I don't know. Maybe rook b8. White can push a5, but now this is another target. Black can attack with bishop c7. Suddenly there's a double attack, and white starts to crumble at the edges, right? This is what happens when you just kind of indiscriminately push your pawns. You think everything is safe, but black has the bishop pair. Gukesh has the sounder pawn structure, and Alexander did this almost yesterday against Firouzja. He almost overextended himself. He pulled out at the very last second to his great credit and turned the game around, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it twice. So I'm really worried about Danchenko after d5.
Yeah, and castling queenside.
The d-pawn?
Hey, it's Danya the d-pawn. What are you talking about?
No, it's David the d-pawn.
Yeah, it just looks so attractive to castle queenside. It looks like you're so fast to activate pieces, and you keep all your options open in terms of the pawn pushes. Now, yeah, I mean, it's still, I'm going to say dynamically, anything can happen. It's still anyone's game. From a human point of view, just one slip by either side and things will turn so quickly. But yeah, it feels like you've shut off some of your options. And I think the only reason we're disappointed with this move, not just the fact that it's given a question mark by the computer, but it's because we liked white's position so much just before. So, okay, Gukesh, he'll get to terms with the position. Not easy for black, that's for sure. Bishop d7, knight d7, bishop b5. So many tempting moves. But yeah, in terms of trying to win this tournament, being one of the front runners, I think that he will love to see this because now it's more imbalanced than ever. This one, again, it's one that you can't really imagine it ending in a draw. It feels like either black's queenside attack will just be too powerful or white will somehow pawn storm the black king. Yeah, all pawns and no hope. I don't know whose pawns are going to be stronger here simply in this chaotic middle game. Danya, action elsewhere, but this is definitely one to check back in on very shortly.
Absolutely. This is going to be one to watch, especially as Gukesh's clock continues to tick down. We're only on move 15, but all of the real action awaits us in the later stages of the middle game. But we've got action on other boards as well. Let's go back to the bird's eye view, perhaps, where we see, what do we see? We see Nepo versus Ding following your recommended line. The bishop did drop back to g3. Good call there. And finally, I think both players have slowed down here, having blitzed out something like 8 or 9 moves. Jan is finally trying to figure out the proper arrangement of his heavy pieces on the king side. That's bottom right of your screen. And we can check back into that endgame in Firouzja versus Giri. It's not a riveting position, but perhaps just to understand, is Alireza making some progress? What is the current state of affairs on that board? What do you think?
Oof, it's tough because kind of traditionally I will always favor white. Firouzja is fighting against an isolated queen's pawn clear target, but Anish, he's so masterful at these slower maneuvering strategic type of positions, and I've been influenced by spending time with some great players who are just not fussed about having one weakness. The likes of Magnus, he would say, one weakness, I cover it, so what? Nothing happens. I'm also influenced by the fact that I think I would lose this as black. I'd get impatient or go a bit too passive, but either way, it feels like Anish is defending very well. So I don't know. Wow, okay, a king move on the last turn by Faruja. Mysterious one. I don't know if we jump in there, Danya. Maybe just very briefly, just to highlight a couple of squares ideas.
Yes, and I think Alireza has just set a trap with his last move. I think King D2 was a very crafty idea because Black's entire approach here is to push D4. If Black can eradicate the weakness, the game ends immediately. It's just an immediate draw. But you have to be very careful. If you push D4 here, I think this is what Alireza is hoping for. Now, I might get the move order wrong, or I might get the sequence of captures wrong, but the basic idea is after E takes D4, if Black plays just kind of blindly Knight takes D4, yes, Black loses. Bishop takes D4, Bishop takes D4. Now the king suddenly leaves the D file, and boom, the bishop is pinned. The rook doesn't have enough defenders. Black can deliver a meaningless check, but the king safely hides on B1, and white wins the game. It's actually kind of funny that the eval bar, just to go back to the initial position, eval bar did not drop that much after D4. E takes D4, probably because Black can even maybe just drop the bishop back to B6 and then reroute the knight to D5. And even down a pawn, Black is incredibly solid. But Anish is not the kind of player to go for this unless there's, great necessity or desperation. I think he's going to play a more chill move. I don't know what exactly, A6, something along those lines. Bishop E6, what comes to mind?
Yeah, a bunch of moves come to mind. King E6 even, preparing knight E5. Yeah, lots of options here for Black. But while Anish thinks, will he hold this draw? Will he even steal the win? He's already stolen our hearts here, Danya, and at the Tata Steel Masters. Let's check out what's been happening to the pieces. Tata Steel Masters, he's stolen them again. And here we go. Look at that. The bishop disappears. I think we need a slow-mo. We caught him in action. Here he goes. The thief. Boom. The village thief. He's at it. I really hope the organizers are hunting him down, getting these pieces back at the end of every day, Danya.
The Plague of the Hague. I think that will be his new moniker after this tournament ends. His reputation will never be the same.
Yeah, I mean, it's level material on this board, but yeah, watch out if you're his opponent. I'm surprised right now Alireza is away from the board. You look away, the thief comes out, steals a piece. So Anish, I never noticed this pattern, I must admit. I know he fiddles. I've played him multiple times. He fiddles with pieces, but pocketing them, there he put the bishop back. Nice and honest. Pocketing them, that's another level.
I mean, most chess players are fiddlers, I would say, with pieces, but I mean, Anish really took the roof off that place by stealing the pawns. I hope he doesn't steal a pawn that's on the board. I mean, that would be the red line. As long as it's pawns that are already captured, then I think we can live with him playing in this tournament.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wouldn't put anything past him at this point. Naughty Anish. But in the meantime, this game, it's a slower one. He'll start, maneuvering his pieces, improving his pieces. And, yeah, we'll come back to this one very shortly. Let's leave Anish to deal with the position and his own conscience for stealing those pawns. Okay, elsewhere, maybe another brief check-in on one of the most developed games, one of the games that's progressed the furthest, Zhu and Jun against Magzulu. We haven't been there in a while. I wanted to see your tactic on the board, Danya, as Zhu and Jun is about to make a move, but then we'll go back to the more fiery, spicy games, including Jan Nepomniachtchi against Ding.
Absolutely. And actually, this game is not totally lifeless. It's the case that if neither player makes any big mistakes, then probably we will fizzle out into a draw. But knowing Parham, he's already kind of starting to play with fire a little bit with his last move, F6. But just to rewind and to show the trap on the board, this was not just a trap for the sake of a trap. This was a very important move. Parham in this position pushed C5, which at first sight looks like a terrible blunder. After D takes C5, black loses one of the minor pieces on the d-file. But it turns out that after knight takes e5, black is able to punish white for the lack of coordination. This is why you always want to connect your rooks. Rook a d8 is wrong. Why is it? Why is this rook wrong? Oh, because of bishop f4. Probably you want to put the other rook on d8. I forgot. It's Wednesday, which means time for the f rook to go to d8. See, I forgot my routine. And white essentially loses the game. You cannot take the queen because rook takes d1 is a back rank checkmate. So a brilliant little trap there by Parham that helped him free up the center, eradicate his only weakness. That led to a sequence of trades. Takes, logical. f6. Okay, trying to drive the wedge into the center and restrict white's knight, but Jun says, I'm going to slip in before black has a chance to play e5. Okay, Parham plays it anyway, and this is the current position.
Yeah, and a bit of a fork in the road, a bit of a crossroads for Jun. Does she slide to the right? Does she slide to the left? Knight f5 or knight b5?
Hey, Macarena.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those two, I'm predicting. She would love to plant the knight on d5, of course, and both of those routes lead to a beautiful outpost. I think I just... tough call, but I think I might put it on f5 in a blitz game. Just pretend you're threatening something, but of course, knight b5 gains tempo on the path to Dreamland, to the d5 square. So, yeah, what do you make of this? Do you think black has any chances? White, after all, has more pawn islands. The isolated c pawn could be a weakness. Black's knight is entrenched on a beautiful square. Or do you think Jun, she's just totally fine with an active knight?
Yeah, I mean, instinctively, I want to say that in a blitz game, I would probably take white, again, just because of the imaginary threats that you can pose with knight f5, and it's on the board. Okay, now a question for Parham is, does he try to somehow keep the tension? My guess is he just wants to take all the rooks off the board, rook takes d1 and rook d8, because if the heavy pieces are swapped, then the presence of additional pawn islands might make its presence felt. So rook takes d1, rook d8, and then white could try to trade on her own terms by pushing the rook up to d5. Either way, I think with so much time on both players' clocks, I find it very hard to believe that we will get a serious mistake from either player. This is why I think the game is kind of inexorably heading in the direction of a draw.
Yeah, I think that's still by far the most likely result, but Parham, taking some small risks. If he just wanted a draw and wanted to be solid, he would never have dreamt of playing f6, e5. Now the black king is always eternally weak. If white gets time to push a pawn to h5, meanwhile, this alpha zero style, and suddenly you start getting nervous. You start realizing there's a bunch of holes around the black king. And suddenly I would definitely take white. So yeah, neither side doing anything too wrong right now. Yeah, we mentioned it would just be brief, a check-in with this game. I think we leave it there with Jun, tickling away at the black king and Parham trying to make magic happen. But we mentioned drama elsewhere. I'm looking at the Van Forest against Wei Yi game, which is spiraling out of control, but I don't know in whose favor.
Yes.
No developments in the game Nepomniachtchi against Ding as Nepo goes into a much longer think there. So, okay, let's jump into that maze, that forest of complications. Pawn takes pawn, the last move on f4.
Where 2 + 2 = 5, and there's only a path back for one.
There's only a way back for one, Daniel.
Oh, of course. How could I miss that? I'm off my game today. I'm way off my game today.
I mean, not an easy decision right now. It is a pawn sacrifice, but if you take back on f4, it feels like you've broken your structure. Did. Okay, he has done. Knight f5, is that the move now? Recentralizing. Wow, big crowd for that one. Ding, Abdusatorov, and Vidit all watching this game. We chose the most dramatic one. Korobov looking past as well.
Man, this is like the game of the century, it seems, just from the attention that it's drawing. Yeah, knight f5 has to be the kind of stock move in this position, just trying to get rid of the bishop pair. Okay, let's throw some moves on the board. Let's say that Jordan follows through with knight f5, which I think is quite likely. Okay, bishop takes f5. I think queen takes f5. And now maybe something like... Okay, rook e8 came to mind, setting a dumb trap. Queen takes f4. Okay, it's maybe not so dumb. There's queen takes c2, using the back rank and winning the game. And queen d7 is not that scary because the rook can park itself on e6. This is actually a really, really nice protected square for the rook. And I'd also point out the bishop, of course, is restricting the mobility of the knight. But with all of that being said, David, I think the weakness of black's kingside pawns probably means that objectively the position is equal. And maybe white shouldn't overreact and should just like make a improving move like h4. What do you think? Who would you choose here?
Yeah, at first glance, I was actually quite happy with white's position. I thought, okay, the white rook is free, no longer kind of fixed defending the c2 pawn. But now, on closer inspection, especially after your rook e8 move, the white rook doesn't get active. The white knight is pretty much paralyzed, stuck. If you could teleport it anywhere to the king side, then maybe white's okay. But yeah, I think I'd take black still. I'm a bit caught in two minds because I liked black's position even more just a few moves ago. And it's a pity to part with a bishop pair, to part with that beautiful pawn center that Wei Yi had. But ultimately, I think after a move like after h3, even queen a4 or rook e4, actually maybe not rook e4, after queen a4, it feels like black's still in control. How about yourself?
I agree. I think it's okay. 0.0 is a slightly misleading assessment here. White has to be more careful. I would put it this way, just because white also has a lot of targets. There's a lot of just freak tactics, like in this particular situation, f3 is a possibility. Of course, white could have pushed the pawn only one square to h3. But if white kind of loses control and lets black get too active, things could continue to deteriorate. Objectively, there's no question that, yeah, probably the position is equal. Jordan is not rushing with knight f5. Are there any other candidate moves that he might be considering here? I was kind of drawing a blank. I wasn't seeing too much else that I like here. I mean, you're kind of paralyzed here. You have to play on the king side, one would think.
Yeah, unless he just wants to kind of save it, keep it up his sleeve for later and just play h3 or Luft type moves, give the white king some breathing space on the back rank. And then, I mean, knight f5, like you said, it's the stock move. It's the stockfish move. It's going to happen at some point. But yeah, why hesitate? I think I would play knight f5 and then start to think. But maybe he wants to kind of move order Wei Yi here, play h3. And if black doesn't play rook e8, then jump in with knight f5 and argue that he's kind of tricked the opponent slightly. But ultimately, I think he should be playing with the handbrake on right now. He should be trying to hold this one, equalize with white. It just looks too risky to do otherwise. Not much choice, as you say, with white's queenside knight and the rook and c1 a bit stuck for now. Okay, both players distracted by something back there. Both looked away at the same time. Maybe a game in the challengers section finishing. How distracted are we feeling, Daniel? Do we stay here, investigate knight f5 a bit further, or is it time to move?
I think it's time to move. I also think that everybody watching the game got very excited after they saw f4. It looked like fireworks were about to happen. But no, we were kind of denied. I mean, EF, and suddenly you realize that it doesn't change the position all that much, and we've reached something like a status quo. Also, we might get some long things from Jordan, who has to be careful here. So I think we have a good handle on where this game is going. We'll see if Jordan plays knight f5, and we'll check back in accordingly. We have some developments on the other boards. I think we're in the phase well before the time scramble, where the players are taking their time, really trying to get off to a good start in some of these middle games or end games, in the case of Firouzja versus Giri. And okay, Noterbeck's game has some developments. He's pushed f5, bit of a risky positional move. I also see Jan has dropped his king back to g1 after a very long think. What catches your eye, David?
Yeah, I think those two, in terms of how games have developed, I think those two have the most talking points. Vidit against Pragg has kind of rolled further down the road, but ultimately still balanced. Yeah, I think
yeah, painfully, kind of they have managed to make a couple of moves, but the nature of the position remains the same. I'll give you the final choice. Where do we go first?
Maybe a brief update with Jan Nepomniachtchi against Ding, because Jan did spend around 30 or so minutes just on this last couple of moves. So we need to figure out why, first of all, but also because I'm bemused. I'm struggling to even come up with a word, but I'm shocked by king to g1. The king was on this square just a few turns ago. Yes, he's unpinned his rook, but yeah, explain this to me, Danya. Unravel this mystery. Why did the king come back?
Well, my first thought would be that, okay, one of White's immediate priorities is to figure out a good spot for the queen. How does the queen contribute to the attack? And the problem that we outlined earlier is that with the king on h2, you can never really play queen f3 because it constantly runs into this knight e5 move. And if you drop the queen, for example, to g2, black has actually a choice of options. Probably the simplest is the tactic knight takes d3. So maybe one of his motivating influences behind this move is get out of the pin so that if black plays knight e5, that move doesn't really threaten anything anymore, and you can proceed with your plan. If black plays knight e5 in this position, actually, this is not such a dumb move. It's not such a dumb move. If white pushes f4, we get complete pandemonium. Black could try to sack the knight for a bunch of pawns and, turn the tables on white on the king side. I mean, try evaluating this position. Maybe white should play actually e5 here in order to keep the rook on the g file. I don't know. It gets really, really wild. Queen b3 is a move. Jeez. Oh, look at this line. Queen b3. Knight takes f4. Ooh. Queen takes f7, king h8. And now there is a tactic. Boom.
But
it's not the end of the world. Because, okay, first of all, don't go knight e2 check, because that I think fails. But black can just recapture on d6. Although with our luck predicting this game, maybe this position occurs on the board. And black probably has enough for the exchange. Very active knight. Black can push this pawn up to d3. So here the likeliest outcome would probably be some sort of a draw. But this is just a flavor of what Ding has to calculate here. But to answer your original question, David, yeah, king g1, kind of a vague move. Slightly vague move. But I think Jan is just trying to set himself up for success when things get tactical in the future. Not sure I think that's the best move, but it's a move.
Yeah, and my follow-up question was going to be, why g1, not h1? It feels like g1 should have been reserved for a second rook to stack up on the g file. It feels like g1, even in that variation you showed, is walking into forks with knight e2 check, or it feels like, I don't know, at least to my immediate eye, h1 was a bit of a safer square, but maybe he was afraid of queen f4, or at least now he's protecting the f2 square. I'm just trying to talk myself into liking white's move, but
yes,
just, yeah, I think reluctant to retreat is kind of a mantra for all the top players. So it just took him a while. It took him over half an hour to come to terms with the fact he needed to drop back with his king, unpin his rook. Now the white queen's free to move without allowing knight h5 as well. And yeah, it's Ding's turn to delve into a deeper pause right now. And yeah, I like your knight e5 just from the fact it's so forcing and so provocative and entertaining for us. But of course, less committal options available. He would love to move his knight, the other knight, and play c5 as well, but it does take a while. Maybe knight e7 round to g6, but queen b3. There's ideas all over the shop for both sides.
Yeah, queen b3 is really nasty. It can come at the worst moment. Okay, black can defend with rook f8, but then white's rook could also come into e1, and black could get steamrolled really, really quickly. Like if you're not careful here, white's pieces come in and white starts rumbling up in the center. I really think that Ding needs to try to solve his problems sooner rather than later, which is what really appeals to me about knight e5. It kind of encourages the game to become more concrete. But, let's not forget, Ding has really struggled in this tournament. You start to get in your own head, whether you're the world champion or not. You trust your calculation a little bit less, and sometimes you subconsciously avoid these riskier continuations. So I actually think, even with an hour on the clock, it's not a time problem, but this is a critical moment for Ding. And he really needs to think long and hard about the decision that he makes. There's probably multiple decent moves. Maybe queen f4 anyway is something to consider. Just sticking that queen in there, making it hard for white to coordinate. But yeah, we're going to get some serious developments in this game in the next few moves.
Yeah, and talking of world champion, it was world champion squared for a moment where Zhu and June came to support her compatriot. But yeah, now Ding left alone again to his own devices. Queen f4, to my eyes, looks the most natural. The d2 knight is a bit clumsy. e5 square for black's knight. Yeah, it's crazy game, Daniel.
Yeah, that's a favorite occupation of chess players, examining imperceptible mites with your hands. Just like you find many things to do. You have to sometimes take a break from all the calculation. But Ding has been thinking for 8 minutes. I could totally see him thinking for 8 or maybe even 18 more.
Mm-hmm. No, definitely. It's that type of position, yet to really reach its climax. We're already on move 25 as well, so it feels like the players are well within their rights, having played so quickly up to this point, to think a bit longer. The other game that you mentioned that was really, it took some unexpected turns at least, was the clash between Max Varmadam and Abdusatorov. So I suggest we zoom out of this game while Ding, torturing himself here and going through the motions, trying to find a move, find ideas, and we jump over to that board.
Yes, and I think the news are pretty encouraging for Noterbeck. He's gotten exactly what he wanted like 5 or 6 moves ago. I mentioned that he wants to avoid a bunch of piece trades. He wants to avoid a bailout. He wants to kind of keep the tension and pose as many questions as possible. And he's done exactly that. Not only do I think he's got a nice position strategically, but he's kept all of the pieces on the board, and Max's clock time continues to dwindle. Move 19, White is down to 33 minutes, and let's not forget the psychological pressure, the pain that Max is dealing with. Every move that he makes, it's so hard to push that previous result out of your mind. We've all been there. He's fighting multiple enemies.
Yeah, it's worrying times for Max. He can't relax, and right now, the problem is Black's pretty much got a dream version of what looks like a Stonewall Dutch defense. You've got pawns on the light squares all over the place, creating this force field, this barrier, and White's pieces just suddenly look clumsy. It's as if he's just had commitment issues. Max, understandably, this game doesn't want to do anything, doesn't want to force the pace of the game, and it's hard to even find a move here, Daniel. You would love to teleport a white knight to e5, but it's a mile away from that dream outpost.
Yeah, Max can't relax. His position showing cracks. Noterbeck has all the high tech. And I'm going to get wrecked for trying these rhymes. Anyways, what exactly is going on here? What does White do? What is White's next move here? Is it a good idea to play knight takes d5? I mean, probably not. Black will, I guess, just recapture with a knight. Like, what is White and Zugzwang? Can we make a move here?
I mean, a couple of moves come to mind. How about first knight a2, just kicking the bishop back, and then coming back to c3 and asking what Black's doing? Secondly, maybe just rook f to d1, and again, how is Black improving?
That's a great question. I think that'll give us some insight into the position. Rook f d1 is a nice move, just cold-blooded. Okay, queen a5 comes to mind. But perhaps White can then drop back to a2. What do you think? Queen a5?
Yeah, queen a5 looks scary, but maybe it doesn't achieve too much. Knight back to a2. Although then Black just happily retreats as well, bishop d6, I guess, and argues that it's only going one direction. White's pieces, at least, they're all retreating. They're all really stuck in awkward squares. Now the question is what to do next. I agree, but at the very minimum, there's bishop b4. Of course, Noterbeck won't acquiesce to a repetition here.
No, definitely not. I mean, Black can kind of maintain the tension with a very slow plan like h6, bishop h7, and g5, but you would really like to find something with a little bit more pizzazz. If you're Black, bishop a3 is just useless because it doesn't work for many reasons, such as knight takes d5. Maybe something like h6. And this is kind of Noterbeck style, modern style chess. When you can't find a clear plan, you play a helpful move, a move that doesn't harm your position, because White has a really hard time freeing himself. I just want to point out that e4 probably has to be calculated, David, but this is the trap. When White has to calculate this move on every move, you're automatically wasting more time, and it doesn't feel like it should work out for White. I mean, the knight is jumping to f4. There's forks galore everywhere. Maybe White can get away with this, but it feels really scary. It feels really dicey. There's tactics everywhere.
Yeah, it feels like Noterbeck has been really clever at kind of positioning his pieces ready for this pawn break. Now the other knight will land on d5. White's queen is actually almost trapped in 7 variations, and yeah, still. Oof.
Wow, takes, and look at this knight 6 d5. Where are you going, my lady?
I wanted to say e1, but you just take me. Oh wait, you didn't take me. Bishop. Ooh, bishop b4 maybe.
Ooh, boom.
Now knight takes pawn. Yeah, even stronger, and the f3 bishop falls. Yeah, this is just one of many tactics, and I think the lower Max gets on the clock, the less likely it is that he'll have time to calculate lashing out with e4, even if it were to work at some opportune moment. Yeah, I just love Black's position here. He's saying, okay, this knight on c3, nowhere to go. It's got to keep going. It's like, no, dear, back. And you have to retreat, knight a2. What else?
Yes, White's position has hit a nadir, indeed.
Yeah, I mean, poor Max, 29 minutes now as well. And like you said, no easy decisions. h6 would be such an inspired choice in any of these positions as well. Just throwing the move back and just saying, pass, your move. You spend 5-6 minutes again. You get closer to the time scramble, and then he'll change the pace of the game, create a threat. As we reach move 30, when Max is down to 1 minute. Tough times. Oh, these top players, they never give you a moment to breathe.
No, and they smell blood. They're like sharks. I mean, anytime they sense psychological weakness, they just redouble their efforts. They know exactly how much risk to take. You know, they will never take too much risk. Noterbeck didn't do anything crazy. He played maybe a slightly dubious line to avoid any forced draws, to avoid any early endgames, and thus far, it's worked out perfectly. Max has now spent 10 minutes on this move, and you can totally understand why. Okay, we investigated one of many potential courses of action. It's hard to predict what he's going to do, but I think we can see how hard it is to even just find not just a useful move, any move in this position that does anything at all. Black has this absolutely incredible bind on White's position. Knight d2 to e5 would be amazing, but sadly, chess has rules.
Yeah, I mean, you would love as well to find time to play like g3, bishop g2, knight f3 into e5. But in the meantime, Black is hitting with queen a5. Black is going to create threats. The more I look at it, the more I think this is just a beautiful strategic kind of concept by Abdusattorov. Like you said earlier, pushing pawns up to f5 and b5 is normally never, ever possible. You leave too many holes, too many risk, too much risk attached. But this is like one of the rare exceptions, and it's all about dominating White's knight on d2, dominating that piece, closing the center, so White's bishop on b2 as well. Bad. He's just playing against the opponent's pieces. So again, one that will definitely get a bit cagey, a bit dicey as we approach the time scramble. But so far, Abdusattorov is doing everything correct. If he wins this game, I think he'll be a big favorite to win the tournament. A Black win. Max has to somehow knuckle down and just readjust, hold the fort. Not easy at all for White. Yeah, okay. Shall we take a pause, Max? I have a feeling 11 minutes on this move. I have a feeling time scramble is going to be imminent and not an easy position to hold. So this is the bird's eye view, Danya. Maybe a brief check-in with Vidit and Pragg before we get accused of ignoring that India derby, because it is getting a bit livelier. It feels like Pragg has made some stuff happen. I'm not sure whether it helps him, but he's forced Vidit to close the queenside. He's activated the terrible Black bishop. Does Black have anything further to worry about, or is he just fine now?
Yeah, this was the main concern, it seemed, that bishop on b7, which was just buried alive by all of Black's queenside pawns. I would say the biggest concrete move to evaluate is probably e2, e4 in this position. So that is probably White's only concrete attempt. If Vidit wants to maintain the balance, he can play a neutral move like rook to a1, but that doesn't seem scary. Can we put e4 on the board and see what happens? How would Black respond to this? Now, I would point out to people who think that this is just a terrible positional move, often it's a slightly illusory concept. Yes, Black gets this amazing square on d5, but that doesn't tell the whole story. This is what's so important about these positions. There's a lot more at play than just one square. And speaking of one square, you get an outpost, I get an outpost too, and my outpost is a lot better than yours. And Black is kind of stuck because of the weakness of this c6 pawn. If you play knight df6, knight 7 f6, then I jump in with my other knight to e5. So this should be avoided. How should black proceed in this position? Maybe trading off. I defer to the positional expert in this situation.
I mean, yeah, black is still slightly cramped, so trading off would make sense if it works dynamically. I'm still slightly worried about the weakness of c6. You might have to take a timeout. I'm trying to make it tactically work to just give the c6 pawn. Oh wait, could I? Okay, I see some tricks, but I'm not sure they're quite panning out after knight to f6. But either way, maybe if you take a timeout now to defend the c6 pawn. Bishop c4 is also... Maybe bishop c4. Is this? Can I use tactics to make a positional motif work, improve the bishop?
But queen c6, bishop d5 I can take.
Oh, wait, yeah.
That's a lovely idea, bishop coming... If you could get around to d5, black is just... you can go to dinner. I mean, the position plays itself.
Yeah, my tactical eye a bit off there. But yeah, okay, let's say I just defend the c6 pawn. I'm not sure how. Rook c8, rook c7, one of those two. Now bishop c4 is my idea. Knight f6 into d5. Slightly more favorable version. Again, I'm slightly worried about this pin, but knight f6.
It feels like this position, once it is reached, black should just take like 10-15 minutes and find the best way to defend the c6 pawn. But I can't even find a move that I like. I mean, everything seems to have a drawback. I thought maybe bishop b5, but for some reason I was like slightly worried about the exchange sack. No, but now I realize this is all pawns and no hope. Maybe bishop b5 is the proper way to do it because, okay, if white plays knight e5 here, then perhaps black should just trade on e5 and say, okay, this is not the safest construction, but if I move my rook away, nope, of course, I blundered as usual. I missed d5. Wow.
D5. Exactly what I blundered, Danya. Pretty much. All about the e-file.
But Vidit has decided against it. He has played kind of vanilla move that I mentioned, rook to a1. Vidit really kind of moderating his risk. It seems he's not going for the direct confrontational moves, keeping the tension and sitting on the position. And maybe in the long run, he wants to exploit this weakness on c6 many, many moons down the line. Also, e4 might still be a possibility a little bit later. I'm just wondering exactly what he wants if Pragg just slides the bishop up to b5.
Yeah, and I think he will sit on b5 with his bishop. What could be more natural? Unless he's thinking of breaking with e5, but that is fraught with danger with black. You have to calculate that one really, really well. But bishop to b5, I think the more pieces that disappear, the kind of less scary this pawn break with e4 becomes. So Vidit, that might have been the moment if he wanted to strike and take his chances by going directly. And I like that as well, that whole line you were talking about, Daniel, because suddenly it makes use of the white bishop on g2. Suddenly that bishop just not playing a role, not playing a part, and therefore white cannot really stake claim to an advantage. So yeah, this one, just as with the other Indian clash yesterday, maybe on the more peaceful side of things, bishop to b5 for Pragg, reroute the black queen round, only one open file once you've blocked the b file, should just be level. But the other Indian player involved in today's action, Gukesh, I think he's got a really fascinating position. So maybe we jump from this Indian battle to Gukesh's game to see whether he can profit from Donchenko, who started this round really, really ambitiously. Yeah, pawn on f4, pawns on g5, pawns all over the place, but yeah, it feels like you're forgetting to use your pieces.
Yeah, I mean, this is all very impressive, but Gukesh has managed to push b5, and this is around the time that Alexander probably regrets that premature d5 push that we criticized pretty heavily. But again, this is a very volatile position. Nothing is, terminally decided here. Black has to be ultra, ultra accurate to prosecute his initiative. I mean, you would have to pull me away from playing b4, physically put something on that square to prevent me from making that move. So I guess the most straightforward option is to push b4 and to assess white's reaction. Does Donchenko want to centralize his knight on e4, David? And what happens if black simply responds with knight b6, trying to surround this big pawn on d5?
I think what happens is that black obtains the advantage. Simply. Not much else to think about here. Bishop f5 suddenly becomes a big threat, so you're pretty much forced to trade off for... Yeah, I mean, this is just too loose. There's going to be sacrifices all over the place.
Everywhere. It's C3, B3. I mean, look at this. This is just ridiculous.
Yeah. Ugh. The white queen, if she's deflected, e4 drops and white collapses, resigns. Even bishop g4 after e4 just sneaking in round the back. Bishop g4 into f3. I mean, I love your c3 idea, but setting up all sorts of stuff on the e-file.
Yes.
White has just been... this is, like you said, it's kind of a cautionary tale. Why not to push pawns when your pieces aren't ready, and White's king is not ready. White's pieces just not really participating. The rooks have done nothing the whole game. The white knight's clumsy. The white bishop is terrible. So yeah, I like your b4. I'm not sure if he's going to finesse it somehow, queen e7 or something first, but b4.
No, I think it's go time for Gukesh. I mean, I think he's maybe sitting there trying to figure out, okay, what is wrong with b4. Is it too good to be true? And no, I think it really is that good. Probably with computer defense, maybe a well-timed h6 to generate some counterplay. White can maintain practical chances, but this is one of those positions where one more inaccuracy by Danchenko and his position crumbles like a house of cards. Like, he is that close to being lost here. It's even yesterday against Fallujah, it wasn't this bad. It wasn't this close to disaster. Right now, he is just walking that tightrope, and I think he might have already flown too close to the sun.
Yeah, Alexander the Great, Alexander Danchenko yesterday winning in The Hague. How he wishes he was back there. Vaikanze has not been lucky for him as a playing location so far this tournament. But in the meantime, good news for Gukesh and Indian fans as he takes the advantage. Will he be able to convert? That's the big question. And we'll be back in a few minutes after a short break to find out all the drama here in Vaikanze. See you soon.
Maybe the first time was that I played against my mom and I lost. I was losing, and then she would turn the board around and I would be still losing, and so it would go on.
Playing in a chess club with other kids.
Play against a robot.
Watching the Anand Carlsen World Championship match.
And going to primary school, and we had chess lessons there.
And I also remember being like a rook up or something and then losing that game. I won the province championship, so that was cool.
Actually, when I was a small kid, I used to play with chess pieces, which was like a very picturesque chess set, but I had no idea there are some rules.
I remember winning my first under-8 tournament in 2006, close to where I live.
Can you beat Magnus Carlsen? Okay, yeah, probably not. But what if we give him a few distractions? Can you beat Magnus while he's cooking? What if he's playing football? How about Magnus skiing? Surely you can beat him sleeping. Now there's a Magnus for everyone. This month on chess.com.
C4 knight b5 is on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Jordan is getting closer and closer to a win.
Jordan is just playing marvelous chess. He's lost 0 games, so he's not taking risks.
Jordan favorized with impressive, amazing performance, amazing games, wins the last round. We are in for tie breaks, people. We have tie break between 2 Dutchmen, Anish Giri and Jordan favorized. the winner of the tournament, and it is Jordan van Verreest winning the dramatic Armageddon.
Basically, it comes down to a lot of luck. So I don't know. He played the better chess. But maybe I played the faster chess in the end. And full credit to him. He played a really good tournament, and he really deserved to win it. I mean, could have won both of his last games too, I think. But yeah, this is just how it goes.
And how do you feel?
Yeah, just on top of the world, I think. So a lot of feelings, but going through my head. But I think it still has to, still in a bit hit me, And I think that comes when all the interviews and stuff is done, and when I'm like at night in my bed trying to sleep, something like this.
In the heart of the Netherlands, where tradition meets innovation, the battleground is set. Welcome one and all to the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, the Wimbledon of chess. The stage is graced by the finest strategists, the sharpest minds, and the most formidable opponents from around the globe.
H5, we are in for a fight.
A mix of seasoned veterans and rising stars will make sure this edition of Tata Steel will be spectacular.
And checkmate. Nordebek played a brilliant game. He is a monster.
World champion Ding Liren makes a return to the board after being absent in chess for over half a year. How will he fare against the defending champion Anish and those who have already secured their spot in the FIDE Candidates Tournament?
To beat Ding with the form that Ding has been displaying is absolutely impressive.
Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans visiting the venue daily, 14 chess maestros will vie for supremacy and glory. Who will best withstand the pressure and take home the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title? Let the games begin.
Hello everyone and welcome back to windy Wijk aan Zee in the Netherlands, where one of the highlights of the chess calendar is currently taking place, the Tata Steel Chess Festival. It's been a fantastic first 9 rounds. Today is round 10 and we're going to jump into the action in that packed playing hall. Danya, it's been a great start. It's been brewing, shaping up nicely. And now we're starting to approach the time control. Do you foresee any shocks, any twists and turns ahead?
Yeah, it's been a great round so far. It's been super fun commentating this event. I think everybody's happy with the quality of play. the combativeness demonstrated by all of the players thus far, with obviously the best part of the tournament yet to come. This round took a while to kind of really get underway. All of the games still going, but I'm not complaining. We have so many different narratives, we have some very slow strategic games. We have some very sharp games like Nepo Ding that promise to evolve into even more interesting time scrambles. So nothing decided yet this round, 2.5 hours in. This is going to be a long one.
Yeah, this is going to be a long day, a fun day, guaranteed. But let's go check out the standings to see what's at stake for the 14 players. And we mentioned before the round, 4 current co-leaders bunched up at the top. Nodibek Abdusatorov, Anish Giri, Pragnananda, and Gukesh, chased by a real group of players there, also on 5 points. And Jan Nepomniachtchi only 1 point behind the lead, out in 8th place. So for the 4 leaders, they need to pick up the pace. They need to start winning to separate themselves from the pack, from the group. And of course, with 4 rounds remaining, still anything is possible. It's all about who finds form at the right time. And let's jump back into the games to see whether those leaders have brought their A game today. As we look across the board, some end games, some late middle games, some which barely look like they've escaped the opening. Where are your eyes drawn to, Danya?
Okay, well, Juin Jun versus Maksudlu is picking up some steam in terms of the position getting a little bit more double-edged. As we predicted, Maksudlu has found a way to keep pieces on the board, avoiding trades at all costs and continuing to play with fire. But we can probably let that game simmer a little bit longer. What else do I see? Okay, Gukesh actually has delayed the move b4. He's dropped his bishop back to f8. Clearly, he wants to push b4 under the best of circumstances. It feels like Firouzja versus Giri hasn't changed in a millennium. They've just been pushing this endgame around forever. Okay, h5 is just an attempt to get some more pawns off the board. That's on the lower left of your screen. Okay, Ding has finally made a move. He took something like 25 minutes, I want to say, to play the move rook a8. So a critical moment there. An interesting decision by Ding. Should we investigate that move, David? Should we jump into Juin Jun versus Maksudlu? Maybe we can do both.
Let's do both.
We have
but
that
let's
power as commentators to do both.
We're blessed. We're power hungry. But let's start with Ding. Let's start with the world champion as, wow, head in hands. Yeah, it feels like he's just not enjoying this tournament as much as he would have hoped. Yet to, as we mentioned, click into top gear. Rook a8, though, has forced Jan to pause as well. Like you say, that move alone took an eternity of time. Yeah, it feels like he could have played hundreds of blitz games in the think that he just indulged in. Rook a8, though, clearly aiming to trade pieces off, but what's the intention? What's the plan after the natural rook to c1? White would love to keep more pieces on the board, because I think White's structure is not the best long term. Rook c1 looks irresistible. Are you surprised by this body language, Danya, that Ding's showing? Just often head in hands, often wincing visibly.
Yeah, I mean, I think you called it. He's just not enjoying his experience at this tournament, and this could be one of several reasons. He's had issues perhaps with his health, and honestly, I think chess fans can be a little bit too brutal, and immediately rushing to criticize. I just hope he's okay. I hope he's doing fine, and it's just a blessing to see him play. But I definitely think that anything he's experiencing before the tournament is compounded by some very painful losses that he suffered. I mean, that loss against Firouzja was a huge blow. Just to get crushed, like that with a one-move blunder to top it all off. It's hard to recover from that. It's hard to regain confidence in your ability to prosecute complicated positions. But he's got to push all of that aside. And as a historical interlude, very briefly, we think that a 25-minute think is astronomically long, and we don't know what to do with it. I mean, when I play over the board chess, I don't know what to do with myself when my opponent thinks for longer than 10 minutes. But in the days before chess clocks were in widespread use, in Morphy's days, it was very common to spend astronomical amounts of time on one move. The stories of people spending over a day on a move are usually apocryphal, but famously, Paul Morphy, he played relatively fast. But one of the top American players of his day, Lewis Powelson, who was his early rival. Morphy, okay, rival is the wrong word. Morphy crushed him basically every time. Lewis Powelson was known to spend inordinate amounts of time on every move. And Morphy himself recounted that he spent 2 hours on a single move, and Morphy sat motionless in his chair the entire time. And afterward, in Morphy's biography, written by his contemporary and friend, and I actually have the book, so maybe I'll pull that passage out and find it during the break. But Morphy went down to the bar and said something like, "I'm never losing to this guy again," after what he pulled. So let's be thankful that we have chess clocks, and let's be thankful that nobody's taking 2 hours. Okay, maybe Nepo will take 2 hours to figure out whether to take on a8 or to slide his rook to c1. What catches your eye here?
Yeah, I think I would slide the rook across. White's rook looks like more of a weapon than it would do if it were traded off. And why not create at least the hint of a threat against this unstable black knight on c6? And of course, commentator's curse.
Hey now. Nepo took the rook away from me. That's not nice.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I don't approve. Rook c1. Yeah, of course. If I'd said rook takes a8, he would have played rook c1 immediately.
Of course.
So it's
no, but
50-50.
I share your belief. I mean, okay, he clearly wanted this queen b3 move, and he's willing to sacrifice the a file just to make this one move threat. Is it worth it?
It looks like he's going to pocket a pawn. He's going to be the Anish Giri of the round and steal a pawn away from the opponent. But I guess the downside is he's lost coordination. There might be some checks. There might be knight h5 ideas in the air as well. Rook b8, as you mentioned, if you take on b5.
Let's take a look. Somehow I assume this move is too risky, but maybe you can get away with it?
Really complicated suddenly. I want some tricks. Let's try knight h5, maybe.
Ooh.
I want rook a5 if you move away. Rook f3, rook a5.
Ooh. Now that one is brutal. That's actually a very easy... lateral pins in general are very easy to miss, and the knight is lost. Okay, so rook g4, I'll bite. I guess black has a repetition.
Yeah, knight f6. But then you go back to g2 and you laugh. Well, maybe you don't laugh, but...
Maybe I cry.
Yeah.
Check.
Yeah.
Chekashvili and queen d6, maybe?
Yeah, knight f1 looks revolting, but might have to be tried.
Oh, I have a trick. No, it doesn't work.
Oh, you wanted to get like knight e5, knight f3 check in somehow.
It's not even worth the paper it's printed on, yeah.
I see what you want. But,
I have a one-track mind for dirty tricks.
Yeah. But black doesn't even need to necessarily strike yet. Yes, you're a pawn down, but even if black just plays... Yeah, exactly. I stole the arrow right out of my mouth there, Danya. I was about to say queen d6, re-establish the bind, get the knight round to f4 a bit later. Still looks really appealing for black if you forget to count the pawns. Yeah, knight e5. White's pieces really discombobulated here. I'd pick black.
I don't understand why Nepo got so excited by, this queen b3 move, because queen takes b5. It's okay. Worst comes to worst, I think rook b8 is probably also fine for black. But you take this pawn. This looks like the least significant pawn. And if you're not taking it, well, what else are you doing? You might have to go for that repetition with knight h5, knight f6, because I don't see any appealing alternatives, David, for white. Maybe it's time to go back to h2 with the king, but it clearly feels like black might be actually much better if you're able to go knight e5. Very strange decision by Nepo to release the tension. I thought rook c1, and white keeps the foot on the gas pedal. Nepo has had a couple of very impulsive moments in this tournament, and this one might cost him as well.
Yeah, very confusing decision there from Nepo. Okay, queen... Oh, I heard a sound. I thought he was to play queen takes b5. Yeah, I mean, moving the king last time took him 35 minutes. He's not going to do it again. He brings his knight in instead. Okay, I prefer this, controlling the e5 square. And I guess that's it, controlling the e5 square. But an important square to cover. At least now knight h5. I guess there are more options, although hard to really envisage Nepo putting his rook on awkward squares just to kind of prevent a perpetual. Yeah, rook g4, rook f4, I guess must be the path to safety.
Let's take a look. Yeah, can Ding force a draw here by repetition? Of course, this is also not strictly necessary, but if this works out, I think Ding goes for it. If you can just solve all of your problems concretely. So yeah, so rook g4, knight f6 is disapproved of by the evil bar. Rook h4 actually threatens this beautiful trick. Knight takes f7 and rook h8. But perhaps black should not rush with knight f6. Perhaps black should maintain this situation for a second. Could we throw in a check on a1?
Mm-hmm. And let's say I use g2. I'm not sure about which square. G2?
GMs throw the piece and it lands in the right square.
I just didn't want to allow queen d6 check. Nothing primitive. Nothing flashy about that.
Okay, no. I just hallucinated for a second. What does black do? Can I go knight f6 now? No, again, this rook h4 parking spot is really, really nice for the rook. Black needs a good move here.
Mm-hmm.
Black needs a good move here.
Yeah, nothing immediately comes to mind. The black queen, it's just so frustrating that she's tied down to defending the f7 square. Knight a5, knight d8. Free the queen. Maybe knight d8. I want to prevent your kind of what I call the forced divorce tactic with that knight takes f7, rook h8 idea, where you kind of split the black queen and king. But knight d8. Yeah. I can see how this looks a bit odd for black, though. Like, there's a rook on a1, knight on h5. It's like dotted all around the board.
Yes. I mean, I was under the impression that something more concrete would materialize. If nothing concrete materializes, okay, maybe this is kind of situation Nepo is trying to go for. There was also knight a5 in that position. But yeah, I mean, these are the types of positions where the engine always points out that narrow path, and it makes sense in retrospect, but choosing among a bunch of candidate moves is quite difficult. Yeah, this is like a classic Jan idea. It doesn't necessarily look all that flashy. It looks a little bit impulsive, but he's posing practical problems. And actually, it's starting to grow on me a little bit. This knight f3 move doesn't look like anything special, but it maintains the tension, keeps the pressure on black's position.
Yeah, it also hints at e5, e6 type of ideas. Yeah, I mean, I've got to eat my words. So I've got to apologize to Jan. I assumed he was going to be greedy, queen takes b5, but yeah, of course, the top players in the world, they're not that kind of unsophisticated. They won't just see a pawn, take a pawn, and worsen their own position in the meantime. There's always a deep kind of hidden idea connected. And this is really, really clever. Knight on f3, suddenly coordination for white. Black less coordinated, and ding. Wow. Rook to b8.
e8.
Question mark attached to that move, but I think both, or at least my spidey senses, my instincts tell me, Dania, that that's too passive. That's too submissive and slow. I mean, we were looking to getting active, go against the white king. Why not?
Knight h4. Let's get the ponies into position. Rook b8. I mean, Jan's going to be really happy. It doesn't matter exactly what the engine eval is of this move. Jan is going to be very happy to see it. Submissive is a great word for it.
Yeah. Such an odd square. It's as if, like, okay, my opponent's attacked a pawn, I'll defend it. But you've made your rook, which is so much more valuable than a pawn, just really, really passive. Yeah, I like your knight h4, knight f5 idea, actually. As long as it doesn't run into any of these knight h5 kind of hits that we've been talking about. But as long as you can dodge any attacks on the white rook by black's knights, then it's time for action. Click into gear, advance. And yeah, you can see Jan, he's always very expressive on the camera, but there was a significant frown, kind of surprised by that move. Danny, I think if you gave me 5 guesses, I wouldn't have guessed rook b8. It feels like Ding's more active than that. He's more ambitious than that.
Yes, and why are you suddenly defending the pawn? Like, if you weren't worried about queen takes b5 earlier, why are you so worried about it now? It's just I mean, he just gives white a second move in a row, essentially. And I did, David, I think this will further our understanding of the position. I took a little peek, took a bite of the forbidden fruit, if you will, made of silicon. And the correct approach, we had it almost right. Like king h2, I think. Wait, where were we putting the king? Yeah, knight h5, rook g4. And here there's this idea, knight a5, yeah.
Oh yeah, and we put it on G2, but I'm not sure it makes any difference at all.
Oh yeah, you're right. We put it on G2, knight A5. And here the idea is to play F6 and the knight is trapped.
Okay,
and
but it goes on.
Things devolve into computer craziness as they always do. Now the only move is the obvious knight E6. Queen takes B5, laterally attacking the knight, which is also trapped, but black can defend it. But now white attacks the other knight. And
if I hide, knight B3.
E5.
Wow.
No, but this is ridiculous. F5, E6.
Obviously.
With the idea queen B8 and knight G5 fork. Of course. I mean, that is the obvious follow-up to the move. What move? Yeah. To the move knight, queen B4, yes.
And I mean, if Ding saw all of that, then again, I apologize, Ding. I'm sorry. This was another level of tactical wizardry. And yeah, I don't think we could have predicted rook b8, but based on this reasoning, you can see why he might want to avoid too much chaos. Maybe he just kind of believes in the general integrity of his structure, of his position. He thinks he can defend passively, which I think his top grandmasters hate to do, but sometimes it's necessary. Maybe he feels it's that kind of type of exception. But rook b8, knight h4, I'm curious now how black defends, because those ponies are perking up in position. That black king, if the knight lands on f5, is doomed. It's going to be fatal.
Yes, knight h4 also opens up a new vista for the rook on f3, and then it can move up to f5. Suddenly there's a million tactics. It seems to me, and I don't want to do too much psychologizing, but Ding is kind of avoiding, subconsciously or maybe consciously, trying to avoid any direct confrontation, and as a result, he might get checkmated. Ironically, he might be bringing on exactly the thing that he fears the most. This is a big opportunity for Jan. Okay, the eval bar does not tell us anything conclusive. 0.7 is a very vague evaluation here. I mean, either you get checkmated or you don't. It would seem to me it's like when you have a pawn race in an endgame and you get like 0.4. Like, what does this mean? Like, is it good or is it not good? But if Jan plays knight h4, I'm very, very curious what Ding has cooked up in the form of a defensive resource.
Yeah, psychologically, tough kind of questions for black to answer there. And it's all about this black knight on c6. It just hasn't got into the game. It's clumsy. It's in the way of its own c-pawn, and white's lining up. White has 3 attackers on the king side already. White's queen joining in the fun. And yeah, I think the reason we're so worried here for Ding is that things could spiral easily out of control. Just 1 or 2 further submissive moves, and white just has a killer attack. So.
You said things could spiral out of control?
Amazing concept. Oh wow. Anyway, before we get carried away.
Stifled a big yawn there. Okay, off we go to a different game.
Yes, let's do just that. And back at the bird's eye view, top left we see still relatively balanced. Not too much has changed. Top right of our screens there, Max Varmadam in a bit of time trouble and things getting worse against Abdusattorov. The other game's relatively balanced, apart from perhaps Gukesh, who has allowed Donchenko to win Connect 4, but still has a overwhelming position as black according to the evaluation bar. So I suggest potentially one of those, Danya. Either we go to this game where we left off just before the break, or we jump in with Max Varmadam against Abdusattorov. Time trouble issues starting to creep in.
It feels like Max's game is more concrete because there's a hanging bishop on b2 that could be captured. So let's maybe have a closer look to understand how bad this has gotten for Max. Obviously, he wants to win the knight back, but it feels like he should be dropping some material. Wow, look at what just happened, actually. This is incredible. Let's rewind 2 moves. Noterbeck got his queen to g6. Okay, that's not particularly special, but why did he do that? He opened up the prospect of f4. He takes f4 and knight d3 with some incredible tactical ideas everywhere. Rook c3 by Max. I mean, obviously the instinctive move here is rook c2. And clearly there was some tactic that he was afraid of. Maybe it's knight takes f4.
And yeah, take back bishop to f3. That's the idea, right?
Yes, this looks very decent. Knight takes f4. I'm sure not the only option, but this is beautiful. Look at this. The bishop is double pinning g2 and d1. White would have to play this move. Yep.
But this isn't necessarily the end of the line, the end of the world. Bishop takes f4. I guess this position's scary because look at the black queen. We need to draw some diagonals. The black queen on this diagonal, the black dark square bishop, black light square bishop. It's kind of X-ray vision, but I was going to suggest some hairy, scary moves here, g4, but probably it's just checkmate. G4, black just continues. Sack, sack, mate. Knight takes, or bishop takes, one of the two.
Probably knight takes, yeah.
Ugh. Maybe this is the end of the line, and nasty bishop e3 checks. And
God, look at those. I was going to say stallions, but look at those bishops, I guess.
Yeah, they're pinning everything, and White's pining for resignation right now. So, yeah, this would be over. Spectacular checkmates. And imagine Max 15 minutes and dealing with this sudden firework display by the opponent, knight d3. Rook c3 is a good practical try, I've got to say. Like, we should mention the difference now is that knight takes f4 tactics never work because the white rook protects the third rank, covering the f3 square, slides across to g3. So he's cut off one head of the Hydra. And yeah, knight takes b2, he has to worry about this one there. And played. The bishop's disappeared.
Well, and at a minimum, black can go bishop b4, but I wouldn't rush if I were Noterbeck here to just cash in your chips, because you could get into a situation where white has very serious positional bind on the center, black has a weak pawn on e6, so I think you would want to squeeze more juice out of this position if you can, if you're Noterbeck. So maybe b4 can be considered. Things are getting very complicated here. A lot of calculation to be done.
Yeah,
no,
super complicated.
I don't know.
I mean, even, yeah,
Knight.
Yeah, b4 potentially, but I quite liked your idea of bishop b4, but maybe you can start with knight takes a4 because the knight's doomed anyway. Get an extra pawn for your trouble. Unless I'm walking into g4 stuff on the other side of the board.
But g4, I think you can probably auto-sack.
Yeah.
It's like you auto-pay your internet bill and the auto-sack on g4. Just input your credit card, and bishop takes g4.
But evaluation bar wasn't so enthused, so maybe it's your b4 move instead. Just a few turns ago. Hitting the rook. Rook has to go to e3, and now how about knight d5?
Oh, lovely. And look at this. Bishop takes d5. C takes d5. Everything is good. Nope! Rook c2. A dagger at the end of the line. And what black's piece is typical Noterbeck. All of his pieces always on the right squares. It's like queen was always meant to be on g6 to support a rook on c2. And why is the rook on c8? How did he know the c file was going to open?
He's the new prophet, Daniel. It's not just you.
Yes.
he realized 20 moves ago it was all forced.
Oh, and this is bad too. Look at this. Takes. Also looks decent for white until you realize, boom. No, actually wrong. Oh, queen d3. Queen d3.
Oof. Brutal.
4.
King f2. Can I defend? Oh, probably better to resign than have a king out in the open like this. Even c5 or e5, or everything will collapse. Yeah,
even primitive takes and takes probably also good. But yeah, Noterbeck would have a great time here finding a win.
Yeah, up on material, up on the clock, and surely about to bank the win if he gets this far, Noterbeck. And he's been one of the most impressive players of the tournament. Let's go check out his probability for winning the event after each round. It started quite low at a mere 4.6%, but after a rocky start, losing early on one of his games, that percentage dropped, but it's been growing, Dania, and this last number, 35.3%, if he's able to win today, he's going to be one of the favourites to take the title after coming so close last year. He's really, really upped his game just the last few rounds.
Yes, every time I really watch Noterbeck carefully, I begin to wonder what separates him from, 2760, 2770. He's struggled with a little bit of inconsistency, but I feel like he's getting things figured out. and he's showing a lot more consistency in his play. He likes Tata Steel, and after he came so close to winning this tournament with a heartbreaking last round loss to Jordan Van Forest, he really wants to set things right. This might be the year to do it.
Feels that way, and it's all about who can get on a surge, get on a roll, a winning streak in the last few rounds. Winning with black is, at this point of the tournament, like gold dust. It's priceless, and in the meantime, it's all about whether he finds that variation we were showing. Will he flick his pawn to b4? Will he get knight d5 in? He's in calculation mode. He's got plenty of time, and big advantage. So, okay, sipping his tea there. Very classy. Very classy game so far, but poor Max Varmadam, he needs to fight back. He needs to avoid this just loss of control he's experienced in the last 24 hours. Okay, I think we go to the bird's eye view. We're assuming that Nodjebek here is going to take a longer pause. It's a critical moment. And where else is the action happening? Wow, the game between Van Forest and Wei Yi, I should never have doubted that would spiral at some point. Still in the balance objectively, but looks a bit crazy. That exact position. Still no real developments on the bottom left of your screens. Farouja against Giri. A couple of piece trades, but ultimately should still be fine for black. Okay, Danya, what do you suggest? Actually, two sides are winning Connect 4 here. Not just Donchenko in the middle of your screens, but also Magzudli, top left. He has connected all his pawns. I don't know whether it's going to backfire, though. Overextending can be an issue.
He's always playing with fire. By the way, knight takes a4 by Noterbeck. Your suggestion was played. But by the way, Jan didn't play knight h4. I'm shocked. He played queen to c2. I don't understand anything about this game. Like every time I think I have a handle on what's going to happen. After we predicted that initial string, I mean, very puzzling decisions by both sides. But we'll let that game simmer a little bit. Let's check into okay, Van Forest's game is also super concrete. I think that one might be fizzling out momentarily. Can we take a quick look at Van Forest versus Wei Yi? I think we might see our first result of the day on that board. Ooh, and Ju and June also on the move. Let's have a quick look at Van Forest's game and then jump to the Women's World Champion.
Let's do just that. Exclamation mark given to this last move by Jordan Van Forest. The Black Queen slides back. And here, Danya, you're predicting a quick peace treaty. Because if White gets overambitious here, if White gets too greedy and starts grabbing pawns, things could backfire. That's a sudden attack out of nowhere against the White King. But what are you predicting here? What specific moves are going to guide this game towards safety?
I just kind of smelled a perpetual. I wasn't sure exactly where the scent is coming from. I guess the big question is, knight takes c6. Suddenly there's rook e1. So maybe this game does end quickly, but not in the way that I had predicted. Okay, White needs to be quite careful here. Maybe you have to play a neutral move. No, but wait, White is also down a pawn. I didn't realize this for a second.
Yeah, it took me a while as well. It looks like Black's pawns are so weak. You can pick one off. I was wondering whether you could play safe with a move like queen takes c6. And after rook to e1, threatening some nasty stuff, play queen b5, covering that. Looks a bit awkward.
That's a lovely defensive resource, though, worth showing. Queen takes b5, c6, rook e1. Looks like White is dead lost.
Oof. I'm not sure if that's the only move, but apparently it holds the balance, and now White can go back to f3 to cover all the checking squares. It's so scary. You're living life on the edge, but that's how Jordan likes to roll.
Yeah. Code orange. Takes rook c1. I mean, Black could pretend that he's trying, but White just needs like one or two accurate moves here to hold the balance. Great find. David, queen b5 is so cold-blooded. Yeah, no, I got completely the wrong read on this position. For some reason, I thought White was the one pressing. I saw that rook on h4, and I thought, there's going to be tactics, but there's tactics, all right. It's Black who's in the driver's seat here. Despite having a lot less time, Jordan has to be very, very careful.
Yeah, Jordan should still hold the balance with some accurate moves. I mean, even those queen to f1 check variations, maybe there's no checkmate, I realized. So maybe White is just totally fine there as well. But ultimately, it's him trying to force the issue, trying to force the draw.
Wow.
Yeah, variations such as this one, Danya. Maybe there's just no knockout. Queen d3 should be a draw, but nothing more.
Yeah,
This would be
no way to... Quite a draw this would be. No, black has no moves because the rook is actually a great defensive piece. We thought it was an attacker, but no, it's actually a defender holding the h1 square. Okay, Jordan's going to find this. He's got 43 minutes. That's just an ocean of time. This is a tough line to force yourself to go for, but process of elimination, David, is a very powerful tool. There are no other moves. You're down a pawn. You have to recapture it. You can't do it with the knight. So you're just led down that path. So I stand by my prediction. This is quite a bit more complicated than I thought it was, but I still think Jordan is up to the task, and we will fizzle out here one way or the other.
Yeah, I think you should trust your senses, Danya. I think that was what you smelt, that draw, that repetition, and we're headed in that direction. Queen takes c6, and we're expecting rook e1, and maybe even a handshake in the next few minutes. Wei Yi doesn't have too much time to ponder. And thanks for our featured chat there. We saw that actually the players are the same age. Really nice stat there, really nice fact. Big rivals from a young age, but rook to e1, and apparently both queen takes d5 and queen b5 are both fine. Should be a draw. Should be our first result of the day of round 10.
Yes, I think we will see queen takes d5. In big time pressure, queen b5 would be the more practical move, but if you can calculate everything through brute force, you can ensure that you're not blundering anything weird. Okay, we'll probably let Jordan figure this out. He might take some time. And
let's do just that. And we promised we'd jump into the game with Zhu Wenjun. So let's go to Wei Yi's compatriot. And knight e7 has just landed deep in enemy lines. Has Magzulu overextended? I mentioned his connect 4, that beautiful black kingside pawn structure, but it's left a bunch of holes behind it. And she's, judging by the evaluation bar, she's doing extremely well right now, up on the clock as well by 15 minutes. It feels like, a lot can go wrong here for black, but how do you manage this? How do you protect your back rank, first of all?
I'm trying to figure out one specific thing, which is rook takes d1, rook takes d1, rook c7. There must be a tactic there that I'm not seeing yet.
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
Could I just go back to d5? Then you want to take my pawn on c4, I guess? Maybe we show this, put it on the board, try and work it out while our audience...
knight f4 may be in that position. But okay, let's do it. Rook takes d1. This is the critical line. Rook takes d1, rook takes d1. Now, if you take on c4 immediately, you give white options. I mean, even queen takes a7. My question was rook c7, and if the knight drops back, which is the only move, rook takes c4. And I think knight f4, is that the key to the kingdom? Is it simply queen d6?
Mm-hmm.
What is the killer here? It's +3.
Both look good. Let's try knight f4 because it's a hit and it's quite instructive. You're trying to infiltrate the back rank. Apparently there's a way out. Oof.
Rook d4, I don't know. No, but probably queen d6 is a simpler approach. Also not the most... queen a6
queen
fork!
A6.
Oh!
Same timing.
Wow. Wait, rook d4. I still fight.
Okay, and... Ooh. There's something here. Check. Back. Wow. Why do top players never die?
Buffering. buffering. Commentators thinking.
Rook takes queen c8, queen g8. Yeah, nothing.
Queen g8 takes queen c8. I was thinking maybe just rook d4, knight f6. No, it doesn't seem appealing.
Wow. This is the turn in the it happens every day where suddenly we have to click our calculation brains into gear, and it always takes a little bit of time.
That was a part of the job description.
Help us at home, everyone. We need a hand. Okay. Queen c8, queen g8, queen c3. Black defends.
Oh.
The diagonal.
Okay, I have an idea, but I have a feeling it's wrong.
Okay. Let's try. Let's put the moves on the board. Hit me with it.
No, it doesn't work. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. I was thinking, yeah, queen c8, queen g8, queen c3, queen g7. Let me just show for people what exactly the problem is. Knight takes d4 is forced, and now the tempting sequence is queen c8, queen g8, queen c3. It looks like, oh, and no, this actually blunders the knight. So this whole thing doesn't work.
Yeah, but in the other order, it might work. But yeah, either way.
But in this position, at first I was thinking knight f6, but then I realized black's queen could slide out of the way and cover the c8 square. It feels like there's a slow move here, and these moves are always very hard to see.
It's going to be centralization, like queen d6.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yes, it's exactly right. Queen d6, beautiful.
Yeah.
Such an easy move, right?
To see this from like half a dozen moves in advance, which maybe Zhu and Jun's calculating right now, would be impressive. And just to mention to everyone, the threat was your move, knight f6, just having paralyzed the black queen. Now,
and this is a double attack.
Yeah, and mate.
And queen d8. And it's amazing. Black is dominated because if you go back, then I fork you on b8. Knight e2 check, white just goes king. Maybe even king h2, but at least king f1 should do the trick. Black is helpless, even though he's up a pawn. No, but queen d6 is an amazing move, and it's the only winning move. Everything else is far less convincing. It might be better for white, but the only cleanly winning move is this incredibly quiet setup move, queen d6, just to prepare the threat of knight f6 going after the knight. Okay, so we weren't missing anything obvious. That's a bit of a relief.
Yeah, we don't get sacked just yet.
Good.
Anish is not going to take our jobs. But that's tough to find. But I think it's just instinct-wise. Zhu and Jun, even if she hasn't calculated, knows there's something. In the meantime, as expected, a peace treaty, a draw between Jordan van Forest and Wei Yi. Very well played game in the end. Both sides were creative, but cancelling out each other. And that leaves us with 6 games still in progress in the Masters section. Jordan bouncing back after a defeat yesterday, holding with white. And this could be a big upset. Zhu and Jun taking down Maghsoodloo. She's up 20 minutes on the clock, up on position, and with traps up her sleeve. Owen Lamy, one of the forerunners in the challengers section, watching with a lot of interest there. What are your predictions in this game before we move on, Danya? Is Zhu and Jun going to take it? Can Maghsoodloo deal with all of these hidden traps?
I mean, it just seems like Maghsoodloo has, this desire to play with fire every game. And you cannot artificially manufacture winning chances. I think this is what the game is showing. Zhu and Jun is incredibly classy. She's so good at punishing dubious play. I think she's shown this time and time again, this tournament, particularly with the white pieces. I think Parham's in serious trouble. Yesterday, he pulled out, the miracle of the century against Warmerdam, but to do it twice would require even more magic. Maybe he has it. He has the ability. Rook to a8. Yeah, he calculated that line. He didn't like it. And I think rook a8 is the best practical chance, David. Just keeping the tension. It's not a pleasant position, but at least everything is covered for the time being.
Yeah, that's job number 1, not to lose on the spot. So good move, good defensive move from Maghsoodloo. Let's go to another game where actually things are getting out of control. It's Gukesh maybe about to take down Alexander Donchenko. This could be key for the standings. It looks like the evaluation bar over in that game has gone through the roof, and really beautiful killer move there from Gukesh. I think we've jumped in just as he's made the final touches to this game. He sacrificed the exchange, Danya, but he's winning the material back with interest.
Wow. And I should probably rewind. Okay, we don't have to pull up an analysis board. This is what happened. Bishop f5, knight g3, and brilliant. Rook takes e4. This is a classic. Queen e7. And if white defends with the king, the rook is coming to e8. And most importantly, I'm just going to show this with arrows. Knight f6 check seems to be the saving resource, but black simply takes on f6. And black gains 2 pieces for a rook and a completely winning endgame. I'm actually surprised. Okay, now the evaluation bar is growing. This just feels completely hopeless to me. I don't see how white gets... maybe knight f6 and e4 you can try. No, but there's no way that's going to work out. There's a check on d4 in that position. White is lost.
Dania, there's an even cooler... I don't know if it's the only move, but I just wanted to show in that variation. After queen d4 check, king f3, queen takes d5. double pin.
Oh, okay, that's lovely. I should show that. Knight f6, queen takes f6, desperado. e4, looks like maybe white is winning a piece back. Nope, queen d4 check. King f3. Oh, this is lovely. And it might actually be the best move. Queen takes d5. Crisscrossing pins. I love this construction. And white is busted. Lovely find.
I mean, there's probably other winning moves, but just the prettiest at least. And as you mentioned, you're going to maintain your 2 pieces for a rook advantage. White's king is weak. And Donchenko, it's not quite resign time, but he knows, I think he's coming to terms with the fact that he just got a bit too aggressive with his pawns, forgot to control the rest of the board, especially the center, and things collapsed on the light squares. This is tough. He was playing very principled moves, aggressive moves, but Gukesh, great defender, first of all, and clearly a great counterattacker. This is a case of pin and win. Not much else to do. King f3 with e8, it's just over.
It's just losing, and I think the reason behind the loss, it wasn't this h4, g4 play. I actually liked that a lot. I think Donchenko had a very promising position at some point. It was this move that we criticized. We caught it live. When he pushed d5, it was impulsive. He played it too quickly. It looked very flashy, but he overextended himself. And this is honestly a textbook game of how to punish overextension in the center. You don't get these kinds of games too often anymore at this level. You know, this is a game that the old masters like Alekai and Capablanca would have been really proud of, the way that Gukesh quickly engineered massive pawn play on the queen side and then relocated the struggle to the center and capped it off with a lovely tactic in the end. Just a chef's kiss and a huge game for Gukesh, who is making a serious play to join Noterbeck if, of course, Noterbeck can convert his advantage against Warmerdam.
Yeah, this is huge for the standings. We mentioned Abdusatorov trying to get a win with the black pieces. Gukesh here with black as well. This is one that he would have circled out against one of the lower ranked opponents, lower rated seeds. This whole variation is actually about to land on the board. So key moment, will Gukesh, who looks like he's meditating, play queen to d4 check, followed by queen takes d5, which seems to end the game on the spot. I think probably there's other ways to do it, but why not? That is the most direct path. Queen d4 check. He's racing towards the finish here. King f3 forced to hold on to e4. Look at Anish Giri circling like a vulture.
Queen takes d5. Let's see it. He's going to play it. That's not a move that you can, once you spot it, you got to do it. Vidit did it.
Mm-hmm. Gukesh on the brink now. Even retreating the bishop might just be strong, but why retreat? Why leave white with all of the pawns intact? Queen takes d5, ends the game on the spot. Ends all resistance. And Gukesh keeping us guessing. I would get itchy fingers here, Danya. Once the move's on the radar, it's impossible to miss. And looks like he's going for it. Queen takes d5.
Oh, lovely.
Beautiful. Double pin. Donchenko, not much left to do. He can move the white bishop out the way, but the queen will sit on her diagonal, pinning the white pawn in the center. Crisscross, and a win for black.
Yeah, and he's earned all the applesauce in the world. Has Gukesh 27 moves. I mean, I think we can essentially call this a miniature. And Donchenko, bad luck in Vaikanze. He needs another round in The Hague. Maybe he just needs to go there and play remotely tomorrow.
Yeah, the best chance at this point. Maybe he'll resign now. Body language, it looks like he's coming to terms with everything. You could flick in a couple more moves. You could jump out the way with white's bishop. Bishop takes b4. There we go. Take a pawn. And this game continues. But Gukesh ultimately has now a winning advantage. And just as we edge towards the time control in all of the boards, while Alexander Donchenko fights for survival, let's take our final break before we jump back and in the build-up to Move 40. Join us in a few minutes, everyone, for the climax of this round.
I think me.
Probably Anish is still the favorite to win it.
I'll say Vei.
Honestly, I think maybe Nepal.
Never village. I guess, hopefully me. You're looking at him. If I can pick myself, let's say Alireza Firouzja. I hope it's me. If it's allowed, I would say myself, so.
If I can choose, I will choose myself. Because I'm rating favorites.
I do not consider myself the favorite. I believe it is possible. I mean, Jordan won it, so anything is possible.
I didn't think of this.
Yeah, this tournament is very strong and...
I would pick Nepomniachtchi.
We should wait for about 3 weeks and we'll know.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the World Chess Championship to the candidates, the Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Welcome to How to Reassess Your Chess, the fantastic book that was written by the late Jeremy Silman. He recently passed away, but he has left a legacy of the concept of the imbalances that he elucidates so very well. This concept is really a game changer. Once you hear it, you can't really ever get it out of your head. A 1500 player didn't like to just attack, but Silman beat it into his head. Listen, you've got to attack when the king is stuck in the middle of the board. Looks like he might be able to take it back, but he said, no can do. Black decided to play bishop to c3, dropping a queen sack on the board. What kind of move is that? We see a mate threat that cannot be stopped, and of course, if you take the queen, rook takes, and mate on a stick. This is how Jeremy Silman's students play? Man, that's the kind of teacher you want to have.
we're back with round 10 at the Tata Steel Masters, where things have just exploded. We promised it, we're in the build-up to the time control now, but things have got out of hand on pretty much all of the boards. Some huge developments to bring you. And let's jump straight back in with the chess, as Ding Liren in big trouble. Things have turned against him for our world champion. And Queen c5, last move, played by Jan Nepomniachtchi, but Danya, Black just seems powerless, no coordination. White's pieces swarming all over him right now. Look at the camera. He's in pain.
Yeah, I mean, it seems about 7 of the last moves by Ding have been with a rook, and most of them have been between b6 and b8. He's activated the island hopper, but I mean, this is just spiraling out of control once again. Nepo is making progress. It truly feels like Nepo has made 3 or 4 moves to improve his position, and Ding has done nothing, because that's exactly the way that it is. Black's position, David, is falling apart on all seams. d4 is hanging. There's threats of like knight e4, knight f6, e6 is in the air. There's a lateral threat against the knight on h5, which is trapped. How is this? I mean, only +2. I think Ding has to probably go rook b6. Hint, he just played rook b6 back to b8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, you mentioned it. He's just wasted a bunch of tempo with the black rook. And when you give your opponent so many free moves in a row, it's no surprise things will backfire. And it moves again, rook to d8. Clear idea, at least this time, of queen to d5, aiming to trade queens. But is it too late? That is my big question. Feels like this is, I mean, question mark given by the computer. Feels like it's at least a logical move, but it's asking for a knockout blow now from white. I mean, even knight takes f7 ideas are on the cards, e6 ideas, knight e4, as you mentioned, minimum. Ding looks ready to get out of there.
Yeah, rook h4 to induce g6. If you're Nepo with 20 minutes, you have to be accurate here and try to maximize the advantage. I think knight f7 is beautiful. And it's definitely one of the best moves. Queen takes f7, you pick up the knight. But I don't know, maybe Black can try to go rook f8 there. Can we find the knockout here? Is it rook h4 to induce g6 and then drop the knight back to e4? Actually, not so easy for white to crush it. That never happens, right? It's hard to find the win against a 2,700 plus opponent. We haven't seen that at all this tournament.
Yeah. I mean, Ding, he's been strategically outplayed, just lost control of key squares, kind of lost a few tempi here and there, but he's going to make it hard for Jan tactically to finish this off. The breakthrough, as you say, often the hardest. Okay, let's try some forcing moves. Either some checks, captures, or threats. I don't see any checks, so knight takes f7 is a capture, but threats, e6 or rook h4, maybe one of those two.
Yes, rook h4. I was thinking, okay, very decent. Black has to play g6, and my point was now f6 is a very weak square. Mm-hmm. So you can try to set up tactics with knight e4, and now you're threatening rook takes h5. And amazingly, it's very hard to get out of this, because also the knight on c6, you pointed this out, has been the bane of Black's existence for a long time. So something like queen d5 doesn't actually solve any problems. White simply trades, and again, this tactic, rook takes h5 with knight f6 check to follow. Is there any way to avoid material losses after knight e4? Maybe you have to go king g7?
Yeah, king g7, knight f6 still looks super tempting, I've got to say, among others. But maybe there's something stronger. Knight f6. Let's just show some checkmating patterns here. I'm assuming there are some. Queen g5 is a check, forcing the black king back. And how do we put the gloss on? How do we end resistance?
Maybe just Patzer sees a check kind of thing?
Yeah, Patzer plays a very strong check in this case.
Queen somewhere.
Yeah.
To some undisclosed square. Actually, there is a funny mating pattern. What you don't want to allow is the king to escape through c5. Actually, king hunts are very, very difficult like this. It's so easy to accidentally shepherd the king precisely into the wrong direction. Nepo has gone with the immediate knight e4, though, so very similar. But he has skipped this preliminary rook h4. And does this allow Black to play queen d5? Maybe Nepo wants some queen maneuver.
Or maybe his idea is similar. After queen d5, will he just chop off the queens and go rook g5? Same idea, Danya. The knight is trapped, as you mentioned.
Oh, that is cruel. That is cruel.
Yeah, I don't know if black can get some counterplay. The bar's slightly dropped there, but not significantly. Yeah,
E6 is
now
also a huge threat.
Oof, too many threats.
I mean, you're fighting an entire Roman legion here. I mean, everything, all sides. E6, the knight. You mentioned rook g5. That's a lovely idea. Yeah, I think Nepo is ready to go home as well. I think he can just sense his opponent cracking on the board, off the board. This feels terrible. Again, I'm surprised it's only plus 2.5. There must be some move, some way to maintain practical chances. I was thinking queen f5 for a second, but no. I take c6 and I have a discovery with knight f6. Wow. Insane.
Yeah, and I'm surprised he played knight e4 so quickly. He had itchy fingers, or should I say, Nepomniachtchi fingers. Yeah, I mean, knight e4 is so tempting, so many threats. Ding still has 14 minutes, but it might be too late. It might just be too late. I mean, e6 is just the killers. Okay, queen e6 instead, blocking that threat, preventing it for now. But knight g5 ideas are in the air. How does white continue? Okay, queen e6 is definitely the most tenacious move in that position. How to finish this off?
Okay, knight g5 is, again, that's the itchy fingers kind of move. You want to play it, but I think Ding wants to slide his queen up to d5. And of course, the g5 square there has been taken away from the rook. Yeah, it's still, maybe you can go rook g5. Maybe I can get away with knight f4. And there's no mate somehow.
Still scary, but no immediate finish there.
Still some work to do by Jan. I mean, if he gets a little too sloppy, it's definitely possible to let black in the game here if you don't capitalize in the next couple of moves.
Definitely. I mean, hence my surprise at the fact he rushed with knight e4. It's still clearly winning. I mean, how can it not be with white's perfect centralization and control? But Ding suddenly looks a lot more confident. Like just that one move changed his whole body language. Back in thought now.
Yeah, there was a double espresso hidden behind the e6 square, apparently.
Yeah, a shot in the arm. Sometimes all you need is your opponent to take the foot off the pedal and play one inaccurate move, and suddenly momentum completely turns. We'll learn a lot about Jan's foresight, his prophecy, in this move. Had he foreseen queen e6? Because, yeah, rook d5 is actually a really annoying threat. Suddenly black would be totally fine, given one more move. I do wonder.
Well, Jan is not at the board. Once again, he's gone for an indefinite period of time. Oh, no, he's back. Okay, he's thinking. I'm just so unused to Jan thinking and not moving that I just... What a surprise. I think he might have overlooked queen e6. It's actually a very... Paradoxically, it's a very easy move to miss because you think that the only threat or the only defensive resource you have to deal with is queen d5. It's hard to think of queen e6 because it seems to walk into knight g5, but white actually wants that square for the rook. Where is the win? Jan also doesn't see it right off the bat.
Yeah, I'm wondering how big the margin is here, because it might be a case of this previous position before knight e4, there were 5-6 moves that won or were very tempting. Suddenly, yeah, the window of opportunity is closing. Suddenly it's hard to name... I mean, earlier we were naming e6, knight e4, rook h4, knight f7. Now it's hard to name even one or two. You mentioned rook g5 running into knight f4 and no knockout. How about rook h4? I guess black defends the knight.
With the g6?
Yeah.
Queen c1 also occurred to me. There's a crazy line.
Yeah.
If we could bring up an analysis board real quick. I mean, also there's huge developments, by the way, in the game. Warmerdam versus Abdusatorab, where things have turned around in very dramatic fashion. But queen c1 fails to knight takes e5. And this is just an example of the kinds of things Jan has to deal with here. Rook g5. Looks like everything is great. You win a piece. Nope. Black has queen f4. And the game turns around. This is the tenuous nature of white's advantage. White has nothing here.
You even have knight f4 there.
Oh, with knight e2. Insane.
Yeah. But yeah, there's definitely room for error here, room to go wrong. And yeah, I disagree with the featured chat just there. Winning this with eyes closed, no longer. I think maybe on the last move. But now suddenly anything to play for, everything to play for, every ding to play for, I should say. Wow, Queen e6. Definitely a case of the evaluation bar being deceptive here, Dania. And suddenly, Jan, 4-minute think. We're approaching the time scramble. Will he lose control? What do you predict here?
Yeah, I think it's entirely... Ooh. I mean, I'm just still trying to find the win, and I keep beating my head against the wall. It's easy to forget that Ding is the world champion for a reason. He's super resilient. I mean, he's fought every single game. Against Pragg, he came really, really close in a dead loss position. I mean, you can't give him unnecessary chances. This is exactly how you screw up a winning position. But Jan, I think, doing the right thing. He's pausing. He's realized that the path has narrowed significantly. And you know what? Maybe the correct idea is just to play something slow, like Rook H4, G6, and I don't know, play a Ding style, just like go back to G4. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend that I see anything forced. I don't see anything forced. Oh, wait a second. Rook H4, G6, and then Knight G5?
Queen D5?
Mm-hmm. Oof. Yeah, and the queen sacks don't work. The king has just enough real estate there to run away from any shenanigans.
Oh, wait.
Damn girl.
Wait, that time knight... Maybe that does work. Queen D5 there, you have this idea again of...
Rook H5.
Queens. Rook H5, yeah. Wow.
Oh, let's show this on the board before we maybe leave the board briefly. I mean, this is where the action is happening, but Rook H4, G6, now Knight G5, Queen D5, takes, and I completely forgot about this for some reason. Rook takes H5. I guess it's not... Maybe Jan is a little bit worried about this endgame. How easy is this to win?
Knight B4 is coming, I guess, and pawns are falling. Rook H4 is Knight B4.
But then I have Rook H8.
Oh. That's just me, Daniel. How could you?
How could I do this? Yeah, Knight before Rook H8. Probably not the only move, but this is actually an important resource because the Knight also takes and defends D3. I don't give you anything.
You don't give me anything. Yeah, this is...
Anything, that's right.
Jan Neprophecy. No, I tried. Yeah, he's foreseen this maybe.
It's very tempting to make a Russian language pun because Nepomniachtchi basically means like one who doesn't remember. Mm-hmm. So I was going to say like, I don't remember a better pun. But yeah, that's a little dangerous. Multi-language puns always have a way of falling flat.
That's right. But he needs to foresee this. Rook
yes!
H4.
He's found it.
This is going to be a cold shower for Ding. I mean, we felt that he was getting close to maybe saving the game if White wasn't accurate, but what to do now?
But Jan was accurate. Rook D5 can be tried.
D5. Queen A3 maybe? Just to threaten Queen A8 check ideas?
Oh, come on. That is just cruel geometry. And he's played Rook D5?
Yeah. Because Queen C1, suddenly you can take on E5 in a lot of lines. But yeah, Queen A3, he plays it.
Great call. Instantly, he foresaw this. And Queen A8, you're just waiting to deliver that check when the time is right. And the time is right when the knight moves away from C6 so that you can't block the check with the rook. Okay, G6. That must lose. Yeah, I mean... Oh, knight F... No? Ooh.
So close.
Yeah,
I know what you're hoping for. Oh, wait, maybe?
Oh, wait.
Oh, maybe. Oh, so close.
Oh, so close. It's like it's too many pieces for the queen. Yeah.
I know what you're hoping. Yeah. Maybe we show that G6 on the board.
But okay. Yeah, so what I was flirting with here, what we were flirting with is, okay, let's just show this really quickly. Knight F6 check. It's the wrong move. Just everybody's clear. Knight takes F6. Rook H8 almost works. King takes H8. Queen F8. King H7. Knight G5 is made, but black has this. And, you know, how many times does this kind of thing happen when you fall in love with your own ideas? Again and again, it's not about finding the most flashy win. It's just about ending the game Jan is about to make a move.
I realized, Daniel, while you were showing that variation, there is a bit of a windmill kind of take and then go round with the knight, maybe.
Oh my gosh. Is it knight g5, queen e5, queen a8, knight d8, rook h5, and queen d5?
I mean, that one was too far for me. I was just looking more basic, but he's played it. Wow. I was thinking rook takes h5, and then knight f6 check, knight takes h5, knight f4, and you come around.
I mean, that's also incredible. But this is his idea. Queen takes e5. I mean, maybe there's other wins. Check.
Beautiful.
That's a fork. Black has to block with a knight. And look at this. Bang, bang, bang. And white emerges with a clean extra piece. Jan has foreseen all of that. No, but this is amazing. And now Ding sees it as well. That's why he's paused.
Yeah. No words. Just admiration. Beautiful. All the knight forks. In the background there, we just saw Vidit and Pragg exit the playing hall. They did end up playing out a draw. Very peaceful game there. Very solid game. Both still undefeated in the event. But all eyes now on this one where Jan Nepomniachtchi is about to get revenge for the 2023 world title match. At least some semblance of revenge by taking down Ding. And Ding resigns. He's seen it all. And wow, Danya, out of the blue. But beautiful knight forks there deciding the game.
Wow. Jan is, again, very expressive, surprising, but Ding is just collapsing. I mean, this is an incredible finale by Jan, but I think he just can't believe, I mean, how good of a version of this position he got. Ding just froze at some point. I mean, not literally, but figuratively. Rook a b6, rook b8, rook b6. It gave Jan all the tempi that he needed to set up this incredible win. And another blow for the world champion, who is just counting the days until this tournament is over.
Yeah, 2023, a great year for Ding, at least the first half, but the rust now showing as he makes his comeback in 2024. And in the meantime, 4 games still underway. 3 games have finished, 2 draws, and then that win for Jan Nepomniachtchi. We see Jan watching with a lot of interest some of the other games. This endgame between Firouzja and Giri will go on a long, long time past the time control. I think we'll leave that one for now. We'll check back in a bit later, but there's drama elsewhere. Zhu Wenjun, top left, has an advantage, has an extra pawn against Magzudlu. Can she convert that? Big questions ahead for her. But in terms of the tournament standings, the other 2 games might be the more interesting, Daniel. You mentioned massive turnaround. Max Varmadam fighting ferociously against Abdusatorov, while Gukesh with black just closing out his win now, slowly but surely, against Donchenko. So maybe we check out that up and down game. Abdusatorov's lost control.
He has. He's lost control. Now white is firmly in the driver's seat. And we last checked in at that critical moment when the bishop on b2 was hanging. We don't really have time right now to go through the particulars of what happened, but essentially Noterbeck, he sacrificed a piece on g4. He made one seemingly insignificant inaccuracy, and Max was able to turn around. He gained 2 pieces for a rook. He's established a lovely knight on c5, and he's just played the move a5, fixing this weakness on a6, but only 4 minutes now to play 3 very important moves in a sharp position. David, this is turnaround maybe is a slight exaggeration. I would say this is a very double-edged position. Maybe white is better on paper, but at least Max is not lost. I think he's thrilled to even be in this position in the first place.
Yeah, I think turnaround, we're kind of describing the momentum of the game. It's on white's side. Objectively, still everything to play for. Look at the clocks as well. Max down to 4 minutes. Still a few moves to make. But yeah, he's dodged the immediate bullet. He's dodged immediate catastrophe. And look at the white knight. Beautiful piece. A5. Yes, it's given a X there. It's given a miss symbol, saying that there was something stronger for white, but very strong classical move. Following conventional wisdom, that white A-pawn is a potential queen. The black A-pawn in front of it is a fixed weakness. White's bishop lines up on the long diagonal, supporting the white A-pawn's promotion square on A8 long term. Anytime the queens come off, I think Max is out of danger, maybe even going to win that endgame. So he can kind of bully Nodibek here. He can keep angling for queen exchanges, keep offering. And this weird pawn structure, Yes, black has 2 pawns and the rook for bishop and knight, so nominally up on points, but it's just the quality. And unless black can whip up an attack against the white king, which I think he has to try, then Max should be feeling confident, even confident enough to look away at other boards with the clock ticking. So, Danya, you mentioned we won't go back too far, but it feels like still critical moments ahead. Maybe even these next few moves, Nodebek needs to get tricky before move 40.
Yes, the issue is that he can't really make too much noise on the king side. I mean, he can go rook g6. I think this is the most natural move by far. But white has several ways to defend the bishop. White can go queen g3, try to engineer a queen trade. White can defend from the center, queen e4, which looks like a pretty stable construction. The queen can essentially defend the bishop diagonally. And it's not like Nodebek has, blank check on the king side. He's also got to deal with the possibility of knight takes a6, and that a pawn is going to go really, really fast. This knight on c5 is just a monster. There's Korobov in the background.
Another monstrously strong player, Korobov, in the challengers group. But yeah, this white knight is a beast. The white bishop on g2 is super strong, both now defensively and in any endgame. It will come to life. I actually think the evaluation bar's deceptive. I'm going to say it now. I think black is the one fighting for his life. And Nodebek has to come to terms with that. He has to adapt, adjust, rather than being the aggressor, the attacker. Now he's very much on the defense. He needs to activate the rook on c8 somehow. I'm not sure how you do that. Maybe a variation, as you mentioned, rook g6, line up first to force the white queen to defend, and then the other rook comes in to f8 or d8. And the game goes on. But ultimately, all 3 results possible. Maybe we'll see another 5-6 hour game by Max. Another long grind.
Yeah, entirely possible. This seems to be headed in that direction, unless something crazy happens before the time control. I think we safe bet that we're going to get a pretty drawn-out second stage of the game. Much to Max's thrill. I mean, he could have lost this a lot earlier if he wasn't careful.
Yeah, he took a lot of passive decisions, but once Nodebek forced the issue, forced the play, Max has already risen to the occasion. So, I think no need to delve too deep into variations right now. Let's go check out the other games. Have they reached move 40? I see Donchenko against Gukesh. That has reached move 40. Gukesh still with a winning position intact. How about Zhu Wenjun against Magzudlu? Has the advantage fizzled? Still up a pawn for white, but black's piece is super active. Maybe we just
they are move
update
36.
that.
Yeah, I mean, Maksudlu in pretty acute time pressure. He's got 2 minutes now to make quite a few important moves. It really feels like he is knocking on the door. He is just at the cusp of holding the draw, but he needs to be a little bit careful. He's still down a pawn, and he's faced with some threats down the 7th rank. Okay, first impression is, okay, maybe king f6 can be tried, but I don't know. White starts pushing that c-pawn. It's pretty menacing in time pressure.
Yeah, I guess the black rook will slide behind that pawn. Should still be safe-ish, but yeah, the closer you come towards your other pieces when there are knights on the board, the closer you kind of feel that you are to forks. So, okay, ultimately he goes back, I guess giving fewer options to the white knight. Zhu Wenjun pushes. She would love to trade off the rook somehow by hook or by crook, because then the white a-pawn would simply decide the game. Knights being so bad at stopping those runaway rook's pawns.
By hook or by rook?
Oh, you beat me to it. Rook c4 on the board.
Okay.
Pawn to c6, I guess. You've said A, B, C. You might as well say c6.
Oh, very good, very good.
Yeah, but where then?
C6 threat c7, actually. That does become a huge threat because king takes c7, c8, queen is a classic theme that is a discovered check. And Zhu Wenjun says, okay, what do you got? A knight e6 maybe is the defensive construction that Parham is going for, just covering the c7 square. I think he might have to do that. I'm not seeing anything forcing. And rook c1 check can be thrown in, but h2 is a perfect hiding spot for the white king.
Yeah, and after knight to e6, can white try to deflect the black rook, distract the rook with a4, start racing that pawn down the board? Or is knight d8 a threat?
Maybe there I can play a5.
Yeah, I was wondering about this. And maybe
One
I
pawn
ignore.
replaces another.
Maybe I ignore the bait of the rook and take the c6 pawn, but that's scary for black. I mean, this position in general is scary for black. 2 moves to make before move 40.
Yes, I think the sort of simple option if you don't want to calculate is knight d5, but that's a draw. You do not want to just give up the c pawn. Parham will be very happy to see it. I think you propose a really lovely idea, a4. I mean, a lot of people would just grab the pawn excitedly. I'm just going to show this c7. And again, king takes c7. See it, black has to give up the knight for the pawn. And if black plays, what were we looking at? Knight
d8.
Knight d8, yes. Here there is a5. Obviously, you can't take the rook because the pawns are going to promote. Knight takes c6. I mean, white could even play a6, but the ironic thing is white promotes, but black gives up the exchange, and this is definitely a draw. This is actually maybe not like the most straightforward draw, but I'm 99% sure Parham would hold this comfortably.
Yeah. Slightly more chance actually for white because black's pawns have advanced so far, so more room for the white rook to poke behind. But as you say, draw 99% of the time. So Zhu Wenjun, she's got to kind of gauge whether the risk, firstly, whether there's any risk involved pushing her pawn. Secondly, does she just want to maintain the balance? Kind of just play like h4, g3, just fix the structure on the king side and then decide upon how urgent it is to push pawns. I'm not sure whether black's got any direct threat. Either way, she's got to try now before move 40, it feels like, to try and trick Parham. Otherwise, it might just fizzle out towards a draw. It's very much black fighting for his life. I don't think Zhu Wenjun's ever going to lose this in a million years, but if she wants to win, it might take urgent measures. Yeah, tough position. It's not your normal endgame, Danya, with just being about strategy here. It's very much a calculation fest.
Gosh, Parham is just like always on the cusp of defeat. It seems every game, he's cutting it so close. I think he just has enough in the tank to hold the draw here. But Zhu Wenjun doing the right thing. She's not just indiscriminately blitzing out moves. She's trying to find the best practical chance. I mean, knight d5, I criticize. Maybe it works out tactically. Maybe you just make some sort of a incredibly deep waiting move like a3. I don't know. It's a difficult endgame to get to kind of get your bearings in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know Magnus would play h4 here, and it would somehow look like a genius move, but I don't know. Somehow his h pawns and a pawns always promote, but yeah, h4.
Yeah, they always
g3
reach e7 at the right moment.
Yeah, they always touch down. But yeah, right now, tough decision for Zhu Wenjun. She's got a lot of time though. Maybe we check in very briefly with some of the other games. Max Varmadam's about to reach move 40, I believe, but his one, he's lucky he's about to get the extra time because I was about to say that's getting even more complicated. Rook to e1, he's made some great decisions, Max Varmadam. Yeah, rook to e1. I was going to say rook takes d4. It looks like a blunder, but you can luckily evade this and take on c6. Only safe square, but sufficient. And the black king under a bit of fire.
Wow. Yeah, that threatens mate in 1, by the way. And what a story it would be if Max can find it in himself to somehow pull out the win in this game. How good that would feel as a bounce back to the devastating loss. Of course, he's very far away from that. The eval bar is actually showing no advantage. And maybe Noterbeck plays rook takes c4, queen takes c6, and then something very calm like h5, just creating a luft square for the king. The queen is a great defender, but the problem is that it can't leave the long diagonal, and that really restricts its ability to participate in the offense. So Noterbeck taking his time. He has really good time management. You rarely find him, making the 40th move with 30 seconds. He always seems to have just the right amount of time to make an informed decision going into time control.
Yeah, I just had a cool idea, but I don't know if it works, Danya. I wanted to play originally rook takes d4, queen takes c6, e5, but of course that blunders into mate in 1. So how about I switch the move order and play e5 first?
Ooh. Actually, that's a lovely... Oh, and he's played rook d6. But this is a lovely idea. I'll just very, very quickly show d takes e5, rook d4, and the queen has no squares along this diagonal. Okay, maybe white plays f5 and goes into a complicated endgame.
Yeah,
but
f5 is a joy killer. I was hoping for f takes e5 as well, where I could show off the secondary motif. Now I take on d4 anyway, and I double stack on your bishop.
This is lovely. I think f5 might be essentially an only move. And okay, it's would have reached a double-edged endgame. Instead, Max has to make one more move after rook d6, which was a mistake. Can white grab the pawn? Can white... Wow.
Not an easy decision for Max. We're told this is a massive mistake, actually.
f5 is a thought here. I mean, force the queen trade, try to go for the a pawn, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's tempting.
Wait, f5 looks amazing because David, queen takes e4, knight takes e4. Both rooks are under attack in that position.
Beautiful. And e takes f5. There's queen e8 mate yet again. I guess black would be forced to take on f5 with the queen.
Yes.
And it's a lot of pawns you're giving up, but you do get a6, so it's just about the quality rather than the quantity. Really complicated. 2 minutes and a bit for Max right now. One more move to make. I think this is the last game to reach the magical move 40.
No, f5 is not it, I think. f5, too many pawns. Black has too much counterplay, but it's extremely tempting. There is some move here that leads to a big, big advantage.
Knight takes a6 is tempting. Also feels a bit loose in the wrong direction. Move 40, you don't want to touch that pawn, right? Don't want to decentralize your knight.
Well, you want to make a safe move. You want to make an improving move. But what can you improve in this position? Rook e3 walks into a queen d1 check.
Okay, process of elimination. We can't touch any pawns unless f5, which we've ruled out. Can't move the queen, can't move the bishop. Maybe that leaves the knight or the king.
Knight or the king. So knight d3 was a thought, but rook takes d4, again, just doesn't look like it goes in the wrong direction. King f1, maybe improving the king position, getting out of the pin.
At least then rook takes d4 is never an issue. You can just take back on d4. That's quite clever, actually. I don't think I'd think of it in a million years, but now you said it.
Process of elimination, yeah, it actually does stop rook takes d4 ideas. Okay, but 90 seconds now for Max, and how does he handle the pressure here? Huge moment. As always, the most committal decision, always on move 40.
Yeah, that's just how chess works, alas. Not much to do about that, apart from saving time, like Nodibek Abdusatorov. We'll wait for Max's 40th move, this critical move, and then take stock, reassess. But ultimately, it's a critical moment, not just in this game for Max, but also for the tournament standings. Abdusatorov might need to win if he wants to keep pace with Gukesh, who looks like he's about to leap up into first place.
King f1 is the best move.
Ooh, wow.
It's the only move that maintains a big advantage. Can he spot this cold-blooded, quiet, prophylactic measure? It makes sense when it's spoken aloud, right? Get the king out of the pin, prevent rook takes d4. But what makes this move difficult? There are so many forcing options. Knight a6, and he's found it!
Max efficiency there as he plays the best move and leaves the board. Mic drop. That is impressive. And suddenly...
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, suddenly white's position is beautiful. You can even play moves like bishop f3, get the white king to the center to e2, and suddenly things turn around. Black's lost control. Nodibek might be crashing to a defeat here. Unthinkable almost an hour ago, but Max, what a move, Dania. That might be the most classy move of this round so far.
No, I'm just so impressed with his composure and his ability to find... Sorry, that was me. His ability to find reserves of strength and resilience. It seemed like he was going down early in this game. He was in time pressure, somehow tricking Nodibek tactically and now finding a huge move on move 40. But we know how these top players are. Nodibek is not going down just yet. He's going to find something tricky on this move, and he is going to keep fighting with his teeth here and try to deliver another devastating blow to Max. But something tells me Max is not planning to give this one away. He's determined.
Yeah, and Abdusattorov now has his nodded back against the wall. That's not mine. Thanks to our producer for that one. My brain was not quite quick enough to come up with that, but certainly Black is suffering. He's, I mean, what to even play here? He's struggling to hold this game. So, okay, we're about to reach move 40. Nodebek has a key decision to make. And maybe we just quickly recap the others and just try to summarize how the positions sit as we've passed move 40. So Donchenko Gukesh, we haven't been at in a long time. We've kind of ruled that one. We've kind of assumed that would be a Black win, but still in progress. Maybe just a brief update for everyone. The board in the middle of the pack there. Big evaluation bar advantage for Black, but material disappearing rapidly. Do you think that's straightforward, Daniel?
I think given that they've made time control, I think it's fairly. Rook A8, that last move was really nice. It's not a blunder. The knight is pinned laterally by the rook on A6, but okay, it just seems like I feel like Gukesh still has it under control. Maybe it's worth a closer look after a break. I'd also point out, Firouzja Giri, that game has been kind of painfully dragging along in the general direction of a draw, really since the start of the game. Anish under a little bit of pressure, but just a little bit throughout the game. And I don't think Firouzja was ever able to manufacture anything concrete. I think we might see a forced draw in that game within a couple of moves. I don't know if we should go there or not.
Actually, I've just realized that they haven't reached move 40 in that one. It feels like they have because they've been in the endgame for ages, queens off the board. But just before our break, maybe we jump in. Firouzja against Giri. Firouzja with around the 1 minute mark. And like you said, we might be about to see a forced draw. This is move 39. And Giri takes a pawn, nicely profiting from a pin. White's king, unfortunately, can't approach the black rook, so has to step forward to d2. And how does Giri lock this down now? Still level material. White's rook threatening to feast, poach the b7 pawn.
Yes, Giri needs to be careful here because knight c4, king c2. This is kind of nasty. Okay, I'm sure there's some concrete move here that Anish already sees. He's hesitating.
Rook b3, maybe?
And if I take your pawn on b7, you have knight d5. Yeah.
Yeah, double attack. Feels a bit... It's hanging by a thread here. Giri, he's got 5 minutes. This is move 40, so Firouzja is safe. He can go to the bathroom, get a drink. But Giri needs to be accurate, and he's reaching for his rook. Yeah, process of elimination again, Danya. That helps so much in these situations. Moving the black knight kind of backfires, rebounds, no good squares for it. Black rook trapped. Actually, if you go knight f5, knight g4 or something, king c2 wins on the spot for white.
Yep.
But Giri is safe, as we're told, by the eval bar. Last move in any of the games of the first time control. Should just be a draw. And a well-played game by both sides so far.
Yeah, Anish never really gave Alireza realistic chances. It was always pleasant. He was in the driver's seat. But, Anish is just so accurate in all facets of the game, but especially in these technical tasks. Just one last hurdle to jump through. He sees the move. Of course, he doesn't see the eval bar. So he doesn't have that safety net, knowing that, yes, there is a move that keeps the evaluation. Rook b3, like you said, David, it's close. I mean, all of your pieces are kind of tangled up. Got to make sure that there's no random tactics. Got to make sure that after rook takes b7, knight d5, White's not somehow keeping all of the pawns. And that requires a little bit of calculation before Firouzja agrees to the peace treaty.
Yeah, I just realized there is a cool move. I don't think it's actually any good, but after rook b3, you can play bishop b2 check anyway with white and try to go into a better rook endgame, a pawn up. But probably that is just a draw either way, nonetheless. And yeah, Giri just working out the details. Again, very professional from our our interviewer, our CEO, Anish Giri.
Our commentator.
Our commentator. The Anish of all trades. He plays rook to b3, and we've reached move 40. He's safe. He gets up, goes to get a refreshment, and yeah, this is the perfect time for us to do likewise, to do the same. It's time for our break, and we'll be back with the second time control to unpick all of the details as these remaining games approach their end. So see you in a few minutes.
Coffee, I guess.
Play sports and take a shower.
I think maybe take some more rest.
Preparing a couple of hours, not more.
Just try to focus on the chess, but I do try to keep the schedule the same each day.
I will not reveal what I do, but it's some kind of a meditation.
Yeah, brush my teeth before the game.
It's by working on opening. It's actually important not to do anything special. Wake up, breakfast, prepare, play chess, dinner.
Sleep and generally relax maybe 1 or 2 hours before the game.
Normally I just prepare with computer.
Sleep well, eat well, and then if I'm lucky to play well as well.
Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go platinum to add unlimited game review or diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
Hello, Vanakkam.
Vanakkam. So this is where the magic happens, and this is where all the magic has already happened.
Yes, that's a good way of putting it. That's my World Junior.
87.
87. It's difficult to tell you how many doors that opened for me and what historical moment it was, and when I got back. The chess Oscars, very nice. These 5 of them.
5 of them.
The Wanderers.
5, and there's one on top that is the 6th one. So since he had already got 5, they didn't want to give him the same trophy. So they gave him a trophy of a king with the world in his hand. Yeah. This is Anand's first ever mention in a newspaper.
Oh.
So this is his first ever he was mentioned.
V. Anand achieved a national record by winning all the 9 rounds to notch a maximum of 9 points in the Sub-Junior Championship.
But imagine now T.S. Ravi's daughter Rakshita is part of the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy. I mean, it's so beautiful to see how life comes around.
So World Rapid Chess and Mind Champion. So this was NIT gave me this nice trophy.
Why do I get the feeling that Aruna knows all the trophies and where you won better than you remember it, Anand?
Because I cleaned and read.
Because it's true.
Moreover, did you have a favorite? Thank you so much, Anand. I feel this is extra motivation for all the youngsters, this opportunity to actually come here and witness these achievements and spend time with you in this stunning room. Anand, Aruna, thank you so much for this.
the Netherlands, where tradition meets innovation. The battleground is set. Welcome one and all to the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, the Wimbledon of chess. The stage is graced by the finest strategists, the sharpest minds, and the most formidable opponents from around the globe.
H5, we are in for a fight.
A mix of seasoned veterans and rising stars will make sure this edition of Tata Steel will be spectacular.
And checkmate. Nordebek played a brilliant game. He is a monster.
World champion Ding Liren makes a return to the board after being absent in chess for over half a year. How will he fare against the defending champion Anish and those who have already secured their spot in the FIDE Candidates Tournament?
To beat Ding with the form that Ding has been displaying is absolutely impressive.
Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans visiting the venue daily, 14 chess maestros will vie for supremacy and glory. Who will best withstand the pressure and take home the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title? Let the games begin.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 10 at the Tata Steel Chess Festival, where we've passed the 4-hour mark. We're in the latter stages of the games, but still plenty of intrigue ahead out there in Vaikanze. And it's time to jump back into the tournament. And this is the current state of the playing hall. A lot of games have finished out there in the other sections. Still some crowds gathering. And let's recap what we've seen so far today. Of course, I'm still David Howell, and I'm still joined, luckily, by Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. But in the meantime, Daniel, time to jump in. Let's go to what we have left in that venue. And 3 games have finished, 2 draws, and an important win for Jan Nepomniachtchi over world champion Ding Liren. A sparkling tactical effort, and we'll bring the updates. We'll break down those 4 remaining games for you, of course. But time for the results of today's rounds so far. And I've already, as I say that, realised that I've recapped. But as we mentioned, Vidit against Pragg was a draw. Jordan van Forest against Wei, a draw. And Jan with the white pieces beating Ding Liren. And let's jump in. I actually see some brilliant moves even after move 40. And it's time to recap some of those, as some results maybe still kind of in doubt, but not on this board, Danya.
Well, I mean, I'm actually quite shocked that Danchenko has gotten it this far. We kind of already dismissed any attempts by White as purely symbolic. I mean, once they got into this endgame, but somehow Alexander was able to trade rooks, and it's only on the strength of this incredible resource that Gukesh is just uncorked, that Black maintains an objectively winning position. Knight to c8, beautiful domination of the minor pieces over the rook. The pawn on h7 is untouchable because the knight closes the trap with knight to e7. The rook will never be able to get out, and Black wins pretty easily by mopping up that b2 pawn. But this game actually is not over. White doesn't have to take on h7, and Danchenko is trying to find the best spot for his rook. One other big question here, David, is who benefits if you swap these pawns? I would think it's White, but I guess it depends on the placement of Black's minor pieces. It seems like the margins are very, very narrow now. Probably still winning for Black, but Gukesh with a couple of sloppy moves here, and Danchenko, you can read it in the body language. He's back into this. He seemed like he was ready to resign just a couple moves ago.
Yeah, well played to him. We have to hold our hands up and say we were expecting resignation. I think Danchenko was tempted. Gukesh may be expecting a resignation as well, back in the middle game with Queen still on the board. But ultimately, he's escaped, and putting these top players away is hard. Danchenko wriggling here for his life. The reason I thought that this was still pretty straightforward was because of the kind of cleverness, the cunningness of Black's last move. But you're right, Danya. Actually, I was just looking at moves like rook c7 when Black can play the very clever knight to d6. And same idea of trapping that white rook. Rook takes h7, you close the cage, then Black knight drops back, and then you snack on the b2 pawn, game over. But there are other options at hand. Maybe a check, maybe ideas of rook to a4. Yeah. As you say, I think white's kind of dream here is to trade off the queenside pawns and focus just on one flank, if you can. But even that at the moment seems difficult. So still black being the favorite, but momentum-wise, it's not all been one-sided traffic. The last few moves, knight to c8. What do you think? What's the most tenacious? Is it just asking the question? Is it a check? Is it rook to a4? Rook a4 at least sets a trap, I guess, if black defends that pawn with knight d6.
But even that is lost. b3, c3.
Oh, trapper gets trapped. Maybe we show this on the board. That's a really nice tactic. Actually, lots of tactics in this simplified endgame.
I mean, king d5 also good. So I think rook a4 is unfortunately doesn't achieve the desired. Okay, knight d6 apparently is not the best move. But what we wanted to show is that after b3, black has this brilliant move c3, and I guess white can actually go king e2 and king d3. But this is really pretty. The knight dominates the rook. But unfortunately, it appears that after king e2, white actually has very decent drawing chances once you're able to stop this pawn, because the sort of broader narrative is that the rook is oftentimes superior. It can trampoline from side to side. It's very good at conducting past pawns forward. So Gukesh can't dilly-dally. He needs to use the temporary lack of white's coordination to really try to win that b2 pawn before white's able to consolidate. So rook a4 is a candidate move. It's possible. But I don't like the look of rook a4, king d5, David. Maybe you can just keep the lateral checks going, but it feels very flimsy. Okay, what else? Rook c7, knight d6. You mentioned, then you lose the b pawn. That's bad too. I don't know. That's why he's been thinking for quite a long time already.
Yeah, not easy. This last move, given an exclamation mark by Gukesh, I think this was the key. The knight was offside, doing nothing. Now it's marching over to the right side of the board, literally. The correct side of the board, the king side. And if it ever sits on f5 as well, it will dominate, take off the h6 pawn, which you need to really remove sooner rather than later. But Donchenko, he's resisted up to this point. Looks tricky to resist much longer. Okay, we'll check back in if Gukesh is able to convert his advantage or if he lets it slip further. Of course, 3 other very exciting games at hand. We mentioned the Firouzja against Giri game just before the break. We'll leave that one for now. But elsewhere, Max Varmadam against Abdusattorov. The big turnaround. I think we can call it officially a turnaround now, Danya. That one really in white's grasp.
It is indeed. And the other game between Ju and Maksud Loke, it feels like Parham is holding with that extra time. Ju will emerge up a pawn, but I think Parham has enough in the tank to hold the draw. Let's maybe have a closer look at Max Warmerdam's position, because Noterbeck has tried actually a very cunning and annoying move. This is the word I would use to characterize how these top players resist. Not only do they make good moves, they make annoying moves. They start making you doubt, wait, am I actually winning? Is this actually so good? And then compound that. I don't want to overstate this and constantly, harp on this fact, but when you let a couple of winning positions slip in one tournament, you do kind of lose confidence in your conversion ability. And that makes it even more difficult. Max, once again, he's down at 36 minutes. We know what can happen when you slide into that second time control time pressure. And as I say that, he's taken on a6, a gutsy decision by Max, allowing this pawn to sneak forward to b3, David. But I think Max believes that his a pawn is going to be stronger than its counterpart, its vis-a-vis, I should say, on the b file. And he's right.
Yeah, I think he's right. The evaluation bar tells us he's right, thankfully.
Yes, that's why I think he's right.
But good judgment call, and it cost him a lot of time. Move 40, we mentioned a lot of errors occur because you're low on time. Move 41, a lot of errors occur because players struggle to adapt, and they sometimes relax a bit too early now that they have that bunch of extra time. But he correctly invested a lot of time at that point, and Abdusattorov, it's just about swindle mode now. He has to activate the hustle. Because if, as you say, Daniel, if white gets one more move, knight back to c5, perch back on that beautiful outpost, the a-pawn will just paralyze black's rooks and end the game. So it's basically now or never. And that's why white could spend that time, because it's getting really forcing. It has to be b3, surely. We should point out that rook takes d4 no longer really works, because you can just take that rook. And white's king will happily run once the g2 bishop drops. So, yeah. Actually,
Let's
how
put-
many... Yeah, let's put this on the board. B3, how many options does he actually have?
Okay, B3, apparently eval bar goes up further. White always has to consider this resource F5 at some point, just kind of pushing the eject button. But you also don't want to rush this because, again, we know that these minor piece versus rook endgames can be super tricky, especially when there's an advanced passer. So my default question would be, okay, can white go back to C5, allow B2, and then just start pushing the A-pawn, as scary as it is. Here, just very, very simple chess. A6. And I don't see anything by black. Rook takes D4 still doesn't work. Queen takes D4. White only needs one pair of eyes to cover the promotion square. I mean, perfect coordination here. King F1 was a magical move.
Beautiful move. And it just makes sense of all the rest of white's pieces. He's got 2 pairs of eyes on that promotion square. And black has 0 eyes set on the white A-pawn. I mean, this just looks over. And Nodebek, he looked away from the camera for a moment, like composing himself. He's like, what have I done? It was so winning. But yeah, now it's unfortunately the other way. It's so losing right now. Could he try... Oof. I mean, I'm struggling to even come up with ideas, I must say. I was going to say rook f6, rook takes f4, but I mean, even that doesn't really strike fear into the heart of white. I'm trying to seek desperately some counterplay. What else? Let's try rook f6. Or I say reluctantly, Danya.
No, it's a good move. I mean, you might just have to switch your counterplay to the F file. I think that's a really good practical move. Okay, white's default is to circle back to C5, but okay, obviously here I can also maybe grab the pawn on B4. At least you're giving me a choice. Can I be greedy here? I almost don't want to. I almost want to sandwich the knight back on C5. But okay, not very accurate. Rook takes F4, I guess.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
At least
yeah,
now
and then you
white's
start
lost a bit of
eating
stability.
through the pawns. Yeah.
He's played it, rook f6. Again, process of elimination, easy decision for black. Not much else, nothing else appealing.
Would you propose knight takes b4 here instead?
Let's try it. See what the eval bar says. I mean, that's the other natural move. And again...
also wrong. Maybe it's time for f5.
Yeah, get the queens off. You stole the words out of my mouth. Are we getting warmer right now with f5?
Really breaking the dam on the position. f5?
Ooh, we're getting colder.
We're getting colder, yeah. Maybe queen e5. I was thinking maybe you can try to goad black into taking on f4 and trying to get the best possible version of that endgame. So queen e5 also comes to mind. Still, I mean, we're making a lot of decent moves, but none of them keep the evaluation.
Yeah, I mean, what could it be? Simply, we've suggested all the logical, sensible moves here, Daniel. I'm struggling to understand.
Knight c7.
That's
okay, but that's so unintuitive.
Move?
That is such a computer move because you're just basically closing your eyes and you're saying, okay, why don't you guys supervise the proceedings? I'm just gonna, retire to my villa in San Marino and see the pawn through to promotion.
Never going to happen. I'm going to say that now.
No.
Knight c7. If it happens, I mean, Max, yeah. I'm going to literally walk over to Vaikanze and applaud him. Pat him on the Nodia back. But Queen e5. Wow. What's
but
the
it's
idea?
Still
even?
not. Why is it this winning and now a6? And the whole point is, of course, that the knight controls the promotion square. So, wow, rook d1. a7, and if you get this snapshot, exactly this position with the knight on c5, it feels like black may be able to step back with a rook to d8. Here, after, let's say, rook takes you on, don't take with a king and get mated. Black, actually, it's still not over. And again, this just shows us how resilient these guys are. Even if white finds this entire computer sequence, okay, I would need a change of clothes here against Noderbeck. I mean, b2 is coming, and black has a lot of pawns.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the white bishop will sit on e4 at some point and cover everything, but yeah.
Look at David. Sorry to interrupt you. Look at this resource.
Queen
e2, b2.
Oof. And the game goes on. Yeah, actually, it's important. Yeah, this is checkmate. Brutal. But after queen takes g4, you circle around and you pick up the white knight and game on.
Unbelievable. White has to find bishop e4, only move. And somehow white wins the game. Oh, but this is insane. Sorry, I interrupted you. I just got too excited by this idea.
Please, always interrupt me if you see this type of thing. b2 is such a classy move there. Wow. And obviously, Danya, here we would get bishop and knight versus king and another 50 moves. So, yeah, wow. Knight c7, so difficult to spot. And yeah, I think this is why we were slightly unsure about knight takes a6. It did, I mean, it's a good move. Evaluation bar says it's winning, but felt like it lost a bit of coordination. White would love to, for example, play a move like knight d3 now, keeping full control. But that option's off the cards, off the table. Nodibek fighting back. Wow. Anything still possible?
Wow. I mean, it's insane. Every time we think, okay, now this is in the bag, suddenly doubts start to present themselves. And I feel like knight c5 or knight takes b4 is very likely. But Max with so many decisions to make, and yet again, he starts feeling the pressure on the clock down to 30 minutes. This is exactly what was happening yesterday. It all started with his clock dwindling down. And these top players know exactly when to pause, when to shift into a different gear, when to steal pawns, etc.
I mean, it's tough for Max because on the one hand, you would think, okay, he's learned from yesterday. He won't let things spiral out of control on the clock, let alone the board. But on the other hand, it's one of those positions there's no control anyway. And it's kind of you're forced to just tread this really narrow, kind of irrational path. And rook takes f4, rook takes d4. It's like dominoes, the pawns for white collapsing. You're banking everything on the white a pawn. But yeah, like you said, this time it's the villa that's burning while you kind of seek luxury elsewhere. So rook f6, really nice move from Abdusattorov. Still alive, still kicking hard. We mentioned the Zhu and Jun game. Should we try to estimate her winning chances in that one? Still a pawn to the good. Knights on that board as well. Always.
Let's do it.
A bit of flavor. There we go. Zhu and Jun peering in with a lot of interest into this position. Can she finish it off? Black's king is approaching. I guess Black's threat or idea is to go knight to e6 next move. And then what? I'm not sure, but knight e6.
Yeah, there's some mating threats. I mean, knight g5, knight f3 is nothing not to be trifled with because that's actually potentially forced mate. Yeah, it feels like white is kind of tangled up there on the 7th rank. Maybe it's time to bail out with something like knight back to d5. I've been mentioning this move for a while. I never really liked it because c6 is sort of the pride of your position. Okay, looks like she's about to make a move, maybe.
Yeah, she looks ready. She looks poised. Her last move was king to f1. I do wonder whether she wants to just keep stepping across at some point. King e1, king d1. You've got to time it well, but if you can kick away the black rook while the black knight isn't ready, then you might be able to push the c-pawn. a4 looks very tempting to me as well, like embarking on a race and saying, try and checkmate me if you could dare, but I'm not sure who that favors. Knight e6, rook to a7, I guess.
Yeah,
I just want to stop your
d4.
c7.
Oh yeah, you you beat me to the punch.
Only by one move. It's close.
I shared this story with Jovanka, but there's this funny incident with Alexander Alekhine. He was giving a simul, and one of the amateurs he was playing against excitedly paused the clock. And you know, in the old days, they announced forced mate. Mm-hmm. And he said, "Oh, I announced mate in 3, Dr. Alekhine." And Alekhine says, "With full due respect, I announced mate in 2." So and white promotes a little bit before the checkmate can be delivered. Yeah, a4 is maybe what Zhu is calculating.
Mm-hmm. It looks like the most ambitious move, at least, before it's too late to start. Yeah, I mean, it's either that or you start backtracking and you play knight d5 and you try and bail out into a slightly better endgame. But Zhu and Jun she's played really well, I've got to say. Like this whole game, like she's provoked, I think, good pre-match strategy to just kind of avoid any wild waters and provoke Parham, which she did. And it's now just, it reminds me a bit of that game she won against Fallujah. Just advantage in the end game. Is it enough? We weren't sure initially, and ultimately she converted that one in impressive style. Talking of Fallujah, watching this game with interest.
She got a slight advantage, and then she ran with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Fallujah's good buddy, Parham, will he take revenge? Looks unlikely in this game. But yeah, this is a tough position to call. She's been thinking for almost 15 minutes now, head in hands. It definitely looks like she's calculating, Dania. I don't know what your calculation phase is, but I think that was hers.
You don't want to. I don't even remember what my calculation phase is because I don't tend to do that too much. But no, these types of end games. I mean, it's amazing how many rook and knight end games we've had this tournament. It seems like it's the most common type of, like, specifically one rook and one knight per player. Okay, now again, I mean, she keeps readjusting her pose and reverting back to the kind of thinking, meditative posture at some point. 15 minutes now has been spent. A lot of candidate moves, like you said, a4, knight d5, king e1. This is a very strange, hard position to get a handle on just because, I mean, you're tired, you're not really in the mood to calculate, but you have to because this is maybe the most concrete moment of the game, potentially.
Yeah, they should take solace from the fact that tomorrow is another rest day, so they can really expend all of their energy here and now. I found another way to blunder for white, I think, while we talk. Yeah, black might even be threatening knight e6 and then f4, some mating nets there. And then you would beat me to the punch with a checkmate if the black knight ever lands on f4. The white king is a bit caught in no man's land here. I agree, I must say, with that feature chat, Zhu and June, she's got a very high ceiling on her day, more than matching some of these opponents. But long tournament, of course, tough to keep that up every day. Yeah, how would you estimate this? Is this, yesterday we were talking about percentages, 60-40. Is this 80% draw, 20% win for white? Or am I overestimating?
I mean, of course I'm influenced by the eval bar. I can't help it. It's there. I see it. I can't unsee it. I think once time control has been made, Parham has enough time to deal with the challenges in this position. As Fallujah comes to take a closer look, his game, I can't believe his game is still going. I thought that would be a draw like an hour ago. I vote that this game ends in a draw. Jew is not going to take too many risks here. Yeah, I think 80-20 is reasonable.
Yeah, and Fallujah's game will still drag on for a while, but one game that's about to end is Gukesh. He's about to take the win. Will we catch a handshake? Donchenko just coming to terms with the fact that he's simply down a knight. This is the current position you see on the right-hand side of the screens. And unfortunately, you can get rid of one black pawn, but not both. And look at that pass pawn of whites on g7. Close, but not close enough. I think that's been the story of the whole game. Pawns super far advanced, but ultimately not reaching their goal. And yeah, a bit of counting to be done. Dania here, but maybe I'm relaxing too much because of the evaluation bar, but it does feel winning for black.
Yeah, I mean, maybe f5 should be tried here, just as a last trick, but I think maybe black can even respond with g5. And the king easily contains white's passed pawns. No, this is over. And the knight is actually beautifully placed on h6. It's the best square on the board because it's rare that the knight multitasks like this. And it's multitasking here. It's controlling the promotion square, and it's completely limiting the scope of white's king. Like king d4, knight f5. There's a force field around all the dark squares. King h4, king d4, king e3. White's king is completely paralyzed. I think Donchenko probably will try f5, and he might resign after g5 if in fact that is the most accurate win, which I think it is. Yeah, that's it. It's cut and dry.
Yeah, and I don't know, maybe we jump into the board just to show what you're predicting there, because it feels like we should stick to this game till its natural conclusion now, which is likely in the next few minutes. Yeah, you mentioned f5. King d4 as well is the other candidate move. Maybe we just show what happens in those two.
Yeah, king d4 is knight f5 check, king c4, knight g7. And unfortunately, the B pawn is not enough of a distraction. Black can easily manage all of the tasks. So, for example, you don't want to give up the F pawn, so you go back to D4. Black has to be a little bit technical here and find the right winning construction. What's the best way to do it here? Maybe just like, I don't know, here, for example, King E6, B4. I don't know, maybe I'm Knight D6, yeah, King D4, King F5. And just the one detail to understand this position well is what happens if White makes a run for it. If the pawn is this far away, I think Black can probably, Knight C8, and you're just not fast enough, not even close. And again, this force field, you can't go up to C6. Black runs the G pawn up the board and wins the game. This is too easy.
Too easy, and that's why we're thinking perhaps he'll try and set one last trap, play F5. I mean, G5 you mentioned looks clinical, looks brutal, but even G takes F5 might just be winning.
Yeah.
And now I'm not sure, but calculation.
Yeah,
let's show
maybe
you
King E7 is winning. G5, I think, just eliminates the need for calc. It's the lazy man's approach because King D4, G4, the king is unable to take the pawn. And whenever White goes F6, okay, don't fall asleep and blunder F7, but to easily stop the pawns with King E6.
Yeah, and just one tempo too slow. Donchenko. Yeah, I agree with the feature chat in this case. 30 minutes, more than enough for Gukesh. He's done the hard work. Did it the hard way, did it the long way around. But yeah, this one, luckily not a rook and knight endgame, just a pure knight endgame where Black is winning, keeping one of the pawns alive.
Only Black is playing a knight endgame. White is playing a pawn endgame.
No, that's true. So, I don't know if we stay here till the handshake. He's got a ocean of time, 48 minutes to mull this one over, but it's not going to save him. Donchenko. Gukesh away from the board right now, but when he reapproaches the board, most likely we will shortly see a result.
God, so much nervous pacing in the background. Just like Noterbeck and just back and forth.
You got to get in your 10,000 steps somehow, Daniel.
Yes.
Might as well multitask. Even Giri's looking up here, maybe at the big screen, or maybe he was calculating. That is Giri's calculation face as well. But there we go. Gukesh pacing back and forth, literally like a vulture circling his prey. These top players, so athletic these days. Okay, let's move on while we wait for Donchenko. Let's move away from that topic. Okay, still 4 games underway.
Warmerdam. It's not looking great for him.
Yeah, we have to jump there, I think, Dania.
Okay, we will get a result in Giri Firouzja, but that is finally it. Firouzja is losing his pawn by force. But there's nothing interesting there. There will be a handshake. We will let you know when that game is drawn. That game will be drawn. The excitement, I think, is on Abdusattorov Warmerdam. Vice versa.
Yeah, and look at this, the black rooks. I mean, it's they've broken the 4th wall here. They've entered the 4th rank. And the white king, we talked about this genius move, King F1, super safe square, no longer so safe, Dania. All White's left with is pretty much the A pawn to kind of push down the board at some point. But first, the knight is hit. Which direction do you retreat it, save it?
Well, I think knight takes C6. I didn't calculate it properly, but I think you get mated after rook F2.
King takes.
And rook D2 and queen G5.
3 King G5. Yeah, you got me. I think that's going to be checkmate.
Max might have missed this, and I'll show this. Yeah.
Very important.
And now this diagonal check there. These can always be very hard to spot. Okay, Evalbar is not showing a forced mate, actually, surprisingly, but okay, there's not a chance that Max goes for this position, hoping that it's somehow a draw. No, this is bad.
Yeah, I didn't see the mate either, I must confess.
And neither does the Evalbar, which means there's no mate.
But what to do instead, because you're a whole piece down. Queen B8 might be a check, a threat.
Maybe rook B2?
Oh, that's just cynical.
Rook b2,
Queen
rook
to
f1.
Oh. Let's just show that.
No,
Bit of
but rook
chess
f1
humor,
loses. Rook f1, haha, and then I
Queen
resign.
g5 or anything. Yeah. And then take the queen. Yeah, how about queen e4 here? Oof. Centralize.
Queen f2.
King moves. I feel like I'm getting mated by it. I want to see it.
No, it's
proof.
wrong. Sorry. White
Oh,
is
maybe
winning.
you go the other way. You force me the other side, maybe? Queen d2 and then queen f2? Or and then something?
King g4. Wait a second. This position. Yeah, queen f2, king g4, h5. King hunts are actually incredibly difficult. They're very misunderstood. People think king hunts are fun, but they're actually not fun at all.
No. Super stressful. I mean, this game alone is going to shave months off our life expectancy.
Yes, it is h5, actually. And I think it's queen h2, and then rook g2. And finally, I have you in the cage. Simple variation.
Yeah. Max calculating this here and now. And if he wants to avoid his king getting hunted, chased up the board, knight d3, as you're highlighting, looks logical.
Yes.
What could the downside be there?
I mean, maybe it's just something mundane. Okay, he's played knight d3 just as we speak. Good timing.
Mm-hmm. Just a rook move. Rook to f8. Or...
Yeah, and just play chess. I mean, black has a ton of pawns.
Yeah. Got to cover the back door. Got to stop any checks. Rook f8 looks like the way to go. In the meantime, as expected, a draw between Alireza Firouzja and Anish Giri. A long grind in the end, but ultimately Giri's defense is too strong, too sturdy. And slight disappointment, perhaps, for Firouzja, who was doing most of the legwork. And yeah, Giri, he's on a run of draws right now, but still in and around the leading pack. Yeah, not too much excitement in this one. No fireworks, at least, Dania, but a very high accuracy game.
This actually was one of the most boring games of all time, if I'm totally honest, from start to finish.
Yeah, you said it, not me.
I'm happy to say it. I mean, it's the truth. But I think, of course, boring does not mean low. I mean, boring and accurate can be often are synonymous. And Firouzja tried this h3. I think he got what he wanted out of the opening. He got a risk-free position, but it was not enough of an advantage. It was not, the pressure wasn't sufficient. Maybe in a rapid game, that endgame would have been more unpleasant. But Anish, as is typical for him, very professional, very clean, did not let that one slip out of his grasp. Okay, I'm sure he's happy with 2 draws of the black pieces. He had consecutive black again against Ding and Firouzja. And tomorrow he will finally have white and probably will need to take some more risks.
Mm-hmm. That will be the case as he aims to catch up with the likes of Gukesh. And in the meantime, rook f8 played on this board. How does Max go about either pushing the a pawn or stabilizing? It does feel like there's still some kind of threats in the air, like queen to f5. Oof. It's a tough one, but we'll come back to that one. Donchenko against Gukesh is following one of the lines we displayed on the board. That one looks like it's momentarily going to end in a win for black. Juanjun against Magzulu is... Oh, wow. It looks like it has ended in... No, this is a different board. There we go. Gukesh still battling away. Just needs 1 or 2 final accurate moves to wrap it up. Wrap up the victory. Juanjun, she's trying something against Magzulu. I'm not exactly sure what she's trying there. Rook to b7. We've got some of our predictions right, Dania, but maybe we have to investigate how big her winning chances are.
Yeah, we need an update on that 80-20 I think we assigned previously. Yeah, exactly. Well, again, actually, we covered this. Knight d4, c7.
Yeah, but f4 was my later idea. I want to checkmate.
Let's go. f4.
Let's go. Allez.
That's a very much Sudlu move.
Yeah. It really is. And the eval bar got a bit confused there. Didn't like it at first, but leveling out.
Then I remembered who suggested it, so it's like, no, actually, this is a good idea.
I paid the eval bar for that one, but f3 is a bit of a threat. And if you
takes, let me just illustrate the point here. If white plays c7, I'm promoting! No, but you get checkmated with rook c1. Slight inaccuracy. So in this position, white would probably have to run. Man, but this is getting very, very tactical, very concrete. King e1. It doesn't feel like white is risking with such a pawn. But I say that, but I mean, maybe white is risking. What would black do here? I guess is a big question. Is there some forced draw? Not quite. I think e3 doesn't quite do it.
Yeah, it's so close to one of those yo-yo back and forth draws, but yeah, I don't see the way. Why is the eval bar in the middle then? Because either white's just going to push c7 and win, or black has to have something special here. It must be that latter case, but knight d3 check doesn't seem to get anywhere. Not quite mating you in time. A mystery, I must admit.
Yes,
maybe
I'm not seeing it off the top of my head, actually. Yeah.
E3, Oh, I'm trying to count some race now, which I shouldn't be doing live on stream, embarrassing myself at my lack of clarity there. But I'm curious, Dania, because if this works for black, which the eval bar says it does, then Parham is holding, but I'm struggling. Clearly he is. He's spent a few minutes now. Where's the
maybe draw? I have an idea, but I might be wrong. Maybe e3, f takes e3, and then try to get the knight around to f5.
Yeah, this is what I was hoping to calculate.
But
and take.
But all rook endgames are drawn, so therefore this is a draw.
Wow, not easy to evaluate and work out.
Yeah, takes. I mean, the problem is that white, I think, loses, in most cases, loses the c-pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, c7 just king to d7, and everything's under lock and key. The black king deals with the c-pawn, the black rook deals with the a-pawn. Yeah, I mean, process of elimination, this is the only way, but we see the bar. Parham does not. Yeah, there's simply nothing else. So f4, I wonder how big the margin is, because what else? Knight d8? Back.
Then maybe our old friend, a5. Oh, that's the same line again.
Same. But
no, but there's a difference. There is a difference. Knight d8, a5. Let me just show this again, giving our producer a headache here. But the difference is that white has this rook c7 resource.
Oh, it's different.
Yeah, old wine in new bottles. An a6, a7, a8. And that's it. The pawn is on typical situation. Knights are so bad at stopping corner pawns.
Yeah.
Oh, my land. So knight d8, a5 is losing for black.
Yeah, I wanted to show another situation, actually, where like this infamous pattern of knights failing to stop corner pawns after knight d8, a5. Yeah, obviously we can't take on b7. White's pawns are too strong. But rook takes c6, for example. Knight takes b7 and a6. And this is like the epitome of knights struggling to stop their corner pawns. Even without white's knight, even without any of white's pieces, just the a-pawn alone is enough to win.
Yes, even if black were to capture the knight on c6 and the black king were on c7, this is a famous construction. a7 is coming. And you're absolutely right. This is very instructive. White wins. Okay, so it looks like the path is quite narrow for Parham, and that's why he's taking his time. Knight d4 loses, knight d8 loses. f4 might very well be maybe not the only move. Maybe there's some other computer line, maybe a check on c1, but definitely Parham's work cut out for him, David.
Yeah, ultimately Parham has to be accurate here to hold the women's world champion Zhu Wenjun at bay. Will he be successful? Will he hold the draw? One of the many questions still left in round 10 of the Tata Steel Masters. We'll be right back in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere.
It's Kasparov against Tupalov. I think it was dream calculation by Kasparov, and I love it.
My favorite is, I would say, Garry Kasparov against Veselin Topalov, played in this Wijk aan Zee, 1999.
The game Kasparov 2 against Tovarov comes to my mind because it's so famous. So many remarks on it.
Topalov's king came, from c8 all the way to b1, so that was like interesting part of the game.
Any good chess tactics book has one pattern in it that feels like it is on a completely different level than all of the other tactical patterns. Bearing the vivid and accurate moniker, the windmill, this pattern features an amazing sequence of repeated discovered checks that can be used to win a nearly unlimited amount of material. The most famous windmill is definitely the one played by Mexican prodigy Carlos Torre against former world champion Emmanuel Lasker. But Bobby Fischer's Game of the Century also features a windmill. Here's another one that I really like. White starts with a rook sacrifice that leads to a combination of bishop and rook checks that simply consume Black's forces. The Lafong is a dirty, dirty trick that will probably only work at bullet, but you have to pull it off at least once in your life. When you sense that your opponent is pre-moving g6 and bishop g7 to start the game, you can play d4 and bishop h6 to try to win the bishop on g7.
Shakes, guys. No one is watching. Oh, they all missed that. I see the tilt. I can feel the tilt.
It is a high-risk and high-reward strategy because you are hanging your own bishop if you don't catch them in a pre-move. But it is certainly hilarious when you do pull it off.
Like one of my friends, Asios, he made a bot. The report chart was partly based on hyperbullet games, so then you could see a lot of the Lafongs and Queen C2 takes H7 and so on. So.
Everyone loves playing chess, and everyone loves Chess Club. But there's also a time and a place for playing all your favorite games.
Hey, we're trying to have a lesson here. You need to get out of here.
Recently, more kids have been playing chess than ever in school. But sadly, we've learned that they may not always be playing chess at the most appropriate time.
Eh ben classe, aujourd'hui...
While it might be sometimes okay to grab a game between classes or if your teacher gives you permission and hasn't given you an assignment, it's not okay to be playing chess in school when you aren't supposed to. And chess should never come between you taking your studies seriously and cooperating with your fellow students and teachers. Chess over the board or on the phone is a great way to spend time with friends. But let's make sure that this school year we don't let too much chess happen in the classroom. Focus on your school, because chess.com will always be there when class is over.
Chess is cool! Respect your school!
All right, that was awesome, everybody. Great job.
Look what I did.
Danny, did you spell that? Yeah. Can we get some other letters, please?
What's wrong with it?
Welcome back, everyone, to round 10 of the Tata Steel Masters, where the tournament hall now is starting to slowly empty. And in the break, we did see another result tick in. It was, as expected, a win by Gukesh with the black pieces against Alexander Donchenko. And that leaves us with just a couple of games remaining now. But Danya, maybe it's time to just recap how that game ended in the break.
Absolutely. It was a clinical, technical effort by Gukesh. It wasn't always smooth, but he did the trick in the end. It was really, really well done. And the game ended kind of along the lines that we were expecting, David. This is the final position, and it's actually quite instructive to show why the final position is a win for black. It may seem like a win for white at first sight because of b6, but black uses the check to stop the pawn from c6. The knight travels to c6, and it's still not entirely clear, is this winning? Is this drawn? But this is winning, and the simple reason is that black has on-demand waiting moves with the knight, so it doesn't actually matter. You kind of hack your way into the king and pawn endgame. You get into the situation where normally without the knight and the pawn, this is a draw. Black is forced to stalemate the white king, but here black can cash in that waiting move, force the king away, and win the game with king f2. This is all very basic stuff for GMs of this caliber, so Donchenko threw in the towel. He fought well, but at the end of the day, he was fighting a lost cause. His position was too hopeless in that endgame. Well done. Big win for Gukesh.
Big win for Gukesh, who, as things stand, is going to be our sole tournament leader heading into round 11. But just tough day for Donchenko back in Vaikanze, as it just went a bit wrong in the early middle game. And that leaves us with a couple of games to focus on. The clashes between Zhu and Jun and Magzulu, that rook and knight tricky endgame, and a bit more of a harder game to predict, I'll say. Max Valmadam against Abdusatorov. So many twists and turns already. Let's start there with the players on our screen. Big threat in the position. Queen takes rook due to a pin on the f-file. So white needs to evade this. Obviously the a-pawn as well. Double attack. Extra effective. Pressure now on Max Valmadam to hold things together. He's down to 13 minutes. They've only made 5 moves since the time control. He's really indulged in some long thinks, and he's got to have it on his mind. That ghost of yesterday, losing control in heartbreaking style, in a winning position. Will we see lightning strike twice, Danya? Can he hold this together? Can he protect everything? Rook to g4 is another threat. Queen to e1 holds, I must mention, the white pawn on a5 and the white rook on e3, but rook g4 looks scary amongst other things. This is still so hard to handle.
I mean, it definitely feels that black is now firmly in the driver's seat. There's just no question about that. And it feels like it's happening again. I mean, now he's under 13 minutes. We can see that the eval bar still shows equality. Maybe the best approach here is just to give up the a-pawn, which is very hard to do because that was the pawn which was supposed to win the game. Now you just have to throw it away. But how do you throw it away? I mean, the threat of queen takes e3 is surprisingly hard to defend against. You mentioned queen e1, rook g4. Maybe you go bishop f3, but then just queen takes a5, and that looks like a really nasty position to defend in time pressure. I don't know what to do here with white. I feel like he's lost control of the game yet again. And what a heartbreaker this would be. A double heartbreaker for Max. He deserves half a point at least.
Exactly. I think we feel for him. Abdusatorov probably feels for him, but of course it will not be charitable here. I do wonder whether trading one set of rooks guides white closer to safety or closer to disaster. If queens disappear and a set of rooks disappear, I think black will win, just too many black pawns. But a move like rook f3, I'm trying to create counterplay. If one set of rooks disappear, maybe white gets to give a check or two. I say it hesitantly because it feels like it might just be one check. But yeah, rook f3 or rook e4 comes to mind, one of those two. If you do want to trade rooks, I think that's the question he has to ask himself right now. He has to come to terms with it going wrong, but also has to try to figure out which piece trades will guide white closer to safety. He plays your move bishop f3 actually, Danya, and eval bar doesn't react. So okay, good decision. I'm glad he didn't pick one of mine.
No, I think, well begun is half done, but this is just the start of his problems. Queen takes a5, I think, will follow. I'm not seeing any knockouts for black. And yeah, maybe white just plays bishop takes c6, and I have no doubt that it's holdable for white from an objective standpoint. It's just a matter of not blundering anything in time pressure. Your king is going to be permanently weak. Eventually, maybe white can consolidate, but I don't really see a path to doing that. I don't know exactly, after queen takes a5, bishop takes c6, how should black continue to pose problems? Where should the queen shuttle back to g5? Should it maybe go to h5, kind of a clever square? Not sure what the most practical option there is for black, but feels like Noterbeck isn't risking anymore.
Yeah, he's not risking anything once the a-pawn falls, and the fact that he's hesitated, I mean, I think mere mortals would just take that pawn off the board, but is he contemplating playing a move like rook to a4 just to try and keep white's bishop honest on f3, keep that pin alive, and take the pawn off with his rook? Nope. Commentator's curse strikes yet again. He does indeed play the most obvious move, the move we expected, and yeah, Max has to start going about his business, eliminating one of two passed pawns right now. Bishop takes c6 looks mandatory, otherwise, yeah, 4 will run, and black will have all the fun. Yeah, at least it's down to 3 pawns. Even with queens off the board in that type of position, you could imagine white holding. He's reaching for it. Bishop takes c6, surely. And like you say, Daniel, there it's just about setups and when black pushes the kingside pawns, if black pushes the kingside pawns. And yeah, his hands are reaching for the c6 pawn, as we see Neiman in the background. There we go. He takes it off the board. Man. I still think he's going to hold. I have faith in Max in this position.
Yeah, maybe it's actually not that scary. I mean, it looks very flimsy, but the rook is an amazing defender. And there is a 30-second increment. So if you can make a couple of easy moves, maybe build a little time on your clock. I mean, 11 minutes is a lot of time. That's like a full rapid time control. That's definitely enough to get your bearings, whatever Noterbeck throws at you. Yeah, my guess is, okay, queen g5, probably what I would play in a blitz game. Maybe the bishop comes back to f3. It's kind of hard to estimate how the game is going to go because black has so many approximately equivalent options here, I think. But I think the big question is, can Max avoid a tactical blunder in time pressure?
Yeah, it won't be easy. This is just the perfect position to try and swindle your opponent tactically, to try and trick them.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when the opponent's down, no time, especially if all the pieces stay on the board because white's king is so open. But yeah, Max, he's defending for now. And as long as he can come to terms with that kind of mental struggle yesterday and also today's turnaround, then he should still be able to hold. And the other game, just a brief update, still holdable as well for Magzudlu. But in the meantime, while Max mulls over this position that we're left with, while Noterbeck tries to pose problems, let's go to an interview with one of today's winners, Jan Nepomniachtchi, after his brilliant victory over Ding Liren.
Jan, congratulations. You just beat Ding Liren. Is that a special matchup, and do you get a little bit of sense of revenge winning this game?
Thank you. I think both yes and no. First of all, I'd like to mention that I guess from the beginning of the game, I was looking at him. He seemed to be visibly unwell. So there is not so much to be proud of. All right, it was let's say a fine idea, like this g4 and stuff, and I guess I checked the line until the d4, like cd4, and somehow engine suggests knight d4 as a better choice than e takes d4. But e takes d4 is very playable as well. But then I guess rook a8 is a move which is hard to understand for me, just basically giving me a free hand. I think he should have gone for something like queen f4. Would be a close game, but yeah. And in the end, probably I had so many ways to convert it, and I'm not sure I chose the correct one, because I think he could try to sacrifice a piece for 2 pawns, and because only knights left, it would be always like a miracle of a draw. Something like queen d5 perhaps instead of queen e6. So queen d5, rook d5, rook g5, knight e4, knight f6, king f8, knight d5, knight h3, king f1, knight g5, knight g5, knight e5. And here, okay, should be winning. Maybe I can play just king e2, but I wasn't sure because, okay, obviously I could have won a lot more clean. But yeah, whatever.
You mentioned that he didn't look well to you. This whole aggressive idea with g4, g5, is that something you had prepared beforehand, or do you sometimes adapt to what you see in front of you at the board?
Sometimes I adapt, but this one was prepared.
And yesterday, I know the game didn't go your way, but how did you enjoy the Tata Steel on tour and playing in the circus theater?
Well, yeah, the circus, yeah. With some circus. Actually, it was a very fine game from VE, and he played really a remarkable one. I wouldn't say like his choices were like too difficult to find, but yeah, I guess the crucial moment was then, first of all, I played rook a8 instead of h5, so I didn't understand that his main idea was to play f3, otherwise I'm fine. And after f3, I should have started like playing for a draw, so this is quite unpleasant, but pretty much holdable. But instead, I missed a lot of his ideas, and then he just played it flawlessly till the very end. So overall the playing venue was very nice. So it was nice to see some audience.
You have played, of course, in a lot of different places all over the world. Does it matter to you, the surroundings of where you're playing, or only the boards matter?
Yeah, I guess it's quite important. So obviously, I think there is no direct correlation in between, like if you are playing at the stage somewhere, or I don't know, in a sports hall or something. Yeah, like so there is a traditional tournament in Russia in Paikovsky, which is played like in very special place, also in very special conditions. So it's like Vaikanze more or less, but only 9 rounds and no audience at all. Obviously it's. I mean, if we speak about just players like some sort of like actors, performers, then yeah, probably some fine place is better. So one of my favorite tournaments was I think back then it was called like World Blitz Championship, which was in Moscow, and it was like at the Red Square with a massive audience surrounding all the players. So it was like completely free for audience to go like and navigate in between the tables. So it was like sort of like I think ideal tournament for the audience. But so now it's more different. Now it's more difficult. Yeah, I understand.
That's true. With today's win, you moved to +1. Everything is very close at the top. How do you feel with 3 rounds to go?
I feel like Tottenham.
Can you explain for our non-football savvy viewers?
Well, it's famous, I guess, for us who's familiar to in Pragg movie. There is a famous quote, so like, which is like, where are those guys there in purgatory? Yeah, like yes. they weren't complete shit, but still they didn't do too well. Yeah, so.
Okay, well, Jan, congrats on the win today. Enjoy tomorrow's rest day, and good luck for the last 3.
Thank you.
Wow, and there we saw former World Championship challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi in great spirits, comparing himself to Spurs, Tottenham Hotspurs there, Dania, but ultimately a lot of interesting kind of insights from that little chat. Shout out to the woman of steel, Fiona Steele Anthony, for the great interview as well.
Yeah, that was actually an amazing interview. And definitely Jan in a good mood, very talkative. And that's what we like to see. Obviously not necessarily too proud of his game today. It was a very well-played game by Jan, but clearly Ding dealing with a lot of stuff, having a rough event. And but a big win for Jan, nonetheless. Yeah, he's a funny one.
Yeah, he's full of those movie quotes, those cultural references I noticed. And I mean, in the end, it was a great game. I think fascinating for me that he admitted openly with the candidates coming up that was his preparation. It wasn't over-the-board inspiration. And also having used 15-20 minutes in the early stages and then blitzing out this whole variation, very impressive from Jan Nepomniachtchi. But also, commiserations to Ding, who Jan mentioned is feeling unwell. And I think we should all give him some time to recover. He'll be back, Ding, stronger than ever. But tough day today. In the meantime, let's head back to Nordebek and how great are Black's winning chances here? I mean, yesterday was the day at the circus, but is he walking a tightrope here, Max Ramadan? He looks like he's defending to me, Daniel.
Yeah, he's really trying to appease all the spectators, trapeze all the spectators by playing a long game here. Okay, let's forget that ever happened. But yeah, Queen A6. It took Noterbeck a while to decide where to put his queen. That's kind of what we were hinting at. It's not entirely clear how to generate the most practical chances. He's decided on a square that's kind of out of the way, a little bit outside the city, but he's pressuring this knight, and unfortunately for Black, it's just there's not enough firepower to create meaningful threats, it seems. Rook FD8 is met with Bishop E2. White has everything covered. Maybe you want to involve your kingside pawns, but that might potentially turn out to be risky. In a blitz game, I would be very seriously considering just to throw in the move G5. I don't think G5 is such an extreme move. It's not like White you're immediately going to get checkmated. You have to be a little careful, but I mean, if you want to pose problems, you have to take a little bit of risk here, potentially, with Black.
Yeah, it feels that way. And ultimately, viewers at home might be wondering, okay, Black has a rook, 2 pawns, that's 7 points. White has 2 pieces, only 6. White isn't Black just better here, winning? But it's just White here having an extra defender. White has 4 pieces defending pretty much. Black can only attack with 3. The pawns, for now, as you say, Dania, they might march down the board, but right now not playing a role. So White is always sufficient, always stacked here with the numbers, and can hold the fort. It does look a bit awkward, this pin, but White can defend the knight. Next move, if Black stacks up on the d-file, for example, White can defend with the bishop, with the king. I'm not sure which one Max intends to do. But either way, I think it's maybe more the clock times. And it's just about whether at the right moment Noterbeck can set a trap or a trapeze that Max could fall into a bit later. So yeah, you see on the body language as well, Noterbeck, he knows that it should be roughly fine. But he wants it. He's so hungry. He wants to catch up with Gukesh in the lead. This will be priceless if he's able to squeeze out a win. But I think he has to use the clock as a weapon. That might be just the best way. Play quick moves, Queen D6, King H8, hustle, and at the right moment, lash out with G5 and hope that Max can't deal with a turn in circumstances. We mentioned the other game predictions, ratios. What do you think here? What would you estimate Black's winning chances at?
I would say something like 30%. I'm pretty optimistic. Noterbeck has so much time. Like, he really has enough time to punish any mistake by Max. And what these players are so good at, not only at resisting defeat, but also at prolonging the game, finding ways to keep the game going, to not allow the opponent to fizzle out. Maybe Noterbeck is calculating a concrete attempt. E5 has been a move that has been circulating in my mind, just trying to add a little bit of heat in the center, maybe open up the 6th rank for Black's queen. So moves like that can cause a lot of problems. Max must be exhausted. He's had now 2 extremely long marathon games going well into the second time control. And he just needs to find that last reserve of energy and use his remaining time very wisely to hold this together.
Yeah, and talking of marathon games, I actually want to switch over to the other remaining game in the master section, where I have a sneaky feeling we might be about to be treated to a handshake, a draw. It feels like Parham Maghsoodloo there is out of the woods. He's defended resolutely, and I think he can force a draw instantly. So maybe we jump over there.
Let's do it.
We might be about to see a repetition of moves. Look at the body language as well. King to F6. He's harassing Zhu Wenjun's knight. The white knight is not stable at all. She gives a check. The king will drop back. But we've seen that position before, Dania, and no way to keep white's knight intact while holding on to the white A4 pawn.
Yeah, I think the arbiter is ready to perform the official duties of recording the results. Okay, King G7 makes no sense. It allows white to protect the pawn on A1. So King E7 makes contact with the knight, forces it back to E5. Yeah, not really sure what Parham is thinking about here. I mean, as much as he hates draws, we admire his fighting spirit, but sometimes you just have to accept the inevitable. At this point, it becomes, just crazy to refrain from the repetition. Yeah, he's about to play King E7. We're going to catch the handshake momentarily.
Yeah, I mean, he should be begging for that handshake. He's been on the back foot for a long, long time, just trying to hold this draw. Zhu and Jun, she got close, but ultimately not close enough. Parham, he should be grateful for this. Why would he consider playing on King E7? I think it's right. Just that fighting spirit, just that hatred of draws almost is the only thing holding him back right now. Zhu and Jun, she knows. And I think, again, great game from her, but putting these top players to bed, these 2,700 plus players, finishing off these advantages against them is the hardest thing in the world. So 97, we'll see a little dance between the White Knight and the Black King. Any moment now. Come on, Parham. Make your move. Is he thinking of putting that pawn he's fiddling with in his pocket, Anish Giri style?
He's definitely debating it. I mean, he's fidgeting violently with that pawn. But I don't think it was ever winning for Zhu and Jun. I think at some point we got excited. Parham overextended himself a little bit. There was that moment when she sacked the c-pawn. But got to give Parham credit. I think he defended very cleanly. And there it is, King E7. It's a draw. Okay, Zhu and Jun, 95. Back she goes. Back he goes. And here comes the arbiter once again. There's the handshake. It's a draw.
It is a draw. A fair result in the end. Great game by Zhu and Jun, but great defense from Max Zudlu. And then there was just one game remaining as Max Zudlu signs off the score sheet in this one. And he looks despondent, Daniel. He looks like a frustrated player, but what can you do when you have the black pieces against someone as strong as Zhu and Jun playing a great game? I think maybe more frustrated that he couldn't keep up the winning streak after getting really lucky yesterday out in The Hague.
Yeah, of course, he wanted to win this game. But Zhu and Jun, she's just so solid with white. I mean, you can't force it. She's too clean in these types of positions that she had today. And she's been doing a great job of neutralizing the top guys and then punishing them when they overpress, as in the case of Perugia. Her stellar tournament performance continues. She's going to gain a lot of rating as well. And then there was one. Once again, it's Max Warmerdam. He is on the hot seat, this time against Noterbeck. Hour number 5 of play, 5 and change. But the players don't care about that. They are focused. They're still spectators. Some of them have left for dinner, presumably. Nothing like some pizza after a 5-hour round, but the more dedicated ones among them will watch to the bitter end.
Yeah, we'll have to rename him Max the Marathon Man. Every day he seems to be the last one going. He's still fighting. And he doesn't look too happy about it, but 11 minutes against 26. This game could still go for a while as Noterbeck is the one trying to make the magic happen. And I think yesterday, Dania, despite the defeat, he should take heart. Max, he probably gained a bunch of fans just for the heroic effort of trying to squeeze out that win against Max Zudlu, getting so close. And if he holds this one, he'll feel like that whole weight has been lifted off his shoulders. So still plenty at stake. And I'm just admiring his sponsor's logo there, or the t-shirt he's wearing. Flow Traders. Which piece do you think he should be aiming to trade off? He needs to get in the flow now.
He does indeed. I mean, rook trade, I don't actually even know which piece he needs to trade. Maybe a queen trade would help him hold this position more easily. But Noterbeck, now it's his turn to go very deep into the tank. Now he's spent more than half of his time. I thought he had over an hour. I guess that was a long time ago. Yeah, just hard to make a decision here for Black. Still weighing the options. You pointed out a slower move like King H8. That can be very effective in the opposing side's time pressure. Maybe something more concrete like E5 or G5. And he is very, very deep in the tank right now. We have no idea where his mind is at.
Yeah, actually, one of the most likely outcomes, I would say, is that we just descend, the players maneuver around for ages, and we descend into a bit of a time scramble where maybe Abdustorov has a couple more minutes than Varmadam. But it's about who takes that risk when the clocks are low. And it feels like the players are just mentally preparing themselves for just that phase of the game where it becomes a hustle, it becomes a bit of a lottery. Ultimately, though, still level. And I think this might be a perfect moment, Daniel. While kind of the calm before the final storm of this round, where we can recap the challengers results and just talk about what's been going on elsewhere in this historic playing hall. Because we saw from the camera shot a moment ago, all of the challengers games now look like they've finished. And we are closing into that final stretch, a lot at stake. The winner of the challengers qualifies for next year's Masters section. So who will we be seeing? Who will we be commentating on in 12 months' time? That's the big question.
It is indeed. We had a relatively peaceful day, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it's all relative, right? 2 decisive games by the challengers section is nothing. Normally, we're used to seeing blood on every board, but important wins for, I'm not going to pronounce this right, but Jaime Santos Latasa, and also for Mark Andrea Maurizzi with the black pieces. I think actually for him, a lead extending victory over Elena Robes, who's had a tough tournament the last few days. But okay, what do you make of this? Any predictions in the final 3 rounds? Who do you think is going to emerge and claim the title?
Yeah, looks like Maurizzi is kind of blowing through the competition. A painful result for Korobov. He had a crazy game against Liam Vrolik, completely winning at some point, but rushed it and gave the Dutch youngster a chance to escape with a draw. We see Salam Saleh versus Lamy, another position where Salam was winning throughout the game, and we'll get back to the Noterbeck game in a second, but completely winning throughout the game, blundered in time pressure. Erwin Lamy, so inspiring. We've all, I think, seen the video by now. Not that he was hard to root for before the video, but he's such an inspiring story, having a really solid event and still very much contesting, maybe not the lead, but definitely the top 3 spots. Maurizzi, though, wow.
We're all cheering for Lamy to win the rest of his games. But Mark Andrea wants more. Maurizzi out there. 1 point actually advantage. I didn't realize that it was only 1 player, a point behind him. That is Leon Mendonca. And Maurizzi, actually 3 draws in the final remaining games would get him most likely at least a tie for first. And he's a man in form. 6 wins at this point and only 1 defeat. And a pack of players on 6.5. But they need to get motoring. They need to put together a streak on the last few days to have any chance. Like you said, big opportunity missed for some of them today. Okay, maybe it's time to switch back to the Masters section. We've had a few moves, a bit of a flurry with Abdusatorov landing after a long think. 2 instant moves down on the board. Queen d6 and last move, rook to f6 by black. What do you make of these developments?
I think he's taking kind of your approach of just, he's not really doing anything specific. He's trying to keep warmer, I'm guessing, but also he's opening up some pathways for his pieces, trying to make it as practically difficult as possible for white. And it's already reaping its fruits. I mean, 2 minutes spent now by Max, and he's down to 8 minutes on the clock. Every minute is now golden. I think Noterbeck is kind of adopting the wait and see strategy. Maybe he'll throw in a move like h5, but Max has to decide, where does he want to keep his bishop? In bishop e4, I think this move makes a lot of sense. Maybe king e2, but it's uncomfortable for white. It's hard to decide what construction do you want to adhere to here as you try to hold black's bloodthirsty rooks at bay.
Yeah, and this is one of the hardest things in chess. When the clock ticks down, I struggle to kind of relax and trust my instincts. But at some point, Max has to do that. He just has to play by hand, play by feel. Does his king want to be on e2 or g2? Does the bishop want to be on e4, f3? He just has to make those decisions with minimal calculation. Last thing you want to do is be spending 20% of your time on one move where it's not going to ultimately change the outcome of the game. He does play king to e2 after a few minutes of thought. But as you say, Daniel, 8 minutes 30 for white. That could be the deciding factor more than any chess kind of factors right now. I do fear for him unless he can get in the flow and start hammering those moves down on the board. But ultimately, good centralization, protecting everything. Overprotection is the name of the game when you're down on time. White's rook is definitely the MVP. It has been the whole of this last stage of the game, kind of controlling, defending everything. Can black break through? I'm expecting g6, h5, something. And
Well, G5, maybe it's time. I'm getting itchy trigger finger for G5. Okay, it's a very risky move. I mean, Black, at that point, you kind of cross the Rubicon into seriously risky territory. White can jump in with 95, and things get very tactical. The thing is, okay, a draw is not the end of the world for Noterbeck, but of course, given that he was winning earlier in the game, that probably contributes to his ambition. So maybe G6 is a good way to straddle the bridge here, balance out your desire to win, but without taking too much risk at once.
Yeah. He is the world rapid champion, or he was in 2021, and he needs to act rapidly. He needs to hustle on the clock. G5, yeah, I'm expecting him to take it slowly, just to take those kind of small baby steps, just inching forward with the black pawns. As Daniel mentioned, you don't want to rush forward. G5 opens up the black king too much. White's queen is poised. White's pieces are so perfectly centralized. And there we see the clock ticking, score sheets in the background, and both sides kind of at a loss what to do next. He takes a leaf out of our book. He plays the move pawn to h6. So again, not committing. And Black's king now has a bit more luft, as we call it, a bit more breathing space, just in case. And not ruining anything, not spoiling the position at all, just passing the move back to White. And as expected, pretty much.
Yeah. H6, now 8 minutes on the clock, time ticking down. And it's so easy to self-destruct in these types of situations when, there's no direct threats by your opponent, but, you can manufacture ghosts in your mind in these types of situations very, very easily.
And here we see Max taking a leaf out of Anish Giri's book, fiddling with a pawn, but again, spending 1 minute now on this move. He's only got 7 of those minutes left. And you would envisage that he's got more than 7 important moves to make in the near future. But Bishop e4, again, very logical.
Totally.
Talk about centralization. I mean, he stacked up a totem pole of pieces on the e-file. Nice coordination there.
Yeah, he surrounded his king with sort of a veritable defensive cocoon, just like Bishop, so nicely placed. It's so hard for Black now to even create a threat. That's the thing, to even create the semblance of a threat. Now I don't even see the appeal of pushing pawns. That just weakens your own king. So there's a small chance that Noterbeck just accepts that, there aren't too many realistic attempts. I don't want to do anything crazy. So he might offer a drop, but I just don't see him doing that. He's about to make a move, trying to press White on the clock here. Let's see what Uzbek youngster can find in this position.
Yeah, the Uzbek warrior, as he likes to call himself. Yes. It feels like there's kind of 2 schools of thought here. There's some players, more pragmatic players. If, for example, Wesley So on the Black side here, a draw might be offered, as you mentioned. And maybe that's the kind of logical, safe thing to do. But you don't win big round robins too often by agreeing to draws in wild positions. So it's nice to see him play on. It's refreshing to see kind of this courage by both players. Queen back to c7. You briefly highlighted a nice trick there, Danya.
I mean, it actually looks like a bit of an annoying move. It's, White can also party here.
Mm-hmm.
So knight e5, I'm looking at this move. I'm sure there's a suitable response to it, but it creates a lot of threats. Knight back to g4. The e6 pawn is a weakness for Black, and Black cannot afford to give it up, or else White is firmly in the driver's seat. You do not want another turnaround if you're Noterbeck.
Mm-hmm.
So does Max feel lucky here? Does he feel ambitious himself?
It takes guts. It takes real clarity of mind, and just this ability to forget yesterday, to forget the twists and turns today in order to start playing for a win here suddenly with White. But I wouldn't be surprised, especially if Abdusattorov continues to bait him, to provoke him. In the meantime, while Max ponders what to do next, we do have a list of former champions of this tournament. Abdusattorov aims to become one of them, of course, came close last year, but it will take a while before they reach the likes of Magnus Carlsen with 8 tournament victories. Danya, he's played so many times in Vaikanze. Anand on that list, Max Erver, former world champion, Dutchman, Levon Aronian as well, Viktor Korchnoi, and Poltish. What a list. What a list of names that is.
No, absolutely legendary. I mean, Magnus, I just can't take my eyes off the number of times that Magnus won this tournament. A great way to just epitomize the extent of his dominance and how many of these younger players want to join this storied list. By winning this tournament, this would be a big breakthrough. Noterbeck is among them. He was robbed of the title last year. He wants a chance at revenge. This is a huge game. Max still thinking. I think he's calculating 95. It's very clear to me, David, because he's spending more than 2 minutes, but he doesn't go for it. He goes for the safer option. Bishop g2. Okay, he attacks the e6 pawn, but this is obviously not an aggressive move. He's just kind of treading water for now.
Although, Danya, he's coming round to h3. Bishop to h3, he could start to tickle that e6 pawn, which is pinned. So I think he's kind of treading the line between solidity and a little bit of ambition, just reminding Noterbeck that he needs to stay honest. And yeah, I mean, that was a prestigious list, a prestigious tournament. And this is the one they all want. That's why Noterbeck is fighting so hard. Anyone at home who's questioning why is Black playing on, taking risks, is because he wants to win this tournament. He will have had half an eye on his competitors, knowing Gukesh won with the black pieces and might now become a favorite. Abdusattorov wants to keep pace. That's what drives the youngsters these days. They push each other to be better. And Abdusattorov, okay, yeah. How does he defend the d6 pawn? Sorry, the e6 pawn. Does he defend it from d6, I wanted to say, with the black rook? Does the black queen slide to defend her pawn? Things are turning in White's favor, I've got to say. I like White.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's time to ask for repetition with queen d6, of course. But yeah, bishop back to e4 would repeat moves, but I don't know. Bishop h3, maybe it's time for White to play for the win a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, why not? Again, the White King safe as houses in this cocoon, as you called it. And yeah, bishop to h3. Noterbeck's clock, he's still got 21 minutes, but it's ticking ominously. And Max, who is the one squeezing? Who are you supporting at home? Who's the one playing for the win? It's a bit of a mystery. Kind of changes our opinion every single move.
Impossible to say. It's just such an opaque position. God, Noterbeck taking so much time here. He wants to join Max in a time scramble. Maybe he just wants to raise the adrenaline levels before making a move. Mm-hmm. Or maybe a draw offer isn't coming. Maybe he just says, yeah, like this is clearly not going in his favor.
Yeah, Max looked pretty relaxed there. Pretty chilled. Just looking away from the board. Oh, you got there before me. Yeah. Relax. Don't do it. Bishop g2. Bishop h3 coming. Level position. Noterbeck, yeah, he's really, really walking that fine line now between kind of overstepping the mark and just keeping control. Oof. Dania, who do you think is going to be the winner at the end of this tournament? I'm going to start putting you on the spot. Prediction game. The moves aren't too difficult right now, so I'll throw some difficult questions at you.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I don't even remember who's in first place right now. Every round it changes so drastically. I kind of like Gukesh, but I don't know. I mean, he won today. He's building momentum. I feel like it might be someone unexpected. Man, I'm so bad at predictions. I feel like it's particularly this tournament, there's nothing to go off of. Nobody's got any momentum. Nobody can build anything up.
Mm-hmm. But you're the prophet, Danya, especially when it comes to chess moves. Results should be a piece of cake for you.
Yes, in theory it should. I don't think I've ever made a correct prediction in my entire life, honestly, with a tournament victory. I cannot recall the last time I predicted accurately, like the victory of the tournament.
Yeah, and likewise, actually, I tend to go for Magnus if he's in the tournament, just because then you automatically get a few correct predictions. But this field this year is so open as they aim to join Magnus on the list of former winners of the tournament. And it can be a real career boost for one of these youngsters if and when they manage to achieve it. Noterbeck, can he win this game? I'm loving that that featured chat, by the way, that Anish was the one who stole all of Max's pawns. I mean, they definitely all disappeared.
As long as F2 remains on the board, I mean, without F2, I think it might be difficult. It's like George Washington's last tooth, It's like you gotta cling on to it. But Noterbeck, I mean, he's down below 20 minutes now. He's whittled away his time advantage, all the way down. Still a lot of time for a position like this. But I think he's kind of coming to terms with the reality of the situation.
Yeah. I think the safe route here, the safe path would be, for example, a move such as queen to c4, offering a queen trade. If queens depart from the board, no winning chances for white at least. Probably no winning chances for either side, but queen c4 is a commitment. And normally you're advised not to commit too much when your opponent's low on the clock. So Nordebek just crunching through the numbers, working out those moves. I would agree. I think Gukesh is going to have great chances to win this event after his win today with the black pieces. We can even start talking about run-ins as only 3 days remaining. One final rest day. Do you think it will be a case of the players just preserving their energy now and going all in? Will we see even more decisive bloody rounds in the final 3?
Yeah, I mean, now fatigue starts to play a very serious role because 10 rounds is already a marathon tournament in itself. And now you have the 3 most important rounds. Tomorrow is just going to be spent, I think, in bed by the majority of the players. So you just have this progression. First day, you go to Amsterdam, you go to the museums, chill. You've got plenty of energy. Second rest day, okay, maybe you go on a walk around Vaikanze. The third day, like barely get out of your hotel room, just order in, maybe do some prep work. That's going to be super crucial preservation of energy. Rook to c4. Nordebek continues to poke and prod, nibble around the edges, hinting at a potentially unpleasant check on c2. It's kind of hard to say whether that check is a serious threat or not, but everything becomes a serious threat in time pressure.
Yeah, it's certainly going to put the fear of that check into Max Varmadam. So we see the clocks, which actually are going to play a key role. The 17th piece, as they say. You don't have to just worry about your own 16 pieces and pawns. It's all about the clock as well. 5 minutes now. Rook c4 is a really clever move. I must say, that wasn't on my radar. I was thinking about defensive kind of measures, but suddenly, as you mentioned, Daniel, Rook c2, it's not actually doing too much, but it's always in the back of your mind. And yet again, over 1 minute spent by Max. He's literally spending 15% of his time on every single move here. And then he ignores the threat. Bishop h3. Brave. Courageous move. He's going for it with white.
Okay, this actually might get very tactical all of a sudden. We were just about to settle into kind of a nice little status quo. And just like that, Rook c2 check, maybe he actually wants to run the other way, just disengage with King f1. And again, just to highlight the defensive power of this knight, yeah, Nordebek doesn't want any of that. He defends the pawn, Queen c8, and again, passes the ball right back to Max, who still can play King f1. I think that would be a good move to tread water. But he needs to get a move on. You cannot really spend a minute and a half every move. You're going to be down to your increment before you know it. Got to keep a little bit of extra time, a little bit of a cushion.
Yeah, keeping that cushion is the mark of all great players. I think, if you look at all the world champions, Magnus, before him, Anand, Kasparov, a bunch of them, they were really good at handling their clock. And Abustorov has that streak in him. Max needs to keep pace. Again, 40 seconds now and counting. I love your move, Daniel. Just retreat the white king preemptively. Why not? Is he considering going active, the white queen? I'm trying to add pressure to the b6 pawn, but it's not easy. I was thinking queen b6 initially, but that can be rebuffed with a rook retreat by black. Rook c6. So, yeah, at some point you just got to be practical, make moves. I'm one to preach. Time travel addict myself, but it's a tough situation. And there we go. He's still deep in thought, not trusting his hand quite yet. If we hadn't seen the collapse yesterday, I think he would have been far more confident about playing out these final moves just instantly, trusting his hand a lot more. Yeah. Still lots of questions to answer.
It's not so easy to blunder here. I mean, it's not like, what kind of blunders can you even commit? Something with the rook on e3 falling because of the pin, that really might be the only thing. But again, that's easy for us to say. When you're sitting there, you're amplifying the danger on all levels. And Max goes the other way, king d2. Ooh, I wasn't really thinking of going this way. Yes, he prevents rook c2, but this is a scary looking king on d2. Now there's more chances for a tactical fluke.
Yeah, there will be all sorts of tactics now on the f2 pawn, for example. The black queen later might check from some diagonals. Ultimately, nothing wrong with this move, so we can't fault it too much. But Yeah, king d2 on the board. And meanwhile, Nodebek thinking, and we're told, at least in the feature chat, an opinion of one of the fans thinking that Nodebek has the best chance to win this tournament, given his run-in of games after the rest day. And I can confirm his last 3 opponents, Nodebek, will be Zhu Wenjun, Vidit, and Donchenko. So he will be playing 2 of the lowest 3 seeds. He's actually playing one of the lower seeds today as well, but as Zhu Wenjun has proven, not an easy game. And I will mention Gukesh also has 2 whites from his last 3 games. So Abdustorov just wanting to keep pace. I don't know about you, Daniel. I follow a lot of sports, and I'm always kind of trying to calculate the odds, the run-in, who has the better fixtures on paper. It never works out that way, but always nice to kind of look to the future and work things out.
No, of course. And you have to do that as a player. I mean, we already know that there are no guarantees in this tournament. King H8 was a great move, by the way. And Max, once again, going into the tank here. But, okay, relatively speaking, these are pretty good winning chances for Nodebek in 2 of these 3 games. So you've got to be pretty happy with what you got. It's better than, I don't know, Firouzja. I was going to say Carlsen, but again, he's not playing. Like Firouzja, Giri, and Maksudlu. But again, you never know. Nobody's thinking of anything as a walkover. Queen to A2 by Warmerdam, keeping the status quo. Okay, decent move. As long as he keeps the C2 square protected, I think he's fine. I'm scared. I'm worried about this king on D2, David. This king has seen better days. Maybe it needs to go back to E2 at some, but not now. That would be bad.
Not now.
This would be the worst moment to do it.
Yeah, I'm expecting a move such as Queen to C6 from Nodebek, just to get out of a pin. Maybe kind of float the idea of some E5s later, switch the black rook from F6 over to the D file. But yeah, again, it's kind of it's choosing between 6, 7, 8 very logical moves. He drops his rook back. Also, one of the most obvious ones, just over-protecting the Isolani, the isolated king spawn in this case. And Max, he's given us a big insight, a big clue into what he's thinking right now. He's just yo-yoing back and forth. Queen A2, Queen B3, not trying to make progress at all. He's just passing the ball back to the opponent. So I think we can conclude now, Dania, that he would be happy with the draw at this very moment with white.
Yes, definitely. I think fortress is probably the wrong word to use here. This is not a conventional fortress, but maybe something like a positional draw where he's claiming that black just has no entry points. As long as he shuffles between B2 and C3, maybe brings the king over anytime black puts a piece on the D file, he kind of has the mechanism down, and that means he can start playing a little bit faster, maybe even building up a little bit of that time cushion, which probably is encouraging Nodebek to think about pushing those kingside pawns, but that would be crazy. I think he's going to try everything else before resorting to something this reckless. Queen A6. He's trying all angles, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. He's trying to sneak in via the size of the board, using every single angle possible. And just while Max, his clock ticks down to around 4 minutes, we're going to take this final opportunity to go for what we promise is our last break of the day. We will be back very shortly with the finale, the conclusion of this last game. See you soon.
When I say chess, what's the first word that comes to your mind?
The musical and, of course, the board game.
Fantastic. Okay, is chess a sport?
Absolutely. Very competitive, known worldwide. Battle of wits to the highest degree, I imagine.
This is the best interview I've ever given. Howdy, sir. Good. How you doing? I'm doing great. Are you an important phone call?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Hey, that's not the first time I've had people hang up for me. Thank you.
You're a good
Look at that.
man.
Thank you. I
To
appreciate it.
Are you kidding me?
Is chess a sport?
Intellectually, yes.
Okay.
Kind of like the same type of sport physically that NASCAR is.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I've actually never heard that comparison as a guy who's been in chess my whole life. That's a great comparison. Hi, sir. Do you play chess?
Sorry, speak French.
Oh, speak French. Okay. En passant. Hey, that guy was walking en passant. Chess.
Chess?
Chess, like the game.
Chess? I can beat you in chess.
If you beat me, I'll give you $10.
10.
10.
If you beat me, I bet.
Okay, I love it. Okay, I'm gonna move my pawn out.
You know what you're doing.
I do know what I'm doing.
I don't know what I'm doing.
It's all right. It's all right. I don't know what I'm doing in life. Okay. All right, bro. That's checkmate.
Aw, fool's mate.
Fool's mate, bro.
I lost.
You
Unbelievable.
lost. You got 30 seconds for me? Quick interview? Come on, you look like a chess player. You play chess?
Don't play chess.
Okay. When I say chess, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Winning.
Of these three things, one of them is real. Chess dancing, chess climbing, chess boxing.
Chess climbing?
Chess climbing.
Chess dancing. Climbing?
Chess climbing. Chess boxing.
Chess boxing?
Chess boxing.
You nailed it. Okay.
Am I right for real?
You nailed it. Seriously, yeah. Of the two of us, one of us is a world chess boxing champion. Which one do you think it is?
Him, with him.
The guy with the camera?
Yeah.
I'd like to say you, but I'm going to go with Mr. Man over the back.
Okay. He's a
not
world.
gonna box me.
No, he's not. I mean, he does get. He tried to hit another guy earlier. So.
He looks.
Oh my God. She didn't even hesitate. From now on, will you stop making me do things in New York and Toronto where it's cold? Can we do every On the Street episode from here from now on? My Lord.
In the heart of the Netherlands, where tradition meets innovation, the battleground is set. Welcome one and all to the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, the Wimbledon of chess. The stage is graced by the finest strategists, the sharpest minds, and the most formidable opponents from around the globe.
H5, we are in for a fight.
A mix of seasoned veterans and rising stars will make sure this edition of Tata Steel will be spectacular.
And checkmate. Nordbeck played a brilliant game. He is a monster.
World champion Dingley Ren makes a return to the board, after being absent in chess for over half a year. How will he fare against the defending champion Anish and those who have already secured their spot in the FIDE Candidates Tournament?
To beat Ding with the form that Ding has been displaying is absolutely impressive.
Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans visiting the venue daily, 14 chess maestros will vie for supremacy and glory. Who will best withstand the pressure and take home the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title? Let the games begin.
Welcome back to Windy Vaikanze for the final stages of round 10. It is the Tata Steel Chess Festival, the Masters section, and we're left with one remaining game in this historic playing hall. The clash between Max Varmadam and Nodirbek Abdusatorov. It is heating up slightly, I'll say, Danya. In the break just there, Max Varmadam ambitiously grabbing a pawn but allowing black to enter the white camp. He's trying to wrap in now from behind with the rooks, with the queen. And for the first time, does Max have to be careful? Does he have to worry about the safety of his monarch here?
Yes, I mean, Queen D1 is now an official mate thread. I mean, he's already somehow hanging by a thread. Even though he has snapped up that E6 pawn, Rook B8 would be so nice. Unfortunately, Queen takes B8, of course, comes with a check. So Nodirbek, you can sense the excitement. Now he feels, wait, I can actually create problems, but where does his rook go? Does he go Rook D8? Does he go Rook A8? You can see the eval bar. It's objectively still a draw, David, but I'm starting to get a little bit optimistic here. Nodirbek feeling springy, pinning the knight. That is the most natural move.
Yeah, Nodia check. Abdusatorov, he can always land a check on A5 if desired, but first he's pinning this white knight, white's key defender. And 3 minutes for Max Varmadam. He certainly has to be careful here. I would start to get so nervous around this point. Yes, you've won a pawn back with white, but you've lost control, lost coordination, and allowed so much activity. Often it's not a good trade-off grabbing material to allow, but allowing such a big attack. In this case, still enough defenders, should still hold. But it's no longer as straightforward as we thought it was just before the break. Queen A5 check. Again, no deadly threats. And maybe that's part of the issue for Max Varmadam. He's always kind of just got a kind of all these kind of fears of ghosts just in him, but he doesn't see it and we don't see it. And that actually makes it harder when it's less tangible. What to even play right now? No obvious moves for white, and that's going to persist. Still nothing obvious to be done.
He's under 3 minutes now. 2.5 minutes, and precisely when the position is sharpening up, Nodirbek with oceans of time to figure everything out. Oh man, is it happening again for Max Varmadam? I'm not seeing a move. I don't know, Bishop F7. Queen is coming to H4 and attacking the F2 pawn. Oh my gosh, I feel like he's lost control of the game here.
Yeah, there's going to be sneaky threats like Rook to F1, going for that F2 pawn, maybe driving the White King even further away. This is scary. This is the definition of a terrifying, petrifying position. And now he's down under the 2-minute mark. He's literally spent half his remaining time on this one move. He can retreat his bishop, just curl up into a ball, set up that cocoon for the White King, but suddenly Max, things turning against him, and he's only human. How do you recover from this? How do you settle your nerves and defend? It's one-way traffic. Black's the one creating the threats. White just purely reacting.
Yeah, I mean, your chest's heart is in your throat when you get these situations. Time is just flying down to zero, and at some point you just enter paralysis. You can't think. And all this time I've been looking at the position. I can't find a move. He's down to a minute. Bishop C4, maybe just go back and pray that there's nothing. But like you said, David, Rook F1 might force the king further out. Now, King C3 isn't the end of the story. He plays Bishop H3. Okay, probably not a bad move. Trying to keep his status quo. Now Nodirbek needs a tricky move such as Queen H4. He's going to propose Queen F7 for a second. It's been a bit of a long day.
That square is covered. Tricky moves basically create threats, is your advice, Dania. Queen H4 creates one such threat. Hitting the F2 square. I don't know, Rook H1 would be a bit tricky, potentially. I just want to ask questions. If I'm black in this position, 1.5 minutes for the opponent, ask a question. Rook H1, where's the bishop even go? Bishop G2 walks into Rook H2. If the bishop moves elsewhere, back of the diagonal, then Rook F1 maybe. I like your Queen H4 just as much. It goes
Rook
the other way.
A1. That's a vicious move, just keeping the tension. And he tightens the screws and tightens the screws. And now more threats that white has to deal with. The queen coming to H1. So many directions that Max has to keep covered. And now he's got only a minute to do it. Oh my gosh. This is terrifying. I think white is practically lost.
Yeah. Super scary. I actually think taking that pawn on e6 and allowing black in and behind with a rook might be a decisive error, at least in practical terms. And what does he even play here? I barely see any moves. You can't really move the queen. You can't really move the rook. The knight is pinned. King is stuck. Has to be a bishop move by process of elimination, but where do you even put the bishop? You're almost in Zugzwang here, Danya.
Every move allows black in. Bishop g2, maybe. Bishop e6 covers the e-file. It allows black to infiltrate to h1. And if the king is driven out to c3, the problem might not only be checkmate, you might also lose your queen. There might be a skewer. You might lose your bishop. So it's not just checkmate you're watching for. You can also drop a minor piece very easily to a fork or drop your queen to a skewer. 25 seconds for Max. He has never been, well, he has been this low, of course, but not this game. He's got to make a move. It is bishop e6. And he's keeping his composure for now, but this is just the start of the torture session.
Yeah, he's holding on, and we all know Nordebek is ruthless when the opponent drops down low on time. I mean, this is the blunder zone. You mentioned it. Mistakes will be incoming. Blunder zone, the punda zone, as we've tried to make it throughout the last few days. But ultimately, yeah, this is scary, scary times. And he's essentially passed. He's kind of bishop e6, back to h3, back to e6. He's just asking Nordebek to create a threat and tip him over the edge. Your queen h1 looks irresistible. I'm surprised it hasn't already landed on the board.
Blitzed out faster than, exactly.
Still not sure what the exact threat is, I've got to admit, after queen to h1, but it looks like there should be one.
Even queen c1 is not a threat. Rook f1. That's why they pay Nordebek the big bucks. He's threatening rook takes f2. That was your old idea. He's trying to drive the king out to c3. Oh my god, more threats. What to do? Rook e2? Nah.
Oof. It's one of those, you either have to defend the pawn really passively with your rook, or you have to run with the king. Literally a 50-50 now. And he's just got to guess at this point, Max. He has no time left to calculate how he wishes he had that 5-10 minutes back on his clock, and he runs with the king. Again into the danger zone. Given a question mark by the all-seeing silicon overlords, but as good a move as any at this point. King to c2. Oh, the black queen can infiltrate. Queen d1, check.
Woo!
Literally living life on the edge now, this white king.
But king c3, and again, there's there hasn't been a single threat that black has posed. It's like it just gets closer and closer to checkmate. But maybe nothing has materialized just yet. Again, I don't understand how the evaluation can be 0.8. I would not be able to resist queen d1, king c3, queen a1, queen b2. White has to kind of contort himself. No, this is really bad. He's about to make a move. I think it's going to be queen d1.
Mm-hmm. He's only human, and that is by far the most tempting move. And note, everyone at home, how he's keeping his time advantage still with 13 minutes on the clock. Abdusatorov here, and when the time comes, he'll play a quick flurry of checks, gain a bit more time on the clock. Max, he's literally walking that tightrope right now. It's kind of only move territory. And I agree with the feature chat. Very stressful day for both of them. Very stressful game for all of you at home, for the players, and for us too, don't worry. You can feel the tension building. It's all been up to this moment. We're at move 65, I believe. It's been a long, long day following another torturous day yesterday for Max Varmadam. And in the meantime, it's all about a check or a threat to keep white on his toes. What's Abdusatorov going to play? I can't look past queen d1 here, Danya.
No, it's just, you just can't calculate anything else. You're not capable of it. It's just there. It's like free donuts. It's beckoning. But he plays a different move, queen g6.
Wow. Another threat.
Amazing.
Rook takes f2.
Wow.
Rook takes f2 is the threat.
He is
and
smoking that king out of there. He wants it on c3.
It has to move. What else to do? I mean, the king has to move. There's too many pins. You cannot go back towards the center. There's a pin on the d-file. You have to step off the diagonal. That's self-control by Nordebek, and the evaluation bar did not react, meaning it was one of the best moves. Oof. 19 seconds.
King c3, got to do it.
Yeah. How do you not blunder here? He goes across to b2.
Okay.
Equally good, but again, a bit hairy, a bit scary.
Queen f6 now looks really good.
Yeah, queen f6. Forcing the white king back from whence it came. Oof. Yeah, you really feel for Max. 44 seconds. This is one of the hardest positions in chess when you have no easy moves, no natural moves, no pawn shelter. Helter skelter, no pawn shelter.
I mean, this position would be hard even with an hour on your clock. It's just so undefined. Maybe queen f6 you can get away with queen c3. Insanely enough, rook b1, king c2. Somehow trying to hold on. But it just gets narrower and narrower. It just continues to converge the path to holding this position. And it's just a matter of time, literally, before the blunder comes, the final blunder comes.
Yeah. Feels like we're getting closer, but still pondering, still deep in thought. I wonder what White's next move is. That's one question in case you feel able to just pass as Black. Throw the move back to your opponent, often a good psychological ploy.
Maybe time for h5, a move that we first suggested about 7 years ago. No, but I'm just kidding, of course. No. I mean, okay.
No counterplay
Queen f6.
for the opponent.
I'm trying to find the win after queen f6, queen c3, and I can't. Rook b8, king c2, and somehow White is still holding on. It's actually a miracle that there's no forced win here, David.
Somehow, yeah. I mean, this, like you say, queen f6 so tempting. Queen g1 as well, infiltrating from behind, setting up all these threats. You don't need a forced win if you just keep setting the traps. Surely one day your opponent fails to find the right path, and Black's risking precisely nothing. So, yeah, queen f6 looks too good to be true, too good to resist. Queen g1.
Yeah, queen g1 looks fantastic. Sets up some ideas of rook takes f2 check in certain positions as well.
Yeah. He's got to find a way. He's found, I mean, just to even have got this far, Daniel, was almost unthinkable. What was it, a dozen or so moves ago? He plays rook to e8.
Wait a minute. But wait, no, whoa. 95?
Ooh,
no.
Doesn't approve. There's a check on b1.
Oh, sorry, never mind. How can this be equal?
Yeah. Even in positions like that, it's hard to work out exactly what to do next. Yeah, as you say, how can it be equal? White's path to equality here is going to be narrow. It's going to be fraught with peril.
10 seconds.
The threat, What's the threat?
We've been asking that for a long time. 8 seconds. 5. Gotta move. F4 maybe.
He brings his bishop back, and that might be the losing blunder. The eval bar goes crazy. Through the roof now.
Queen f6.
Just check. Wait, where's the king hide? Rook takes f2. You mentioned it, this tactic.
Oh, queen c3, and even there you can play rook takes f2 and transpose into a winning queen endgame. And he's done it.
Max. He made that move with 3 seconds, and it was the terminal blunder. No safe square for the king anymore. And Nodebek, his pieces just land on the right squares. You mentioned it, rook on f1, rook on e8, setting up this trick, this tactic, undermining White's rook on e3, which was the glue holding everything together. He espied this from afar, and he made it happen on the board. Wow.
Yeah.
It just came over.
Death by 1,000 cuts. Okay, king a3, that's it. Even rook a1 and rook b8 and queen d4 is just there's a million forced wins at this. Rook a1 is going to happen, I think, and Max is going to resign.
Chess is so cruel. He fought well for so long. Another 65 moves of almost perfect play. Just no big blunders, at least for Max Varmadam, and punished in the almost seventh hour now. Rook b8. It's over. It's over, Dania. Checkmated this white king, or you lose too much material. It's the end.
Yeah, rook b8, bishop b5, queen d4. And you can choose to win material. You can choose to deliver forced mate with a timely check on b1. No, but Nodebek is going to just holding himself back. He knows just one last check, literally and figuratively. Okay, I'm sure there are other wins. I'm not really sure. This is the move I expected him to play instantly, and this is actually where he's thinking. Really don't see what's wrong with Rook B8.
As you said, he's just holding himself back. Not it back here.
Yeah.
Rook B8. Yeah, it's literally a case of it's very linear now. Check, check, mate. And yeah, poor Max. I mean, my heart goes out to him. It's just this last couple of days been so harsh. He deserves a bit of luck after the rest day, Max Varmadam. He blocks this check, but it will be the Black Queen that delivers the decisive blows.
Yeah, Queen D4 or Queen C4. You can even just trade queens and win the bishop at some point. Yeah, it's just made 100 different ways. Queen C4. Okay, Rook B1, and I think Max will resign after Rook B1.
Yeah, the ladder checkmate, the lawnmower, whatever you call it, it will be the black rooks cutting off the white king on the corner of the board. And Max still has his pen in his hand. He is about to resign.
And we still have our pun in our hand.
Yeah, we have all the puns in our hand. And Rook B1, check. Handshake, surely now. There we go. Last game of the day. It's a win for Abdusattorov, and he jumps up to join the leader, Gukesh, with 3 rounds remaining. A marathon effort, but ultimately rewarded for his stamina, his perseverance there, Dan.
Incredible, and just blow after blow for Max. Just when you thought it couldn't get more painful, it does. Just insane. It's so hard to endure this, but all credit goes to Noterbeck. That guy's just a genius.
Yeah, future world champion material judging on this performance, and he has redeemed himself certainly this year after getting so close to the title last year. He's there and thereabouts again in the closing stretch, straight out the tournament hall. He means business, the youngster, and yeah, hearts go out to Max Varmadam, who hopefully Supermax will come back after the rest day. And these were today's results. In the end, it was 3 decisive games. 4 draws meanwhile, but wins for Abdusattorov with the black pieces, wins for Gukesh as well with the black pieces, and the first victory of the day for Jan Nepomniachtchi, taking down the world champion. And yeah, so much to unpack there. Maybe we can go to the standings, which have been disrupted by that win, last minute win from Abdusattorov. He joins Gukesh. Not a 2-horse race, however. They still have Anish Giri and Pragnananda chomping away, biting away at their heels, all still to play for heading into the last 3 rounds. And yeah, that just leaves us to wrap up. Daniel, what are your big takeaways from today's action?
Man, what a long day of action. What a marathon. And just impressive performances all around, the stamina that particularly the younger generation displays. Great win by Gukesh, very flashy. Noterbeck's win, a lot more topsy-turvy. It was up and down. He lost the advantage. He was losing at some point. He came all the way back, and then he managed to torture Max into the victory at the end. The plot thickens, David. All of the players need a rest day. They really put everything that they had out there today. I think the rest days are perfectly planned, and it will set us up for an amazing final 3 days of action.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing, that's for sure. The players deserve their rest day. I think we've earned it as well. Long stint today, and the viewers, you've all earned it at home after this long marathon day. And let's go and check out the remaining schedule. Actually, let's check out the pairings first of all for round 11. Remember, on Friday, tomorrow is a day off for all of us. And other highlights include Noterbeck Abdusattorov against Women's World Champion Zhu Wenjun. Tempting pairing, a juicy pairing on paper, but Abdusattorov will not be underestimating his opponent. And yeah, let's go to that schedule to remind you that the games do start on Friday at 2:15, Central European time, 8:15 a.m. Eastern time. But in the meantime, I've been David Howell. I've been joined by one of the best chess pundits out there, Daniel Naradzitsky.
And amazing one to top it off, David. This was a real pleasure. Amazing commentary, and super fun to cover the rounds with you. This was a long day, but this tournament just is the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, and perfect note to say goodbye. We'll be back. See you on Friday.
you.